Siraj again, and Payne lets it go. There was... Oh, that just curled right back in. I'm sure it's gone over the off bail. Coat of paint, surely. Siraj can't believe it.
I reckon there's a crack quite wide on that line. That's twice now that Siraj has got the ball to jag back considerably. Well, that's gone almost over the middle stump, hasn't it?
Oof. Good delivery. They're using the second new ball a lot more effectively than last night.
It's doing quite a lot.
It is, yeah, without success so far. Siraj again, and Payne lets it go. That didn't quite do as much.
So, yeah, just with Green, I think then when it goes wide here, he just collapses his back knee and pulls his head back, and then he's almost leaning back a little bit, and he can't get over the top of the ball. So it's hard because he's so tall, so he wants to get a little bit lower to kind of get his head near the ball. But for those wide balls, I'd rather see his head to kind of continue to get out in front and then almost let the ball come past him and kind of slap it down into the ground.
Fuller hand Payne plays it more confidently. Shot. I tell you what, his back foot must have only just been down. Siraj on the follow through, sensing that Payne was just sort of exaggerating the defensive shot he'd played, and his back foot may well have been up there. Siraj had a shot at the stumps and missed. Replay for Wagner Vitamins will be really interesting from Chemist Warehouse. So Siraj had done the fielding and...
Oh, that would have been out.
It was gone. What was Tim Payne thinking? Perhaps he wasn't.
That's like the one where you leave a ball to the keeper and you're just kind of wandering outside the crease and the keeper throws the stumps down. I've seen that happen in far too high a standard.
SEN Test career for Henley Holmes. Be bowled over by value and choice. Payne is able to release the valve a little with that. Turns it from his off stump now to forward square leg for one and moves to 43. But it's been a less convincing Australian captain with the bat so far this morning than he was last night. He's 43. Green is 41.
He was actually looking at his bat, wasn't he?
Yes, he was.
Wasn't even paying attention. That was out.
Yeah, his back foot was a good 10 centimetres above the crease. Imagine if he'd gone out that way.
It's a mistake you only make once.
Siraj bowls and Green slips underneath that one. It goes through to the keeper. And that is the over completed. 5 for 299 through 95 overs on the new Hilux SR5 scoreboard.
2020, you're dumped. Make a date with Beaumont's right now and get 20 to 50% off tiles. Bathroom, kitchen, laundry, floors and walls dumped by a massive 20 to 50%. Choose Beaumont's and dump the prices.
G'day, Merv Hughes here for Scott Pack Business Finance. A bowler needs great control, and you're always in control of your business cash flow with Scott Pack Cash Connector. Because you choose when to access the money you are owed. Search for Scott Pack today.
5 for 299. Chris Rogers, our expert for Maccas. The McGribb and El Macco are back at Maccas this summer. Change in bowling, Chris?
Yeah, this should be interesting because the ball's been swinging, and if anyone showed that they can swing the ball yesterday, it was Shadul Thakur.
So Shadul Thakur is on now, and Natarajan he'd leaked some runs last night with the new ball, 21 in 3 overs. In fact, another 8 to start the day this morning, but it got his line and lengths better as this is down. There's no good line all length there. Down the leg side and full, and Payne's able to capitalise, takes it off his toes and his pads and sends it out to the deep mid-wicket boundary for 4. Nicely controlled shot, but a loosener. A Blunston boundary. Blunston 150 not out. Payne goes to 47.
It's just been a bit of a weakness of him. He's managed to just give some real poor deliveries to the Australian batsmen at times. Even some full tosses yesterday he gave. But yeah, I mean, that's a first ball. He's probably looking for it to swing, but it's a half volley on leg stump. It's too easy. And if he's going to bowl and swing it out. He needs his square leg to be more around it at mid-wicket, I would have thought.
Next one to Payne is better line. Just a little fraction of movement away from the right-hander. These two have added 90. They added just over 100 in Sydney as Australia were trying to set up for what they hoped would be victory. Ultimately ended up being a draw. And again, they've produced some very valuable runs here.
Well, it's been, the other thing, it's been an excellent performance from Tim Payne. He probably has a few points to prove too after the last test.
Absolutely. He's not interested in the next one outside the off stump. James and Shepparton has got here way too early for A grade. Lucky he's got you blokes, or us blokes, to keep me entertained.
Where's he playing, Shep?
I suspect so, yeah. What's the weather like in Shepparton, James? Not a great cricket morning in Melbourne, is it? Unseasonably cold. Beautiful at the Gabba right now, but unfortunately, you wouldn't know it from what we've seen, but the forecast is for some rain later on. Australian captain on 47. A boundary would take him to another half century. He lets it pass outside the off stump. Tell us if you are out there about to play cricket today, on your way, or you're watching the kids play. Where are you and what's the situation?
Not sure you want to be fielding the slips today. A couple of stingers.
Yeah. Alex says normally hitting the beach at Anglesey this weekend for a post-harvest holiday. This week we're not even halfway through the harvest yet because of the worst summer yet. Shuttle bowls and Payne again lets it go.
Just needs to come wider on the crease here, I think. Because he's kind of pretty close into the stumps and then it's swinging almost from the hand. So as soon as the batsmen see it's outside their eye line, they're just letting the ball go. The only other, unless he's setting them up for an in-swinger, but I haven't seen him bowl too many of those.
Last ball, the 96th over. Tim Payne, a picture of concentration. Shuttle bowls, same as the previous 3 or 4. No need to play, so he didn't. With the gloves of Richard Pant. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. Be bowled over by value and choice.
Breaking news! The Saucy McRib and legendary El Maco are back at Macca's with delicious pork dripping in smoky barbecue rib sauce or juicy beef with chunky Mexican salsa. Grab yours today. Available after 10:30 a.m. for a limited time.
Tony's Adelaide Strikers at Adelaide Oval. Watch them take on the Brisbane Heat this Thursday night at Adelaide Oval. Adults from $23 and $5 for under 18s. Game starts 6:45 p.m. Tickets are available online at adelaidestrikers.com.au.
5 for 303. Tim Payne, pre-today's play, chatted to our team in Brisbane, said, hoping that he and Green could add 50 or 60 and get Australia well over 300.
They've had their moments, but I think they've played very, very well.
Siraj bowls and he gives Green a chance to work through mid-wicket, which he does. He's going to get at least 2 and probably a third here as it almost reaches the boundary. And he trots back for more valuable runs for Australia and goes to 44. Payne 47 of the partnership now 93.
And this is what you hope from your 6 and 7. Just to come in and when the bowlers are tired, just manage to put on a partnership together. It's so soul-destroying for a bowling team because you know if you get 1 wicket, you're into the bowlers.
Yep. Drop catch late last night would still hurt, I suspect, as with some of the other let-offs during the day. Siraj bowls and it's a watchful Payne who defends. It's cold and windy in Shepparton. Thought January was summertime, says James. Another on the way to the ground in Croydon. Should be clear for most of the Arvo. Gazza says, I'm 30 years old and I'm throwing a tennis ball into my brick wall and hitting some cracking leg glances. I'm sure you're hitting leg glances off the brick wall, would you? You just got to go and get them.
I don't think I've ever heard the term cracking leg glances either.
Taylor says he's mowing his father's in-laws' lawns before umpiring cricket at Port Arlington. Siraj bowls and across goes Payne to defend. Kenny's on his way to Flinders on the Mornington Peninsula to play cricket. It's blowing a gale. It's going to be freezing. Kramer from Brisbane says it's bloody hot up here. Just grabbed a carton. He's ready for the day. Radio on, chips open. Where else would you like to be? What flavour chips are you? Huh?
Oh, salt and vinegar.
Salt and vinegar?
Thanks. Yeah.
Siraj would love to break through here. No. False start. Surely not another injury.
Or did he? Do you mean chips as in?
Potato chips, I think.
Okay.
Yeah. He's got something in his eye. Oh, he's got something in his eye. It looked like Washington was trying to blow it out. Not sure that's going to help. He's okay now, Siraj, or he appears to be. What else could go wrong?
Oof, that's tender, that is, isn't it?
Siraj bowls, and it's turned by Payne cleverly around the corner. Took it from outside off, but seemed to have it under his command. So it's one more run to the Australian captain.
He's playing nice and late, Tim Payne. Not pushing out at any balls. Whereas Cam Green's probably looking a little bit more to get on the front foot and drive on the up.
I've never seen that before, just watching another replay for Wagner Vitamins from Chemist Warehouse. Washington just trying to blow out whatever was in the eye of Siraj, blow it out.
Didn't help in slow motion either.
No. A skip, a jump, and he's into his work. Siraj bowls and Green pushes, wants a run, doesn't get it. The playing late, is that a natural technique thing or something you've got to tell yourself? Because, you know, the ball's there. Your natural instinct, I suppose, is to go after it. Is it just something you learn?
Yeah, I think it's about kind of relative to where your body position is, where you hit the ball, but also if you can hold your shape for longer.
Short and a rising ball. Green has the height to still stay over the top of it and defends. A frustrated Siraj. 5 for 307 at the end of the over on the new Hilux SR5 scoreboard.
Getting away with family and friends, switching off and hitting the road. This year is all about the Aussie holiday. And the big holiday sale on now at Tyre Power has you covered for tyre safety. Right now, you can buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Kumo, passenger and SUV tyres. And of course, the free 5-minute tyre safety check offers tremendous peace of mind. Find your local independently Aussie-owned Tyre Power at tyrepower.com.au.
Hot air out of Washington. What's new? Says one of our wags listening on. BG says on the M80 ring road, out to plenty, drop to the fourths. Wish me a big score. You might need it if you're in the fourths, BD. I'm taking the missus on a nice romantic lunch down to Barwon Head, says Scott. She's driving. I'm on the cans listening to you boys while picking out my quaddie. She's a keeper. A wicket keeper? Payne is 48. He's facing Shardle. Back up, pitches it up, and just a nice little shape away from the right-hander. Matty Coppin sends us a message from Alberta, Canada. Oh, g'day, lads. Listening to the cricket on SEN as I always do. Been gorgeous weather here, but back into the minus 30s next week. We reckon it's cold here. Andrew from East Melbourne says he's listening in hospital, looking out over the MCG while my one-day-old newborn son sleeps. As Payne pushes and does go this time for the single, well placed, just wide of mid-on. And moves to 49, ever so close to a half-century.
Brother mate from the north of England who came over to live in Australia, actually got his citizenship, but then met a Canadian lass and ended up marrying her. But even said living over there was too cold.
Too cold?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a little different to the extremes, isn't it, to what we experience here. So now Charles gets a look at Green. 2 slips, and again he strays and he whips it away. There's a leg glance like our listener's been practising off the brick wall.
Was it a cracking leg glance?
Yeah, cracking leg glance. Liam from Brisbane says, I'd love to be at the Gabba today, but I'm locked inside chipping away at a work project. I'm sure Gerard wishes he was sitting with the Star Wars fans.
Did you hear him impersonate?
No, I didn't. Payne on 49 defends. Startle. Who was he impersonating?
Oh, a commander, like a stormtrooper commander, but we didn't comment on it at the time, but... He absolutely loves it, doesn't he?
He does. Yeah, I saw the original few, but I haven't seen any of them since they brought out.
Don't tell him that.
Payne 49. It's terrific response from the Australian captain after the events of Sydney. He's got a wide one which doesn't quite entice him. They are coming in from everywhere, just at home, listening from the couch. Thanks for that. Pretty comfy too, says Matt. On the way to play E-grade, says Pat from
E-grade
in Clifton Hill. Great conditions for swing bowling. I can feel a Michelle today.
You have to absolutely love it.
Yeah.
I'd love to know, because I go out and watch a bit of local cricket, and the sledging and the carry-on.
Shuttle bowls, and Payne doesn't look for his half-century. That lets it go. 5 for 309 after 98 overs. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. Be bowled over by value and choice.
Hello. National Tiles now offer professional installation on our all-new, beautiful, large one-piece porcelain panels. Yes, just imagine full-sized one-piece porcelain splashbacks in a magnificent range of colours and finishes in your new or renovated kitchen. For a free, no-obligation quotation, chat to one of our experts online between 9 a.m. and 9 p.m, 7 days a week at nationaltiles.com.au now. National Tiles, now you can.
Australia 5 for 309 at the Gabba, day 2 of the 4th and final Test match.
Who was the guy who's playing E-grade? He's going to get a fifer?
Pat from Hawthorn. Yeah.
Ask Pat if he's going to dish it out as well. Right. He's got a couple of wickets.
Got any lines ready, Pat?
And does he go harder in the second innings when he knows he doesn't have to bat again?
We are going to see Washington go to the bowling crease. He had relatively instant success yesterday.
Still trying to get over why Brad Haddin calls him Cinder.
You can tell him again soon.
Yeah.
He's going to bowl to Green. Oh, that's a wayward one down the leg side. So we've got a short leg for the off-spinner. No leg slip at this stage.
Well, I think they're in defensive mode now. They're going to try and drag this game out as long as they can.
Tosses it up a little more, and Gerard doing the fielding of a catching mid-wicket. We'll get to a point you'd think where a draw is going to be the aim of India, but it's a long way out, isn't it, to be playing for a draw as Washington bowls. Oh, he's heads and it bounced off Rishabh Pant's pads, I think, and popped up, and Rahane was a little slow to move forward. We'll wait for the replay to have another look at this.
Oh, yes. But what's Pant doing?
His gloves were nowhere near it. It was a thick outside edge.
No, he hit his leg, but he didn't even look to see where the ball went, did he?
He
thought that was gone. Oh, no, it's bounced almost between.
This time he whips from middle stump out in front of the umpire for 1 and goes to 46.
It was a genuine outside edge. And he can do that. It's ricocheted off Pant's thigh and then popped up and kind of landed in between the keeper and the first slip. But he has that ability because he bowls quite tight to the stumps. It almost would feel like some balls are like an outswing. Because Nathan Lyon comes wide and angles the ball in. Ashwin and Sundar getting right in tight.
Washington again, he tosses it up and Payne drives and will take a single. A half century for Tim Payne. Just when his country needed it. He raises the bat ever so gently to accept the applause coming from the Gabba crowd. His best test performance here at this ground. And after all the dramas and disappointments from Sydney, he's responded with the bat with a half century. And Australia 5 for 311 at the end of the 99th over on the new Hilux SR5 scoreboard.
Nothing says Aussie summer like a barbecue. Sizzling snags and an ice-cold Bundaberg ginger beer. Bundaberg ginger beer is a true blue brew. A quintessential classic, craft brewed over 3 days using real Aussie ginger and a traditional family recipe, which has been perfected over 4 generations. Treat yourself this summer to the great Australian brew, Bundaberg ginger beer.
Ninth Test 50 for Tim Payne in 35 Test matches, still without the 3 figures. Will today be the day for Tim Payne? Pat from Hawthorn says, I'm a genuine number 11, hopefully not required with the bat.
I can't let that one go. If you're a genuine number 11 in E grade.
Payne starts. So we're looking for the worst cricketer that we can find that's actually playing out there today. Steve from Carrum says, listening and shadow batting before a big ton in J grade today. Surely there isn't a J grade, is there?
Nah, now you're getting out of hand, surely.
That's just silly.
J grade. Must be a big club.
Durham has sent a text through saying he's heading down the freeway to play with Heather Hill in the A2 comp. Our team is better known as the Hills Invitational 11. And this time it's an edge, and this time it's caught. And Payne falls for exactly 50. Australia loses its first wicket on the second day. It's 6th overall, and a wince on the face of the captain as again India find a way to break through just when Australia looked to really have them by the throat. And Shardul gets his second wicket. He pushed it up there. This time Payne did go after it. It was a bit of a nothing shot. And he's been taken smartly by Rohit Sharma at second slip. So after getting his half century, Chris, the Australian captain goes.
Yeah, well, it just spoke about how well he was playing to let the ball come in. And then that was the first one he actually pushed away from his body. And he knew Thakur was swinging the ball out from that kind of 4th stump line. So that's a mistake. His front foot was almost glued to the crease line. So he'll look back and think that he played a poor shot then. Credit to the bowler for getting it full, but that was probably a batsman mistake. And he played so well up until that moment.
We are going to take some drinks here. So the drinks break brought to you by Dometic. Everything you need for adventures, big or small. And our friends at Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. So as Pat Cummins makes his way out, we'll take a short break. Keep them coming through as to where you're playing cricket this afternoon. Australia 6 for 311. Tim Payne out for 50.
The drinks break, filled with refreshing colour from Dometic. The new Dometic Patrol Icebox comes in colours like olive, ocean, mango, ivory and beige. Sorry, there's no ivory and beige. It's slate and mist, the new Dometic Patrol Icebox. Grab one for your next adventure. Dometic.com.
Beautiful delivery, gone for nothing!
With Western Union, you can send money online to bank accounts overseas for zero sender or receiver transfer fee when you pay with Polly. Download the Western Union app today. Western Union also makes money from currency exchange.
Hi, it's Michael Clark here. Since retiring from international cricket, my days haven't slowed down, so it's important I get the support I need. Try Wagner Fish Oil 1000 from Chemist Warehouse. It contains omega-3 fatty acids, which support the healthy function of the nervous system, heart health, brain health, and eye health. Find the new look Wagner Fish Oil 1000 at 2 for $25 at Chemist Warehouse.
Always read the label. Use only as directed. If symptoms persist, see your healthcare professional. Chemist Warehouse. Lowest prices guaranteed.
A
7-hour drive with your famously tight-lipped father-in-law would break most, but the off-road features of the new Hilux Rugged X make an all-terrain shortcut the obvious option, so you can stay unbreakable.
What do you reckon, shortcut? Yeah.
Awaken your unbreakable with the new Hilux. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
Tony's Strikelight Strikers at Adelaide Oval. Watch them take on the Brisbane Heat this Thursday night at Adelaide Oval. Adults from $22 and $5 for under 18. Game starts 6:45 p.m. Tickets are available online at adelaidestrikers.com.au.
Australia 6 for 3-11 here at the Gabba with Adam Collins, Ryan Harris and Ian Healy. Tim Payne, the captain, has fallen on an even 50. His 9th half-century, a fine one too, and a very good partnership with Cameron Greenworth, 98, but falling to Shardul Thakur, who set the trap. A number of balls bowled in that channel well outside the off-stump, and Payne was happy to leave, but after reaching his milestone, had a flash at one, taken nicely by Rohit Sharma at second slip. So Pat Cummins, the new man for Australia. Thakur completes his over after the drinks break and left alone outside the off-stump. The new Australian batsman for Bundaberg, Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. Ryan Harris bowling to a plan, and it's worked.
It's worked this morning. And look, I think, again, Tim Payne would be very disappointed. It was another wicket that was totally against the flow. They've really looked quite comfortable out there this morning, the Australian batsmen, and we haven't seen too many play misses, or we've probably had a ball that close, when Tim Payne left, that went close to the stumps, but there hasn't been too much happening. 3 slips for the new man. Thakur bowls here and beating Cummins outside the off-stump, flashing at a ball that he may have left had he had his time again, Ian Healy. Or hit to the fence.
he's toey. Pat Cummins is all over the shop here. He's about 30 not out in the drinks break, practising that many shots, and he hasn't settled at all yet. And these outswingers that look very drivable from Thakur are just swinging enough to beat the bat.
So Thakur, a conventional field, 3 slips and a gully. A chance here to go again, bowls at Cummins. He leaves that on length through to Rishabh Pant.
That's the ball that is wasted. That's wasteful bowling because Pat Cummins can leave it stress-free. He hasn't got a decision to make, and it's not going to hit the stumps. It's way wide of off. Look at the pressure they're bringing on now. I think Rahane's off the field, and it might be Rohit Sharma. Who's the vice captain?
Oh, what's he got?
Slips.
But he's got 4 slips.
4 slips. Rohit Sharma's one of those. He's taken 3 catches, a couple of them at second slip, but they are going to push hard here, understandably so after breaking that partnership. 4 slips in a gully. Thakur to the crease, and Cummins defends into the onside. The end of a successful over for India on the new Hilux SR5 scoreboard. Australia 6 for 3-11.
Hi Australia, it's Shikhar Dhawan when I'm not smashing Aussie bowlers to the boundary. I'm looking after my family by sending money home to India with the Western Union app. I can send money straight to their bank account online, no matter where in the world I am. And there's no sender or receiver fee when I pay with Kohli. Nice shot. Send money around the world with the Western Union app. Download it now from Google Play or the App Store.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes be bowled over by value and choice. Washington Sundar starting his fresh over, second of the morning, defended by Cameron Green into the onside, no run.
I think we're going to see Cameron Green be a little bit more aggressive here. I think since that edge, he's sort of pushing and prodding at the crease.
Slip and a short leg. Sundar bowls here in Green. Straight down the ground, but there's a long on in position. He'll only get 1. Moving to 47, Australia 6 for 3, 1-2.
And in that same over, we're just discussing whether or not Cameron Green swept, and he probably missed the ball that he should have swept. And then it was a beautiful ball from Sundar that was edged into Rishabh Pant's thigh. How it didn't go to slip was quite amazing, but I think after that ball, the following 2 balls after that, he used his feet, he got down to the ball, so I don't think we'll see too much pushing and prodding.
3 men around the bat. Sundar to the crease and bowls, and Cummins gets off the mark with a single to cover. That's well played.
Yeah, that's why it's such a difficult field to bowl to for Sundar. There's got to be one too many fielders, one fielder that's not going to get used on that leg side, and just sort of fill that gap that he just pushed into too easily.
Just 3 men on the offside. Sundar bowls and Green tries to beat mid-wicket on the clip but can't.
So new batter in, and you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on the onside, 2 on the off, and you bowl a ball outside, half volley outside off stump.
Yep.
That's what you want as a new batter. Get off the mark.
Sundar bowls. He's got a long on as well. Green's bowled. 2 wickets in 2 overs for India. They are well and truly back in this test match. That's gone the other way. Superb bowling by the man on debut, Washington Sundar. He's castled Green for 47. Australia 7 for 313. Tremendous cricket, Ian Healy.
Good delivery. It just surprised everything. The footwork of Green was fine. He was out in the front foot, and you saw the leg stump get bent back. We're watching it out of the hand now. It's a regulation off spinner, and it just spins through the gate, I suppose. Outside edge. Outside edge. Just played for a little bit too much spin onto leg stump.
I thought originally watching the first replay it was like a deuce run.
Yeah, it was the edge.
Yeah, it was almost. It was the edge, but it just didn't spin as much. It looked like he undercut it a little bit, so probably not getting up and over and the spin and the bounce. But what a nice delivery.
Australia lose wickets at 3-11, then 3-1-3. Their 2 set men falling in the space of 2 overs. Tim Payne for 50, then Cameron Green for 47. This is exactly what the captain told us on SEN Test cricket before play today. They'd lost wickets after getting set throughout the series, and it's happened again here. And it very much opens the door for the tourists after Australia were in complete control for the majority of the first hour.
Oh, so unfortunate there for Green. He's played down the wrong line. It was angled in. It was going to miss leg stump if he had missed it. And but he got the outside edge of the bat and just carried on to the stump. So I'm giving that hour now. Are we giving it to India? Yeah, we said they had to get wickets in the first hour. It's 1 hour and 5, and they've got 2 finally.
Australia moving from 2-7-4 to 3-1-3, 2 wickets. I'm certain that Ajinkya Rahane would have taken that. There's 2 set men gone. We're into the Australian bowlers now. Stark yet to face a delivery. Has 1 to negotiate in this Sundar over. Around the wicket, 2 men around the bat. Stark well forward in defence. End of a successful over for India. Another one. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmesby. Bowled over by value and choice. Australia 7 for 313.
Having to crawl chin first under a house through 40 years of spider carcasses would break most. But no matter how uncomfortable things get on the job, you can stay comfortable and unbreakable in your new Toyota Hilux. Awaken your unbreakable with the upgraded Hilux range. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
2020, you're dumped. Make a date with Beaumont right now and get 20 to 50% off tiles. Bathroom, kitchen, laundry, floors and walls dumped by a massive 20 to 50%. Choose Beaumont and dump the prices.
How this game has changed over the course of the last 10 minutes. Australia losing 2 quick wickets. 4 slips in position. Cummins on strike on 1. Thacker to the crease and bowls, and Cummins gets himself a single. Squeezed out past point. 7 for 314. But even by virtue of the fields we're seeing it, the tenor of the morning has changed right now.
Yeah, it has. The whole momentum. I mean, Tim Payne mentioned this morning that it was up to him and Cameron Green to get through the morning session and, you know, fight their way up towards that 350, 370 mark, or 400 even if they were going well. And, and once again, he mentioned there's been times in the series where they've got themselves in positions where they need to go on and you know, get those big scores, and we've probably seen it happen again this morning. They've lost wickets at probably the wrong time, and not that there's any time to lose a wicket.
Thacker bowls to Stark, who clips through the onside and gets himself a single. He's off the mark to deep square leg, 7 for 315. So just 12 runs through the last 5 overs. They dried up the scoreboard before taking those wickets.
Just clear that up. It's no good time to lose a wicket, is there, really? But it's been in India they've bowled better. We've seen the balls that have, obviously the spinner was hitting the stumps, which was good, but we've seen Thacker here just pitch the ball up a little bit. He got Tim Payne, caught a slip. He's definitely obviously trying the same plan here to Pat Cummins, Ian Healy, because he's got 4 slips. Got
to love the look of this field. 5 slips, or 5 men in the cordon, maybe 4 slips in the gully. Thacker bowls, and leaving outside the off stump is Pat Cummins, who gives it a bit of a lightsaber after it passes the bat. We've got the Gabba troopers beneath us here to our right, not the Richies who we're used to seeing on day 2. It's a different group, but they've been making plenty of noise early on, enjoying their morning. I'm sure they'll make a lot more noise later on if we don't get washed out. Let's hope that the
about
rain
an hour and a half time, usually when you're out in the middle, you notice the crowd slip into sixth gear when they've sunk a few coldies.
Did I tell you one thing they did before they got their coldies in hand? Slapped on the sunscreen.
Did they?
Bowls here. It's full. Big shout for League before wicket. Umpire Wilson says yes. 3 wickets in 3 overs for India. They have fought hard throughout the series. Whenever they've needed something to go their way, they have found it. India take their 8th wicket with Australia on 3-1-5. Cummins is going to send it upstairs, but Ryan Harris, that looks pretty good.
I had the finger up. This might be worse than my referral on Adelaide back in the Ashes, where I was pretty embarrassed about. I think this is hitting middle stump, just not even halfway up. It was quite full.
The first time we've seen DRS in operation through the Test match. Don't let your luck run out. Drive safely. These holidays for TRC, for the TAC, I should say, our DRS referrals. And the first one back, it's a full toss.
I thought it swung back a bit more than that. So here we go. Let's flip the coin as we do sometimes with DRS and see what line that has the ball going on.
Missing
leg. Yeah, that's just looking at that slow mo. He hasn't hit it.
Yeah, nothing there.
Sitting very low on the pad, just above the foot, and didn't really swing back.
Well, onto ball tracking we go. Watching it.
Umpire's call.
Red. Hitting leg stump halfway up. Confirming that Paul Wilson was right in his assessment. Confirming that Australia have lost their 8th wicket with the score on 3-1-5. So they've lost wickets at 3-11, 3-13 and 3-15. And suddenly, a very good morning for Australia is turning into an exceptional one for India. Tim Payne, then Cameron Green, and now Pat Cummins falling. Thacker, 2 of them. Sundar, the other. What a fight back.
Great bowling by Thacker. So he's got something to follow up with. He's bowled extremely good corridor. Outswing, picked up the wicket of Payne, kept it out there. The ball's swinging, so the batsman's wary, and then bang, fires something in at the pad. He's got some quality bowling that he's got to back up from, and he's done it well.
The round of applause you can hear around the Gabba is for Nathan Lyon, walking out in his 100th Test match. They love him around the country, not least at Brisbane, where he received so much attention a few years ago. So much love at a time in his career when things weren't going so well, but returns to this ground with 396 Test wickets, and he's got a job to do with bat in hand first of all, because Australia are at risk of throwing away a very solid foundation. 8 for 3-1-5. They don't want to leave many runs on the field, and, well, put it this way, half an hour ago, as you say, Ryan Harris, 400, 450 is a reasonable expectation, but now 8 for 3-1-5, and Thacker has a couple of deliveries here at Australia's number 10.
Come on, Gaz.
On the way, 4 slips and a gully, and Lyon pulls, gets himself a single off the mark first ball. Maybe a couple. It will be a couple. Mitchell Stark calls him through. 8 for 3-17. Lyon off the mark with 2.
Oh, what are those what are those tablets Pant took? Have a look at that. He's
I didn't see him run that fast when I was in Dubai with him. He took off after that, didn't he?
He has beat 2 fielders, done a slide and thrown it back in.
I have to admit, let's go back to that dismissal. Just live, it just looked like it was plumb, didn't it? But I thought that hit him on leg stump watching that slow-mo, didn't it?
That's right. And it had another metre and a little bit to travel, and they're saying it still hit leg stump.
I jumped the gun a bit there, but
it's all right, mate.
Last ball, a successful over, is knocked into the offside by Nathan Lyon. So 3 overs in a row where India have picked up wickets. Australia now on the ropes. 8 for 317 SEN Test cricket for Healy Holmes be bowled over by value and choice.
Hi, it's Michael Clark here. Since retiring from international cricket, my days haven't slowed down, so it's important I get the support I need. Try Wagner Fish Oil 1000 from Chemist Warehouse. It contains omega-3 fatty acids, which support the healthy function of the nervous system, heart health, brain health, and eye health. Find the new look Wagner Fish Oil 1000 at 2 for $25 at Chemist Warehouse.
Always read the label. Use only as directed. If symptoms persist, see your healthcare professional. Chemist Warehouse. Lowest prices guaranteed.
So Mitchell Stark has been effective with the bat, especially against India, who he averages 30 against across his career. But they give for that now. A slip and a short leg. Sundar starts a fresh over. Pushed into the offside, no run.
Strap yourself in, Nicolo. Here we go. I reckon Mitchell Stark's not going to be hanging around. There's no one out. Mid-on and mid-off are sort of deep.
Sundar bowls and Stark leans forward and again picks out cover on the drive.
There's no one out in the boundary. If you can picture a regulation mid-on, mid-off, they're probably, 10, 15 sort of paces deeper, aren't they?
Yep. Teasing him. Try to hit over our heads if you like.
Sundar bowls and Stark off the back foot cutting, but can't beat the man around there at backward point. There's a group of Indian fans waving their flags at Cow Corner. That might be a target for Mitchell Stark. There's no one out there. That's where he does his finest work when lifting over the top. Sundar bowls and Stark again defends. Discipline here early on.
Been impressed with Sundar.
Yeah.
He's been really good. And it's going to test that shot, exactly what you say, Colin, there, because that's his shot. But he's spinning the ball away from the bat, and because he's quite tall, he's getting some bounce. So it's going to be a very tough shot for Stark to play.
Yeah, against the spin. We have a go around the wicket. Sundar. Stark on the front foot again, pushes to cover. So happy just to occupy the crease a bit here and work his way into it.
I definitely think he'll give it a go. I just want to build it up, because if he plays it, it'll be a good shot. And as it says, there's no one out there.
Last ball of a tidy set. Sundar to the crease, and Stark does go swing over the top, out towards that group of Indian fans. And he's gone all the way for six. Perfectly called by Ryan Harris. Stark waited for his moment against the spin, into the crowd. The end of the 103rd over. Australia 8 for 323.
There's nothing more frustrating than a watering hose that kinks and stays like that. My FlexStream hose by Nilex never holds the kinks, so the water flows perfectly. Flow like a Nile expert, water like a Nile expert. Nilex FlexStream hoses, available at Bunnings.
New mini hotcakes with Nutella have arrived at Macca's. Our famous hotcakes made mini with a delicious layer of creamy Nutella. Try them today and flavour your summer with Macca's. Available for a limited time only.
Mitchell Stark is 7 after that massive blow out to Cow Corner. Nathan Lyon 2, Australia 8 for 323 on the new Hilux SR5 scoreboard. Adam Collins with you. Ryan Harris and Ian Healy with me here at the Gabba. Shardul Thakur, 2 wickets in his column in this spell so far. 3 slips, racing towards Nathan Lyon. Bowls here and Lyon hooks down towards square leg and gets himself a boundary. That's been Nathan Lyon's best shot against the Quicks in the latter part of his career. Executes it perfectly. He moves to 6, Australia 8 for 327.
Well, it's going to get interesting now. We were just talking the previous over with Mitchell Stark. He waited. It was good batsmanship by Mitchell Stark. He waited, didn't he? He waited for the fuller one. He knows his zone. He got it. He got it very well. One thing I'm not used to yet, Eels, is the ball coming back from the crowd and being cleaned.
No. I wonder what they do use. Is it normal sanitizer or it'll be Dettol, I reckon.
So we're going to get a second man out as a result of that shot. So a deep fine leg, a man at square leg, 15 metres in from the rope, and a mid-on. A massive gap elsewhere on the leg side. Will Lyon go?
Oh, my goodness.
Beautiful straight drive off Thakur. In the slot, Lyon striking through the line of the ball. That's one of the shots of the test match so far. Lyon moves to 10. Australia 8 for 331. Glorious.
I was just about to say then the perfect ball here would be getting driving. He's got that man back. He's bowled a couple of short balls. But Nathan Lyon, move up the order.
Well, the shot of Starks, the last ball last over, it was an incredible hit. That went for 6. He didn't look like he was even trying to hit it for 6. It's gone a long way. And now Nathan Lyon looks like Gordon Greenwich.
Exciting cricket at the Gabba. Thakur to Lyon, short of a length, knocks it into the onside. Down towards mid-on, there's no run there with the sub Prithvi Shaw doing the fielding. Wickets and runs. An eventful little spell in this test match. Just when Australia were mid-collapse, Nathan Lyon and Mitchell Stark have found the rope 3 times in quick succession.
When they're valuable, they're going to be valuable runs. I mean, 350's got to be a minimum. And the way these two play, they're not going to hang around. They're going to play their shots, but they'd know that, again, 350 has to be a goal.
Those 3 slips for Lyon. Thakur bowls to him here. Striking him on the pad. Shout for leg before. Sounded like 2 noises. Umpire Wilson said no. And indeed, judging by the response of Ajinka Rahane, there was an inside edge, Ryan Harris.
But one of the goals, and I've been out of the team a little while now, but batting in the tail, one of the goals was to try and put around 80 to 100 runs on at the back end, if you could, because it's obviously they're valuable runs, especially in these situations. You're still obviously wearing down the opposition, but no, that should be the goal of these two here, trying to put on as many. Obviously, they've lost Pat Cummins, but these two can definitely do it.
And the tail has wagged well in the series for Australia. Past the inside edge here. Thacker was interested for a moment, thinking there might have been a tickle on it by Lyon. But just in between that blade and the off stump, good bowling again, jagging it back off the seam.
Yeah, it did jag a bit back off the seam. It was an off cutter again, but definitely still something there if you put it in the right spot.
Yeah, I think casting forward, if it is happening off the wicket and the ball is new, I'd be opening our bowling with Hazelwood and Cummins.
Yeah, maybe.
Not so much Stark. Stark can use his pace and possible reverse swing later on. But if it's going to jag, those two are the favourites.
Thacker to complete his over. 2 out on the leg side, and Lyon knocks it out to the squarer of the 2 for a single. He'll retain the strike, the deep backward square leg, moving himself to 11. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes to be bowled over by value and choice. Australia 8 for 332.
G'day, Merv Hughes here for Scott Pack Business Finance. I have my uniforms tailored for my unique body, and Scott Pack can tailor a cash flow solution for your unique business. Whatever your needs, search for Scott Pack today.
Conserving water is so important. Nylex helps you do that with our range of grey and recycled water hoses and accessories. So don't just conserve like a Nile expert, water like a Nile expert. Nylex recycled watering range. Available at Bunnings.
9,947 patrons in at the Gabba at the moment. Watching a spirited display of lower order batting from Nathan Lyon and Mitchell Stark after 3 wickets fell in a hurry. Australia losing Payne, Green and Cummins in successive overs. Sweeping to start the new series line and sweeping beautifully. Nathan Lyon has swept so well over the last couple of years. Again, his best shot against pace is the hook, but as soon as he sees fingers spin, he's down on that back knee, and that raced away for his third 4. He's 15. Australia 8 for 336.
And there's been another man put back. The leg slip now is going back to a 45. And Nathan Lyon, there was no doubt about him sweeping that. He was walking across. He was down just as Sundar let go of that ball. So, and as you said then, Colo, his sweep shot's not bad. He does sweep. Looks like he's been practicing his pull shots as well. That's all he's played today as well.
2 catches and 2 men on the rope. And Lyon sweeps again straight into the man at short leg. Might have just scomed him there.
Pretty sure in there.
Pretty sure the sub is the short leg. Just taking a while to get back onto his feet. Nathan Lyon goes over for a chat. All in good spirit. Gets a pat on the back from his captain.
It's a fun game, eh? You don't get picked and you've got to field a short leg.
Readies himself to go again. Sundar bowling to Lyon, who leaves this spin past his backside. No need to play at that. We've been around the bat.
Remember young Marnus Labuschagne doing that exact job a few years ago, back in 2014. 13, actually.
Sundar bowls over the wicket and Lyon wristily through the onside. Past the square leg umpire. Gets one, wants to, and will get to. To the danger end goes Stark. But Lyon called him through. Good assertive running from the Australian number 10. He moves to 17. Australia 8 for 338.
He wants Sundar, I think, Lyon. He was off and gone, wasn't he? Mitchell Stark's hamstrings are definitely woken up.
But this batting, Lyon's done something the top order couldn't do. Throw Washington Sundar's line off, lines and lengths off.
Sundar to Lyon, it's Fuller. Yorks him almost, but Lyon gets down in defence. Has one more ball in this over, the off-spinner. Lyon's 17 from just 13 deliveries. The partnership's 23 from 18, 23 from 19 make that. Sundar to complete his over. Bowls and Lyon, this time happy to defend into the onside off the front foot. So more runs from that over, 6 of them. Australia 8 for 338.
Nothing says Aussie summer like listening to the cricket with an ice-cold Bundaberg ginger beer. Bundaberg ginger beer is a true blue brew. A quintessential classic, craft brewed over 3 days using real Aussie ginger and a traditional family recipe, which has been perfected over 4 generations. Treat yourself this summer to the great Australian brew, Bundaberg ginger beer.
Adam Collins, Ryan Harris and Ian Healy with you at the Gabba. Shardul Thacker has been most effective this morning, getting another opportunity from our Vulture Street end. He's bowled in this spell. 5 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 19. Picked up Tim Payne, the crucial breakthrough, ending that partnership with Cameron Green on 98, then trapping Pat Cummins leg before wicket for 2.
Could be some short stuff here. There's a Whitey's leg slip in.
Gets a chance to Stark for the first time, and Stark plays with a straight blade, past the stumps. There's runs there. He's timed it nicely. They'll get a couple. Again, running around his Agarwal to do the tidying up. It's 8 for 340. Stark's on 9.
That's a better shot than any of the top orders played. That is a back foot punch down the ground.
It wasn't for the mid-on, who's slightly deeper. That would have gone for 4.
Oh, they've taken the short man out. That leg slip's gone. I thought it wasn't a bad move, as long as they bowl some short stuff and get Stark playing the pull shot.
Well, 2 out for the short ball if it does come. A deep backward square and a fine leg. 2 slips in a gully, the catches. Over the wicket, Thacker bowls and Stark hoiks into the onside along the ground, gets 1 to deep square. He moves to double figures. Australia 8 for 341.
See that a lot these days, Hills, and it's frustrating. You set up. I mean, they obviously have different plans. You don't know what the plan is for India, but you set up for a ball, so to bowl short.
Yep.
You bowl a full ball, and he plays a pretty good shot. Like, it still wasn't a very bad ball, but then because the plan didn't work, you didn't put the ball. You make the adjustment to the field. That plan, I think, was a good plan.
Yeah, it was a good one for 1 ball in a row. 3 slips back in for Gordon Greenwich now.
Thacker bowls to line. Has a swing at this well outside the off stump, but doesn't make contact.
If he's not Gordon Greenwich, I think he's been practising Steve Smith. He's got the sabre. You know, when he played that flourishing cut shot just then and played and missed, it was beautiful wrists. And then when he hit that 4 before the first sweep, he had a twirl of the bat, which was like a cheerleader. You know, it was very skillful twirl. He's been practising that sort of stuff in his room, I reckon. Quarantine's been good for Lino.
Our experts for Maccas and McGriff and El Macco are back at Maccas this summer. Ian Healy and Ryan Harris with me. Shardul Thacker bowls here. And driving is Nathan Lyon. A nice cover drive out towards the boundary rope, and it will win. Nathan Lyon, much to the approval of the Gabba crowd, moves into the 20s. He's 21 from just 16 deliveries, 4 boundaries along the way. Australia 8 for 345, Ian Healy.
Great shot. Really good shot. Watched it out of the hand. Footwork was perfect.
Not a bad ball. On the up.
Thacker was getting tired, though. He sort of had a great spell. He really deserves to pick up at least one of the next remaining 2 wickets.
What's his spell so far, Colin? What have you got there?
He's into his 6th over.
Yeah, decent spell.
Can he finish it? 2 slips in the gully. Line pulls. Down to fine leg. In complete control there, Line, of the stroke as well. He's looking very good. He's 22. 8 for 346. 1 ball to come in this Thacker over. He'll get a chance at Mitchell Stark.
Looks like Matthew Mott or Andrew McDonald or whoever's doing the throwdowns for the Australian team. He's definitely practiced that short pitch ball, hasn't he?
And more coaches around.
Well, there's more.
See, so they've got shadows for everything, haven't they? The coach has got an assistant coach, and there's a shadow assistant coach and a shadow analyst in case someone has to leave the bubble.
That's right.
And they've been well used. Lino looks like Bradman, yeah?
Last ball, the over. Thacker bowls and Stark happy to leave this alone. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmesby bowled over by value and choice. Australia on the new Hilux SR5 scoreboard are 8 for 346.
Hi, it's Michael Clark here. Since retiring from international cricket, my days haven't slowed down, so it's important I get the support I need. Try Wagner Fish Oil 1000 from Chemist Warehouse. It contains omega-3 fatty acids, which support the healthy function of the nervous system, heart health, brain health, and eye health. Find the new look Wagner Fish Oil 1000 at 2 for $25 at Chemist Warehouse.
Always
guaranteed.
Nathan Lyons, 22 from just 17 balls. He struck 4 Blunston boundaries along the way. Blunston 150 not out, and gets another chance against the spin of Sundar, the off spin. He'll be sweeping, make no mistake. 2 men out for it, and he does sweep straight away down to the finer of the two. A long leg. The return comes in. Lyon moves to 23 with that single. 8 for 347.
So once again, Nathan Lyon very early down to his sweep in position. Prithvi Shaw, who's at short leg, was even quickly to get down there. He was right down then. He wasn't going to get hit again.
So we have the long on this occasion, Rhino. That man is in there as a direct consequence of the 6 that Mitchell Starc struck the last time he faced the off spinner. 4 on the leg side. Sundar around the wicket and Starc off the outside portion of the bat. It spits out past backward point. Gets a couple for it along the ground. 8 for 349. This partnership advances to 34. Starc has 12 of them.
What? You know what this is for both teams? It's fun.
Yeah.
The Indians have,
for the Indians.
No, but they're in the game, aren't
they?
Are. There's something happening.
And they've done well. They've taken some wickets, you're right.
Yeah, so they're finding this enjoyable enough, and I bet the dugout of the Australians are loving it.
Sundar to Starc, who defends.
That's what he needs to do, Washington Sunday. He needs to forget about who's batting, keep bowling those good balls that he's been bowling. You know, he's just bowled a couple there because of the sweep shot, because of the shot over long on from Starc earlier.
They're put on 34 from 28 balls. Sundar bowls a fraction shorter and Starc knocks it on the head, no runs.
Just wavered a bit off his tight lines, which is what, as you said before, what these two batsmen have done. They've put him off his plan.
You know that length he found to green twice? The one that got him out, that was the length, and he darted it onto that length. That's probably what he's got to do to Starc here.
Sundar on leg stump, and Starc takes advantage of it through the onside, past square leg, gets 1, comes back for 2. He's now 14 from 15 deliveries. Australia bring up their 350 with that stroke as well. 8 for 351. This pair came together when it was 8 for 315, and they've batted with purpose. They've ticked the board over, and they're transferring some pressure back onto the Indian bowlers. Last ball of the Sundar over. Around the wicket to Starc. 2 catching men, and Starc takes a single down the ground to long off. Well played. He's 15 from 16 balls at the end of the over. We'll go back to Melbourne after the break to Gerard Whateley with Australia 8 for 352.
Having to transport a prized piece of your niece's amateur art through a storm would break most, but the motorised roller cover on the new Hilux Road means you can keep it dry at the touch of a button and stay unbreakable. Awaken your unbreakable with the new Hilux Road. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
2020, you're dumped. Make a date with Beaumont's right now and get 20 to 50% off tiles. Bathroom, kitchen, laundry, floors and walls dumped by a massive 20 to 50%. Choose Beaumont's and dump the prices.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes be bowled over by value and choice. Australia 8 for 352. Lyon 23, Starc 15, a partnership that's already realised 37 runs in 32 balls. It's just about the best genre of cricket, I reckon. Tail end batting, Brad Haddin, and there's been real intent and intensity to it.
Yeah, it doesn't get more exciting than this, Gerard. And what about the crowd? The crowd love tail end batting. You can play the best on drive or the best pull shot at the top of the order, but if Nathan Lyon plays half a sweep shot at an on drive, the crowd's involved straight away. But smart move here, getting Siraj back in. This changes the mindset of a tail ender when the ball gets up to 140 k's.
So stop the rot, Ajinkya Rahane is thinking after doing so much hard work. Payne, Green and Cummins in quick succession at 3:11, 3:13 and 3:15. Siraj begins his fresh spell. He's over the wicket to Nathan Lyon, who drives, but he won't beat mid-on. And a dot to start the over. This is very much in keeping with the series, Hads. Australia was on the cusp of taking it by the throat and really breaking India, and then India just clawed their way back.
It's that ruthless edge that Australia have missed, isn't it? When just as you think they're going to break the game open and really drive the game forward, India are back. They've got a depleted bowling attack. They look like they're wounded, but it's that resolve. They just keep coming.
Siraj bowls, Lyon pulls, top edge, flies down into the deep and goes, well, it might have just been fielded in the field of play. That's a good scamper around the rope at fine leg to knock it back in and save a couple of runs. Natarajan really covering the ground to knock that back from the rope.
The impressive thing about the series is India just keep finding a way. There's been extraordinary adversity thrown at them with injuries, and you'd imagine at the end of the series they're going to have to sit down and really have a good debrief about what went wrong, because this has been an extraordinary injury toll, but they just keep presenting. No matter what bowlers they put on the field, they just keep finding a way when they're under pressure.
Stark 16, Lyon 23, 8 for 353. So they got one after all of that. Obviously thought it was going for 4. Siraj in, bowls down the leg side to Lyon, so a waste.
And what about the occasion for Nathan Lyon? He becomes the 13th player to play 100 test matches, and I always thought he was destined for greatness. His first ball in test cricket, he gets the great Kumar Sangakkara. And I think the biggest compliment I can pay Nathan Lyon is he's a teammate you want beside you when you're under pressure. He enjoys the battle. He loves seeing his teammates do well.
Lyon pulls into the deep. He's done it well. He rolled the wrists on it. Knocks it down to backward square. Sundar does the fielding, a single take, and he's 24.
And the scene's set, isn't it, for Nathan Lyon to play his 100th test, get his 400th test wicket. It's been an extraordinary ride, but he gets no more pleasure than what he's doing right now. Slogging a few, getting that sweep shot we know he loves. Yeah, it's great cricket to watch.
So I think he's grown into the idea of batting, hasn't he? As for a long time, he was a legit number 11, and the story was a couple of years ago that he and his brother started to do some work and go, if you're going to be this far in, Stark defends to mid-off, you may as well see if you can have some fun. And really, I was thinking back to that Adelaide test 2 years ago, that's where it really revealed itself. A 24 not out and a 38 not out to give Australia a chance at winning, notwithstanding he had scored a 47 in Cape Town before that.
Yeah, I think the one thing, the work he did with his brother, he just needed a technique he could trust when he was put under pressure, just to be able to go forward and defend the ball or go back. And that's the one thing that was missing his game. Yes, he could attack, but
Siraj to Stark, stays out of a short one. And that is the end of the over. We'll pick this up with Brad Haddin in a moment. 8 for 354 on the new Hilux SR5 scoreboard.
Oh, well, you sent that one with a lot of pace, and...
You can send money online to bank accounts overseas for zero sender or receiver transfer fee when you pay with Polly.
Outstanding figures!
Download the Western Union app today.
Incredible speed and gone for a big, beautiful zero!
Western Union also makes money from currency exchange.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes be bowled over by value and choice. Some happy hitting from Mitch Stark and Nathan Lyon. Late in the opening session of day 2, Washington's Sundar is about to begin his 28th over of the innings, 2 for 85, and he's bowling to Nathan Lyon, who's on 24. And Lyon is down to sweep. He gets nothing on it. Brad Haddin's insights into the evolving batting of Nathan Lyon.
Yeah, I found it interesting batting with Nathan. I remember one time at the MCG and we had a mid-wicket conversation. He came out all pumped up saying, let's get Australia, let's get 50 runs on, we'll get a partnership.
Lyon sweeps and he's bowled. Bowled around the legs by Washington Sundar. He brings a halt to it. Lyon goes for 24. He punches at the blades. 9 for 354. And not bad from Sundar, who in this session has bowled 2 Australians cold, Brad Haddin.
Yeah, I've enjoyed the role Washington Sundar's played. He hasn't played a lot of first-class cricket. He hasn't played since 2017, but the one thing he's done really well was bowl to a field. He bowled really well to Steve Smith yesterday. He got him with the leg side trap, and that was a huge wicket. But today, he's made the batsmen make decisions off the stumps. Nathan Lyon was in attacking mood. He got 24 runs there. But he's bowled to a plan, which has been the pleasing thing for India.
Josh Hazelwood, the new man in for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. Today, Payne 50, Green 47, Cummins 2, Lion 24, the men dismissed. I love mid-wicket conversations between a keeper and a bowler, Brad. Keep going, even though he's gone.
And I remember Nathan said, what do you think they're going to do? Let's put a partnership on, we'll get through to this stage. And I said, Nathan, they're going to bowl at your head. And Nathan said, Hads, be serious. I said, Nathan, they're going to bowl at your head. And it was Jimmy Anderson. And he said, I'm not listening to you. And he walked down the other end. And he got 3 bounces in a row. and he looked back at me and I sort of nodded and said, well, I told you so. And then another 2 bounces. And the last ball the other, I walked down. I said, Jimmy, you'll go greedy now. I said, open your front leg. You could be a hero here. Try to slog sweep him into Bay 13. He said, Hads, be serious. He said, but this time I'll trust you.
Yes.
And he opened his front leg. Jimmy went for the wicket. He slog swept it, 1 bounce short. I said, you were so far from being a hero there.
Sunda outside the bat of Hazelwood, who played and missed.
So, yeah, he was always really nervous. And you wouldn't take that approach with everyone, but you just had to get Nathan Lyon thinking not about getting hit all the time and just relaxing him a little bit.
Hazelwood faces up, inside edge, down to the leg side. So, in the tail enders you batted with, who was sort of the most overly exuberant, married up with their capabilities?
Ryan Harris was good fun. Ryan Harris was always full of energy, and if he walked 3 metres, Ryan was sweating. So he always looked like he'd been in a contest. And he was always quick to, if someone would say something, his head would turn.
Sunda bowls, driven by Hazelwood. He'll get a run to a mid-off who's set a little back.
Yeah, and he's always had that passion. The same as he did when he was bowling. He's always wanted to be in a contest, and he was one of those guys that he felt like he wanted to run through a brick wall every time. Yeah. So it was enjoyable. Mitchell Johnson was the one you just let go.
Right.
He'd ask about what are they bowling, and you just say, Mitch, you just play what's in front of you.
Starks on 16. He defends the last ball of a successful Washington Sundur over. 9 for 355 on the new Hilux SR5 scoreboard.
Having to sell your boat, the Godfather, after years in the backyard would break most, but the 3.5-tonne brake towing in your new Hilux Rugged X means you can say farewell fast and stay unbreakable. Awaken your unbreakable with the new Hilux. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota. Conditions apply. See toyota.com.au.
SEN studio on King William Street is powered by Lumo Energy. Join SEN and power your home or business with energy from an Australian-owned company. Lumo Energy SA. Learn more. Head to lumoenergy.com.au today.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes be bowled over by value and choice. So wickets at 311, 313, 315, 354. Australia now 9 for 355. Stark 16, Hazelwood 1. The joys of tail end batting. Brad Haddin sharing the odd story with us. Was Mitch Johnson just have a dash? What was it? Did he have any subtlety in his approach?
Well, Mitch Johnson, the one thing, Mitch could bat. He had as good a swing as anyone in the world, but it's when he tried to get too technical and think too much about the game. So you just wanted Mitch to see ball and hit ball.
Siraj begins the fresh over to Hazelwood, who just backs away a fraction and defends to mid-off.
And the one thing you wanted Mitch to do was get in a contest. If he was thinking, are they swinging the ball, they're going to take the new ball, then it'd take away from his batting. If he was just reacting to what was being bowled, he had as good as pull shot as anyone, and he could move a game really quick. So that was an enjoyable thing. But look, watching today, Gerard, Australia will be disappointed again. They've lost that ruthlessness this whole series. They've had opportunities to play India out, but they just keep leaving the door open.
Hazelwood rolls this away to mid-off, no run.
And I think that'll be the disappointing thing from Justin Langer. Yes, they've got to put it out of their head. They've got 355 runs on the board, which is an okay, but it just feels like to me that they've missed 150 runs. They could be in a position, even the way Marnus played yesterday, he started shaky. That second 60 was amazing batting. He was in total control. India had no more plans left to him. Then he gets out of concentration laps. Tim Payne, the same, is in control today. It's just those moments in Test cricket that you need to be a little bit sharper, and you need to be winning those bigger moments to drive the game.
So what do you think it is? where every time Australia, it happened late yesterday when Wade and Labuschagne, just two soft dismissals, as Green and Payne were set. Siraj bowls and Hazelwood sways out of the way. Payne gets out nicking. Green played all around one and got bowled. What is it that dulls that edge of ruthlessness?
Yeah, I think we've got to give a lot of credit to the Indians. I think their bowling plans have been really smart. As we've seen, they've set some really good leg side fields in the first couple of test matches. This test, they've gone a bit different. They've gone wider to the Australians and made them chase the ball. I just think it's one of those series where everything's so hyped, you can't afford to make the...
Hazelwood kept out of the way of a nice short ball from Mohammad Siraj.
You can't keep forward making those mistakes in those big moments, but it's the pressure that Indians have created. They've strangled Australia. Once they get one, they've been able to get on a roll and not let Australia drive the game or bully them.
So 9 down for 355. Statistically, Australia's only ever lost at the Gabba once when they've batted first and posted more than 300. Keep in mind they've won a disproportionate number of games at the Gabba anyway, so those stats are going to be loaded in Australia's favour. The Scott Pack turn unpaid invoices into cash, scottpack.com.au. Siraj zeroes in on the stumps from around the wicket, and Hazelwood's up to the challenge as he swings the bat through, rolls it to cover and gets off strike. 2 for Hazelwood, 9 for 356. So notwithstanding that it's not as many as, well, it should have a 4 in front of it, at least from where Australia got to. The value of 350 plus in the first innings, particularly at the Gabba.
Yeah, and as you see with the Gabba, 350 is a good score. It does leave the opportunity, though, if India bat well in day 2 and 3, it is the best time to bat. Then things can happen really fast at the Gabba. The cracks open up, and that's why you want those big totals in the first innings to create some change room pressure. Then, when the cracks come into play late.
Stark ducks a short one, which Part flies high for. He's able to bat it down and save any buys. End of the over, 9 for 356. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. Be bowled over by value and choice.
Harvey Norman Summer Sizzlers. Australian maiden-owned country pride light love wool queen quilt. $139. Urban 5-seater fabric recliner modular lounge suite with storage console and cup holders. Only $2,699. Purchase with 60 months interest free and receive a bonus gift card up to the value of $500. Minimum finance to $1,000 approved applicants only. 60 for monthly payments. Interest applies if you do not comply with terms and conditions. Fees and exclusions apply. Summer Sizzlers at Harvey Norman.
Australia 9 for 356. Brad Haddin in the experts chair for Maccas. The McRib and El Macco are back at Maccas this summer. Washington Sundar, who's looking for his 4th wicket. He bowls to Hazelwood. Up off the stickers. Bit of bounce from Sundar. It's defended by Hazelwood at his toes. So the value of 350 plus, I guess if you don't get 400, does that alter the capacity to full-on attack?
No, I don't think so. I think this wicket will suit the Australian bowlers, actually. I think there was a little bit of swing on off of...
Sundar bowls. Hazelwood drives away from his body to the short cover, no run.
For Natarajan today, I think Mitchell Stark will be encouraged by that. But it's the length. I think if Australia can get their length right, the wicket is quicker today. I think they'll get opportunities behind the wicket. But as we've seen in this series, you need to take them.
Hazelwood defends. Rohit Sharma at short cover in a catching position under his sun hats. Takar with 3 and Sundar with 3. So the figures are up for grabs late. Sundar around the wicket bowls, defended by Hazelwood. Prithvi Shaw's come in at a silly mid-off. See if he can pick up the balloon defensive stroke from Hazelwood. Breaks are on. Hazelwood's not as expansive as Lyon is, and he's happy to defend the ball to cover.
You see, pretty sure they're at bat pad offside. He's already collected one from Nathan Lyon, and he doesn't look like he's got much interest in taking a chance there. But Josh Hazelwood, he's jumping up out of the way very quickly.
Hazelwood turns off his pads to backward square. There was a few different calls in there. They decided not to go as Agarwal closed it down. End of the over. 9 for 356 on the new Hilux SR5 scoreboard.
G'day, Move Hughes here for Scott Pack Business Finance. I was never the best, but I played with the best. I still do. Scott Pack is the #1 non-bank business lender, the market leader in cash flow solutions. Search for Scott Pack Business Finance.
Breaking news. The saucy McRib and legendary El Maco are back at Macca's with delicious pork dripping in smoky barbecue rib sauce or juicy beef with chunky Mexican salsa. Grab yours today. Available after 10:30 a.m. for a limited time.
The lunch break will come with the fall of Australia's last wickets from here. For Tyre Power, know your tyres. You can have your say. 0433 98 11 16, 1300 736 736. 9 for 356. Hazelwood's 2. Stark is 16. Mohammad Siraj has come around the wicket to Stark and he beats him past the outside edge.
I think the disappointing thing for the Australian batsmen is once they look in control of the game and that ruthless edge that they've just lost it, they've just lost wickets in clumps, and that to me is a concentration thing. That's nothing to do with your technique. That's just making sure you're ready to go when you walk out to bat. You've got to recognise that moment there. You should have been sitting, watching, seeing what's going on with the wicket. Is the ball swinging? They know these conditions well. So to me, it's just a concentration lapse.
Siraj strides in and he bowls to Stark, who ducks the short one, gloves it handsomely. So the wickets fell at 4 and 17 at the start. Smith went at 87. Then yesterday, 200 and 213 when Wade and Labuschagne both fell. Payne and Green in quick succession, 311, 313, and then Cummins 315. A brief partnership involving Lyon and Stark at 354. We find ourselves at 356. Siraj 1 for 67. He's in his 27th over, having led the attack. He bowls and Stark in behind it, defending.
I'm impressed with Siraj the whole summer, and India just keep producing the fast bowls. But the one thing Siraj has done really well, I think, is the length. A new quick coming in to Australia, the foreign conditions can get carried away at the bounce in Australia. But the one thing he's done really well, he's kept his length full. He's challenged both sides of the bat with the length he's bowled. So it's been really good planning from India because they've had such big turnover that these young guys are up to Test cricket straight away.
Stark pulls, top edge. It flies beyond the stumps of the non-striker's head, and the dive of Mayank Agarwal is to no avail. It was just out of his reach. Stark, a risky single. He's 17. Australia 9 for 357.
And that goes the script there. What's happened during the series, catching's been a huge thing this series. We've seen the first day, Marnus, easy one down by Rahane in the slip. That could have been a lot different, but Mitchell Stark there. I think Mitchell Stark's best form of defence is attack.
Yes.
He does like to move the scoreboard, and he's going to give chances like that. But one thing he can do is move the game forward, and he can frustrate bowlers.
Getting a look at the replay, the fully outstretched fingers of Agarwal just couldn't touch the ball. In on the pads comes Siraj to Hazelwood. It sounded like inside edge, and it bounces away harmlessly to cover. I had the maths last night, and there's variations on who thinks what's a chance. I had 25 drop catches, which goes to 26 today. I'm relatively militant on what's a dropped catch, but it was India just a shade more than Australia. I think it would be a 14-12 split now. And defining catches in all 3 test matches so far. In fact, in all 4, Hazelwood plays away a ball to mid-on, which was over-pitched from Siraj. That's the end of the over. 1 from it, 9 for 357. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes, be bowled over by value and choice.
It's important as parents that we create the right environment for our family to play, learn, thrive and grow in comfort. At home, create the right environment for your family with Mega Air. They're Dayton specialist dealers focused on creating custom-designed air systems to meet the top Aussie standards and your unique lifestyle and home design. Mega Air Conditioning. Create your environment. Request a quote now at megaair.com.au.
The final flurry of the Australian innings on the BizCover scoreboard, testbizcover.com.au and BizSave on your business insurance. 9 for 357, Stark 17, Hazelwood 2. Sunda around the wicket bowls and Stark drives. He'll help himself to a single to long off and tick it up to 358. So Hads, you think through, India dropped 6 catches in Adelaide, which thwarted their efforts to soar Australia off with a big lead. Australia dropped 7 catches at the MCG, played a huge role in losing the test. Payne dropped the 3 catches and Nessa dropped the key catch on the final day in Sydney, which means Australia doesn't win. And the two here is Labuschagne on 37 yesterday. Sunda bowls, it's defended by Hazelwood. And then late in the day, Takahu didn't pick up Green, and either of those taken, and Australia doesn't get to 358, I suspect.
Yeah, there's a couple of ways to look at it. I've had a look at the majority of the drop catches.
Sunda bowls, left by Hazelwood, close to the off stump.
And there's not one thing. There's been some technical things that both teams have done. But the one thing for me, fielding reflects your attitude to do all those little things that no one wants to do for your teammates.
Hazelwood drives. Rowett knocks it down at the short cover, but he can't prevent a single. 3 for Hazelwood, 359 for Australia.
And with a test match, the one thing you have to do is take 20 wickets. You ask a lot of your bowling groups to build pressure, to keep pounding in day after day after day. And it's been the concentration lapses not to be in those moments when the game's on the line. So, to me, that's an attitude thing from both teams, wanting to do all those little things to help make your team great. And that's a worry.
Sunda bowls. Stark clips it off his toes, and long on has been pushed back. Grants a single. Stark to 19. Australia 9 for 360.
And we've seen Tim Payne last test match out of character drop a couple of catches, but we also see him after the test match say, I let the emotion of the game get to me. And as a keeper, you've got to be in that moment. The most important thing...
Hazelwood defends the last ball of Sunda's over. Hold that thought, Brad. 9 for 360. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. Be bowled over by value and choice.
Hello Australia, it's Shikhar Dhawan. When travelling, I send money home fast with the Western Union app. Plus, there's no sender or receiver fee when I pay with Poly. Nice job. Download the app now from Google Play or the App Store.
Don't miss your Adelaide Strikers at Adelaide Oval. Whateley take on the Brisbane Heat this Thursday night at Adelaide Oval. Adults from $22 and $5 for under 18. Game starts 6:45 p.m. Tickets only available online at adelaidestrikers.com.au.
Brad Haddin in the experts chair for Maccas. The McRib and El Macco are back at Maccas, just putting us inside the psyche of the keeper as we assess the fielding in this series. Australia 9 for 360 Hads.
Yeah, and one of the things when you're captain and there's a lot going on is a banter, is a gamesmanship, but your still number one job as a team is to concentrate for those 15 seconds when the bowler's coming in. So what I've noticed there, they've just lacked concentration. They're not being in that moment.
Siraj bowls. Stark tucked up in his defence and he rolls it to backward square. The field is well spread, so Stark's able to help himself to his 20th run. It's 9 for 361.
And Tim Payne talking after the test match, he said he was disappointed. He let emotion get involved in what was happening on the field. And the one thing you've got to do as a wicketkeeper is make sure your skills are up to task. You can't let outside thoughts get to you because you play such a big role in the game. So you've got to make sure you're concentrating for that moment, every ball.
Siraj around the wicket. Hazelwood tried the uppercut, missed. So how... there's been a lot of public reflection from Payne. What would his introspection be like as a keeper? And I imagine when you were in the setup, Hads, it probably would have been a conversation between the two of you.
Yeah, all the conversation, if I was still in the setup there, would have been make sure you're in the moment. Yes, get involved in what you need to get involved for if it's helping the team, but your number one core job is to be in the moment when the opportunity comes to the catch. So you got to make sure your head's clear and you're just reacting to what's in front of you and not worrying about everything else.
Hazelwood stays out of a short one from Siraj. And did you have, I mean, it's only human that those moments fluctuate. Did you settle on a little routine like a batsman and a bowler would?
Yeah, I don't think as a wicketkeeper you ever drop a catch in Test cricket if you've gone through all your routines and you settle. I think the only time you ever drop a catch is if you go down into your crouch, something else is in your mind, you're worrying about a bowling change, should this fielder be here, engaging in something you shouldn't be, and letting that thought just take your psyche for that second. If you're in the moment every time, I don't think and I think if you could talk to Heels or any keeper, you never drop a catch.
Hazelwood, a beautiful drive through cover. He leant on that and he pushed it away. It's racing toward the rope for a boundary. And a big Gabba salute for the number 11 who strikes a Blunston boundary, 150 not out. He's 7 and 9 for 365. That's your point, Hads. For any other batsman, that's just polite applause. But it's a roar, it's the number 11.
I love it. I still think this is one of the most exciting times in cricket. No matter what level you play at, the genuine number 11, if they can get a boundary away, whether it's a top edge over the keeper's head, an inside edge, or a beautiful cover drive like that there of Josh Hazelwood, it always brings excitement.
9 for 365. Siraj over the wicket. Hazelwood shies out of the short one again. He's done that well, just leaning back for the limbo. So when Payne's an excellent keeper, and Pant is not, so he's trying to graft his way into his Test career. His batting is outstanding and his keeping is messy. How much work would it require for a player like that to develop his game sense, his concentration techniques, and to, he would be desperately trying to tidy things up, knowing that there's a long Test career for him if he can become a competent keeper?
Yeah, I think the one thing you do all your training is so when you get in that moment, you trust your basics under pressure and you're not second-guessing. At the moment, I don't think Pant trusts his basics when they're put under pressure.
Hazelwood drives for another boundary. He liked the taste of the first one. He's taking the long handle to Mohammad Siraj and pounds him through extra cover. Hazelwood 11, and that's, well, those two highlights coming beautifully for Australia. End of the over, 9 for 369 on the BizCover scoreboard. Test bizcover.com.au and BizSave on your business insurance.
The major moments in sport.
AFL Grand Final replayed at the Gabba.
Individual brilliance.
He's got it. He scored. He shoots. It's the stuff of legend.
Inspiration.
State of Origin Series is won by Queensland.
Across every town and city, sport is the glue of our local community. Listen anywhere, anytime on the SEN app. The latest news articles, podcasts, live sport and more. Download the SEN app today.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes be bowled over by value and choice. The lunch break pushed back now while India strive for the last Australian wicket. 369 on the board. Hazelwood is 11. Stark is 20. Washington Sundar is going to continue from the Stanley Street end of the Gabba. He's around the wicket and Stark leaves outside the off stump. Hads is giving a schooling on the basics of keeping.
Yeah, and the one thing I did a lot of work with Ian Healy and Steve Rickson, and it was all about those bad days, making sure you trust the technique so when you do get put under pressure, it can repeat the action over and over again.
Sundar bowls, Stark watches it go by.
And Pant arriving at Brisbane, it would take a lot of anxiety out of his keeping as well. Consistent bounce, you can get away with little technical flaws up here at the Gabba because the ball's so consistent. It's a lot harder work and asks a lot more of you at a Sydney wicket when you're a lot closer, the bounce is inconsistent. That exposes your technique.
Stark watches it go by as Sundar's changed his angle to over the wickets.
You've got a topic, Gerard, that I can sit here and talk about for hours. I would bore most listeners, so I do apologise.
No, you play to your strengths. Stark's on 20, and again he's patient and lets the ball spin across him.
Yeah, and keeping it at the Gabba, the ball's consistent all the time. Pant's technique, he even gives himself a chance to get a couple of skips in when he's standing back.
Stark plays out of the stumps. He slices it away to point, no run.
I don't know how long Mitchell Stark can do this for.
Yes, not sure how long we want him to do it for.
No, we want him to move the game.
Still beautiful, bright conditions in Brisbane. There is rain forecast this afternoon. The local brigade telling us they think it'll be later rather than earlier. Last ball of Sundar's over. Stark to see it, and he kept everything intact. He let a maiden go by. 9 for 369 SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes, be bowled over by Value and Choice.
Hi, it's Michael Clark here. Since retiring from international cricket, my days haven't slowed down, so it's important I get the support I need. Try Wagner Fish Oil 1000 from Chemist Warehouse. It contains omega-3 fatty acids, which support the healthy function of the nervous system, heart health, brain health, and eye health. Find the new look Wagner Fish Oil 1000 at 2 for $25 at Chemist Warehouse.
Always read the label. Use only as directed. If symptoms persist, see your healthcare professional. Chemist Warehouse. Lowest prices guaranteed.
Australia 9 for 369. Hazelwood 11, Stark 20 on the BizCover scoreboard. Test bizcover.com.au and BizSave on your business insurance. 0433 98 11 16 to play along with us for Summit Internet, faster business internet. Don't be silly, Hads. This is enthralling. So let's go a little bit deeper. How good a keeper is Tim Payne in your experiences? As Natarajan takes up the attack and he bowls to Hazelwood, he's tucked up in defence. Didn't know where it was. It's at his toes. No harm done.
I think Tim Payne's as good a gloveman as there is in the world.
Yep.
I think he's got a repeatable technique. It's very simple. He had an off day in Sydney, but you go a long way to remember last time Tim Payne dropped 3 catches or any catch. He missed one in Adelaide diving full stress to his right, but the position he's in gave him a chance to get that one. So I think technically Tim Payne's is as good as any glove in the world. The cock from South Africa, he's got a different technique, but his hands are as sweet as anyone's.
Hazelwood's bowled. Natarajan gets through the gates and brings Australia's innings to a halt at 369. Natarajan gets 3 to join Takar and Sundar as the wickets are shared around. Hazelwood the last to fall for 11. Stark unbeaten on 20. Australia all out 369 for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. That's how you should bowl a number 11. Hads?
Yeah, so we've seen the last few overs, they weren't bowling the stumps, but Josh Hazelwood just got caught up in those cover drives. He hit the previous over. But India will be very happy. They're a wounded attack. They've showed great spirit. And at the start of the day, if you had to throw in 369 at India, I think they would have taken it.
So you think it's light on for Australia? Notwithstanding it's useful within the game, but not as many as they would have thought.
Yeah, I think at the start of the day, the Australians would have liked to bat deep into the second session. We know there's a bit of rain coming later. That would have brought overhead conditions, a bit humid. The ball would have swung around a lot. I think 369 is an okay score, but I think, and that's average here at the Gabba for first innings, but I think Australia left at least 100 runs out there. They'll be disappointed.
That will bring on the lunch break. As your point around India as well, mate, is if you'd said to them you can have Australia all out by lunch, they'd be going, we'll have bowled well to do that. And that again is our theme from the morning, is every time Australia threatens to get away, India finds a way back. So I think again we admire the pluck of what they're doing.
Gerard, I've just enjoyed the theatre of this whole series. It's been anything but dull. There's always something going on. There's dropped catches. There's been times when Australia have been dominating, but just lost that ruthless edge. And the same with India also. They had an opportunity after the first test. We thought, where will they go after this? They were outstanding in Melbourne and Sydney. And now to bowl Australia up for 369 on what looked like it's going to be a real tough day is an outstanding effort.
Brad Haddin with us on SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes, be bowled over by Value and Choice. So that will be the lunch break. Let me give you the call of the card. So this will be Australia's batting for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. Australia won the toss, selected to bat. Dave Warner out in the first over. Caught Sharma, bowled Siraj for 1. It was 1 for 4. Marcus Harris caught Sundar, bowled Takar for 5, 2 for 17. Then Smith caught Sharma, bowled Sundar for 36, 3 for 87 after lunch yesterday. In the final session of play, Wade caught Takar, bowled Natarajan for 45, 4 for 200. And then soon over after, Marnus Labuschagne caught Part, bowled Natarajan for 108, 5 for 213. The leading run scorer, Marnus Labuschagne for Victoria Police. Be a force for good. Search police careers and apply now. Today, Australia resumed at 5 for 274. Tim Payne posted his half century. before he was dismissed. Court Sharma bowled Takar for 50, 6 for 311. In the next over, Cam Green bowled Sundar for 47, 7 for 313. And in the next over, Pat Cummins, LBW Takar for 2, 8 for 315. The happy hitting started there. Lyon bowled Sundar for 24, 9 for 354. And finally, Hazelwood bowled Natarajan for 11, all out 369. Stark, the not out batsman, on 20. So 115.2 overs, Australia all out 369. And from an Indian perspective, the figures, so the wickets are shared 3 with 3 for Alinta Energy supporting your home team. Natarajan, 24.2 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 78. Shardul Thakur, 24 overs, 6 maidens, 3 for 94. And Washington Sundar, 31 overs, 6 maidens, 3 for 89. Mohammad Siraj, 28 overs, 10 maidens, 1 for 77. Navdeep Saini, 7.5 overs, 2 maidens, none for 21 before he got injured. And rather memorably, Rohit Sharma, 1 ball for 1 run. A ball that you just about had to blow out to get it to the other end. It was memorable for all its own reasons. So the lunch break coming up. Anthony Hudson, Ryan Harris will be with you from the Gabba. I think Glenn Maxwell is going to join us as we talk a bit of BBL as well. That was the scoreboard for BizCover. Test bizcover.com.au and BizSave on your business insurance. Australia all out for 369 on SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. Be bowled over by value and choice.
It was coming. It's just a matter of getting a little bit of luck and then running with it.
His record would suggest, and I wonder, is he the sort of fella that once he plays an innings like that, he's likely to repeat it?
I think so. I think he's definitely a confidence player, and we saw that when he got on a run last night that he was almost impossible to stop, and I think he faced the least amount of balls for someone who bats through an innings in a T20. I think he only faced 49 balls. And, if he had got a bit more of the strike, who knows? He could have got a BBL 100, and he thoroughly deserved it the way he played. The way he adapted to the conditions out there, which weren't easy for batting. He just made it all look easy.
When it was your turn to bowl, so our home's 15 minutes from the MCG, and it was raining so hard that we couldn't hear the commentary on the telly. Were you mindful of rushing through the first 5 overs to get a game with the way the weather was closing in?
Not really. I wasn't thinking about that. It was always going to be our strategy to bowl a lot of spin, just to basically take advantage of the MCG conditions, big square boundaries, get the ball into the pitch with a little bit of variable bounce, and hopefully get a couple of wickets while we're doing that. And we did that, and we were able to control the scoring rate. That the required run rate went shooting through the roof, so we were able to obviously get on top of them early and then really capitalise on that.
So you did your bit at the front, and then Adam Zampa tidied it all up with a terrific 5. So he's had his challenges through the tournament as well. How good was a performance like that for him?
Yeah, it was absolutely brilliant. And even after his injury, he was able to come back and almost change his action to sort of take it easy on his left shoulder. It just shows the star quality that he is. He's an absolute superstar, and he's just been brilliant for us. He gets the job done. He's the guy I throw the ball to when I need either a quiet over or a wicket, and he just keeps getting it done time and time again.
And I suppose you have to. You're the captain. Do you keep an eye on the standings? So that lifted you to 4th, which is hugely valuable with 4 to play. I know there's a bit more in it with bonus points here and there and the like. Where do you think it sits you in the run to make sure that you're part of the finals?
Yeah, I don't think we really need to look at it. I think the fact that we know if we play our best cricket for these last 4 games, we're in the finals. That's what we know. So if we can just keep controlling that every game at the MCG, keep bringing the same energy that we have been bringing in the field for the last couple of games, it will work out well for us. We know we've got enough guys playing well at the moment to make a real impact if it does come to finals time. So I'm expecting a much different Melbourne Stars team in this little 5-game home period compared to what we saw, I suppose, for the last 6 or 7 games.
So the derby's tomorrow night. The Renegades, who are having a fiercely difficult season at the MCG. Have there been any moments where you thought, God, we played the final 2 years ago and the two Melbourne teams have been sitting down the bottom of the ladder? And part of that is what you've explained, is you're the last ones to get back to your home grounds.
Yeah, but to be fair, even in that year, I think we were both third and fourth. It wasn't like we were the top teams and we were flying. I think we both sort of scraped through it at that stage. So it was nice for us to meet in that final. But it's been an interesting run for the last couple of years for us. We obviously had a really successful year last year. We were one of the two better teams with us and the Sixers, and the Renegades obviously struggled a bit. And the same thing for us this year. We both struggled at the start, and hopefully, apart from against us, they can finish off well.
How have you found, so from here, there's a bit of plotting and calculating to be done. So the power surge looks to have enhanced the strategy of the game. The bonus point, I suspect, is going to become a really important factor in this last run. I don't know whether you've used the X Factor very much. How have you found the manipulations within the game?
I love the different changes. I think it's a great way to sort of show your tactical nous and show you the way you think about the game. I think it just adds a little bit of something different to the spectacle of it. It might be a little bit difficult for the first-time cricket viewer to sort of understand what's going on, but for the cricket lover, I think you can sort of start to see the different intricacies of the game being shown by, the different tactics that teams are using.
Good luck for what's to come, Glenn. It promises to be a big finish, and back at the MCG, you might make a real run at it. The very best of luck with it.
Thanks very much, Gerard. Take care.
Good on you. Glenn Maxwell, the Melbourne Stars captain. So the KFC Big Bash League, it's in Melbourne until January 26. Australia Day shapes as a terrific day of cricket with the world's best T20 stars in town. Go to cricket.com.au/tickets to secure your seats with the Melbourne Derby between the Stars and the Renegades at the MCG tomorrow. So the Stars now in fourth position on the table. They're tied with the Scorchers, who are third, the Heat, who are fifth, and the Strikers, who are sixth. They're all on 20 points. And so the net run rate plays a role, and the Stars got a huge boost to that with a 111-run win over the Strikers at the MCG last night. So they sit fourth. The Renegades are cast in last position, 2 wins from 10 matches, and the subject of a lot of analysis. But even if they got a flurry at the end, they're likely to finish on the bottom. The Sixers lead the way on 29 points, the Thunder 23. So the two Sydney sides are first and second. Then it's Perth, the Stars, Brisbane, Adelaide, Hobart, all still in contention, and the Renegades, who are a long way back. Stars and Renegades at the MCG tomorrow night. Back at the Gabba shortly. I wonder if those clouds are starting to close in a little, and they might threaten as the day goes on. India to reply to Australia's first innings total of 369. That's coming up next. Anthony Hudson and Chris Rogers to start it off for you on SEN Test Cricket for Henley Homes. Transparent pricing, and for Western Union, send money fast online.
Breakfast with Gary Ryan and Tim Watson.
On SEN Breakfast in 2020, we spoke to some of the biggest names in the world of sport, including football great Harry Redknapp.
Did he have a bit of a bust-up, did he? Really? No, good for him. Listen, he's been for it all. I mean, as a young player, it was, it's only because your dad and your uncle and all that. He showed everybody what he's made of. He's a real strong character.
Join us when we return on January 27th.
Breakfast with Gary Ryan and Tim Watson on SEN.
2020, you're dumped. Make a date with Beaumont right now and get 20 to 50% off tiles. Bathroom, kitchen, laundry, floors and walls dumped by a massive 20 to 50%. Choose Beaumont and dump the prices.
Harvey Norman Summer Sizzlers. Lenovo IdeaPad Slim 1 laptop, just $333. Dyson V7 cord-free vacuum, $399. Hisense 512-litre French door fridge, $999. Purchase with 60 months interest-free and receive a bonus gift card up to the value of $500. Minimum finance to about $1,000. Approved applicants only. 60 equal monthly payments. Interest applies if you do not comply with terms and conditions. Fees and exclusions apply. Savings on normal ticketed prices. Summer Sizzlers at Harvey Norman.
So after 13 years and a total of 4 trips to the actual ocean, it's time to say goodbye to your boat, the land-bound money pit known as the Cod Fund. And with it go any dreams of one day conquering the sea. Situations like this would break most, but the 3.5-tonne brake towing and 2.8-litre turbo diesel engine of your new Hilux 4x4 mean you can farewell this dry docked dinghy fast and stay unbreakable. Awaken your unbreakable with the new Hilux Rugged X. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota. Conditions apply. See toyota.com.au.
Hi, it's Doug the tradie. If you're a tradie like me, you need the correct insurance. It's easy with IMAR. They offer competitive premiums, instant cover and no paperwork. Go online, get an instant quote and pay the premium, or call an expert now on 13IMAR. You'll be covered in a few simple steps and ready to get on with the job. Visit imar.com.au today or call 13IMAR and get a quote, get covered, get working.
They're the tradies, mate. That's IMAR.
When you're building or designing someone's dream home, it's the personal touches that help new homeowners feel comfortable in their new environment. Builders can create the right environment for customers with Mega Air. They're Dakin's specialist dealers, working exclusively with some of Adelaide's best-known builders, focused on creating custom-designed air systems to fit the Aussie lifestyle. From the coast to the Adelaide Hills, Mega Air Conditioning. Create your environment. megaair.com.au.
Oh, well, you sent that one with a lot of pace, and...
With Western Union, you can send money online to bank accounts overseas for zero sender or receiver transfer fee when you pay with Polly.
Outstanding figures!
Download the Western Union app today.
Incredible speed and gone for a big, beautiful zero!
Western Union also makes money from currency exchange.
Hi, it's Michael Clark here. Since retiring from international cricket, my days haven't slowed down, so it's important I get the support I need. Try Wagner Fish Oil 1000 from Chemist Warehouse. It contains omega-3 fatty acids, which support the healthy function of the nervous system, heart health, brain health, and eye health. Find the new look Wagner Fish Oil 1000 at $2 for $25 at Chemist Warehouse.
Always read the label. Use only as directed. If symptoms persist, see your healthcare professional. Chemist Warehouse. Lowest prices guaranteed.
SENSA studio on King William Street is powered by Lumo Energy. Join SEN and power your home or business with energy from an Australian-owned company. Lumo Energy SA. Learn more. Head to lumoenergy.com.au today.
On SEN Test Cricket, Australia versus India. For Western Union, another fast delivery by Western Union. Send money online with our app. And for Henley Homes, transparent pricing, no spin. On SEN Test Cricket, the second session.
Yes, we're looking forward to what the second session will bring. Chris Rogers and Anthony Hudson in the chair as this fascinating fourth and final test continues. It's all for Henley Homes, delivering value. Buck, first and foremost, you're the captain of Australia. Who do you give the new ball to here to start this Indian innings?
I would have thought Cummins and Stark.
Yep.
All being well regarding their, how they're feeling. But yeah, I would definitely start with those two.
Yeah. Do you think either of the bowlers will be, or either of the three pacemen will appreciate these conditions more than each other, or is it? I mean, they all should be well suited on face value.
Yeah, they should be. I mean, actually Hazelwood, it might be one for him just to nag away with the extra bounce, and if he can just keep hitting good areas, he might get a little bit of lift and catch some shoulders of the bat to the slips.
And I mean, it's an exciting prospect when you've got two dynamic openers for India, isn't it? If they can get going, it does feel like India's chance of, well, they only need a draw, but any chance they have of winning the match, they're obviously going to need all their batsmen to perform to some degree. But if these two could really get going, it could change the feel and the complexion of this Test match very quickly.
Yeah, I just thought we saw some of the shots from Hazelwood even at the end that looked like it was a pretty true pitch to bat on. If you could hit through the line, you could play good shots. So there is a bit of swing, there's a bit of seam. If Australia bowl well, I think that they will feel they'll create enough chances. But equally, I reckon it's a pretty good pitch to bat on.
Chris Rogers is our expert for Maccas. The McRib and El Macco are back at Maccas this summer. We've got half an eye on the sky, and what might fall out of there as the afternoon goes, whether we're going to get a lot of rain. It depends on which apps you're going by as to when that might arrive, but it certainly on the one I'm looking at, it's saying 1 o'clock Queensland time. There's a 50% chance of rain, so that's not far away. They're grey skies as we speak now. The players have made their way back out, and it won't be too long. Still 34 degrees, and nearby we can see some of the locals enjoying the pool on top of the apartment there. That's probably where you stay normally, is it? Somewhere up in the penthouse area?
Well, I used to live in Brisbane, and yeah, I was in an apartment building. There was a pool up the top of it. That was in the valley, so it was a pretty good area to be.
What have you made of Shubman Gill from what we've seen so far? In 2 tests, as I said, he's a terrific-looking player, and the score clearly the runs move quickly when he's out there. Even in Sydney, 50, and then in the second innings followed up with a 31, and again he and Rohit Sharma at both occasions were able to really look as if really threaten, and good solid partnerships of around 70, and then the other player got out fairly quickly after, so they haven't gone on with it yet, but the threat is big.
Oh, he's a class act, Shubman Gill. I think if you look at the young players that are playing this series in Gill, Bukowski and Green, they've all showed some amazing, class, but then they've just allowed their emotion to get the better of them a couple of times. So, yeah, it's not easy just walking out and churning away like you are playing kind of the level below in first-class cricket. So, once he kind of masters that, I think he's going to be an absolutely wonderful player for India.
Well, it will be Mitchell Starc who has first crack with the new ball. Australia making 369 and play about to start in the second session. He's bowling to Sharma, and he gives him a sider as a rising ball, but it was well outside off stump.
Even just having a look at that carry, Tim Payne's had to jump to catch that above his head. I mean, that you're thinking as a fast bowler, okay, well, if I can put enough balls in the right area, this is going to be very hard. And the batsman only has to make one half mistake, find the edge, and you think that's going to carry pretty comfortably to the slips.
So Mitchell Starc, fresh from his worst ever bowling performance in Australia, bowls outside the off stump, and it goes through to the keeper. He took 1 for 127 in the third test. Previously, his worst was against India a couple of years ago in the same match, 1 for 123. But he'll be hoping with the Gabba that he can get a lot more joy. 6 tests, he's played for 32 wickets at an average of 28. His best bowling here, 4 for 52 against Pakistan. Rohit batting just on the edge of his crease, so almost completely out. Stark's charging in, and he hasn't quite got the line right again, though. Payne had to reach up above his eyes to take that one.
One of the things about batting on the whacker and the Gabba is you want to play as many balls in your eye line as possible. As soon as the ball's outside your eye line, you start kind of pushing at it. That's when the extra bounce catches you out. So particularly from players from Asia, when they come and play, because they get the lower bounce, they get hit in the pad a lot. They try and kind of stay to the leg side of the ball and use their hands to hit through the offside, and that will get you in trouble on these types of pitches.
So will this one be closer to Sharma's stumps? It is, but he defends it very correctly to mid-off.
So that's perfect from Rohit. He's defending straight. You're not trying to defend towards cover because the ball's just outside the eye line, if that makes sense. Yep. So it was actually quite hard because growing up in Perth and then going and playing in England, it was really hard because my head kept falling over to try and get into the line of the ball, and then it would swing back and hit me on the pad. So then you had to work out a technique to kind of stay leg side of the ball for lower pitches. And it's the opposite going to these pitches.
Starc to Rohit, and he does drive beautifully through for covers. He just checked the shot to make sure he wasn't chasing it too far away from his body. He's going to get 2 and settle for that. India off and none for 2.
I don't think Australia will be too disappointed seeing that shot.
He chased it a little, but he got it straight into the ground.
It's not impossible to play those shots by any means. He's still a highly skillful player.
I guess it depends to some degree how much movement Stark's going to extract here. Hasn't done anything silly so far in the first over. There's 1 ball to go. Rowett is 2. Stark's on the full charge and then tempting wide one, which he has none of. It's through to the keeper. The new Hilux Rogue scoreboard has India at none for 2. It's SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes, batting for first home buyers since 1989. So we'll find out very shortly who's going to be Mitch Stark's partner with the new ball.
He does look such a class player, right, Sharma, yes, doesn't he? It just looks so natural. Stays side on, lets the ball come in to him. Hazelwood,
Josh Hazelwood.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's not a surprise. He did start last match, didn't he?
Well, they've mixed it up through the summer. Interesting to know the thought process each time. Hazelwood, who made his debut here, bowls, and a beautiful delivery on off stump, which Gill defends back up the pitch.
I think this will be a real test for Gill because I just can't imagine he's played on many pitches like that. He would have trained now in the Gabonets, so he'd have a bit of an idea of what it feels like, and you wonder how quickly he's been able to problem solve, but whether natural instinct takes over and he just, keeps kind of flashing that balls outside his eye line.
Hazelwood has 11 wickets and 18 so far in the series. He bowls and Gill away from his body but into the ground. Just got enough over the ball and plays it out square of the wicket. Josh Hazelwood has the only 5 for in the whole series with his 5 for 8 in Adelaide.
That feels like a long time ago.
Yes. 1 for 47 and 5 for 8 in Adelaide, then 1 for 47 and none for 14 in Melbourne, and then in Sydney 2 for 43 from 21 overs and 2 for 39 from 26 overs. Been going at just 2 runs and over. With a wicket every 53 balls. The model of consistency, Josh Hazelwood. 3 slips and a short leg in support. And that ball moved in off the track, but again, well played with the eye of Gill up to mid-on. Gill 161 runs at an average of 53.6 at the not out in the second innings in Melbourne.
I'm just enjoying the fact he's got no bat sponsor on. He's got a few in Test cricket, and now he's named his price.
Hazelwood turns. Bat raised from Gill, and it's not needed as that's outside the off stump. So what do you think Hazelwood's strategy here will be to Gill?
I just think test his outside edge. Just see if you can hit a length and probably even just a 4th stump line. And just ask questions if he wants to play at some balls that he probably could be leaving.
Picked him up caught behind in the second innings in Sydney. He's yet to score at the moment, Gill. Rohit Sharma 2, Australia bowled out to 369 this morning. Searching for the first breakthrough, and that wasn't far away. Maybe his hands dropped a little as the ball went past. Maybe.
No, that's where he's going to find himself in trouble, Gill, because he does defend a little bit away from his body. He plays it late, but no, he definitely played at that.
Yes. scored 70 and then 71 in the 2 innings they were together at the SCG. Gill concentrating hard as Hazelwood attacks his off stump. He was able to get a good look at that and defend back up the pitch. So a maiden over to start with from Josh Hazelwood. Nothing unusual there. India none for 2 on the new Hilux Rogue scoreboard.
It's never been more important to buy Australian than right now. Locally made products known for quality, safety and reliability support Aussie jobs. Look for the trusted kangaroo logo. Buy Australian now. Visit australianmade.com.au.
New mini hotcakes with Nutella have arrived at Macca's. Our famous hotcakes made mini with a delicious layer of creamy Nutella. Try them today and flavour your summer with Macca's. Available for a limited time only.
Mitchell Stark second over. Charging in to bowl to Rohit Sharma. Late decision to play off a slightly open face square of the wicket on the offside. No run. Twirls the batter around and walks away to square leg and comes back. Shadow batting. Seems he's finally found his spot in Test cricket as an opener, Rohit Sharma. He's played everywhere, been every position. Dominant one-day player. Superb at home. He'd love a big knock here at the Gabba. The challenge of the left arm of Mitchell Stark. He delivers a short one, and again, he stood up to it and played it square of the wicket on the offside for no run.
It is just quite incredible looking at these two players and how easy they look. It doesn't look like they're trying with their technique. They're just kind of picking the bat up. It's a bit like if they were batting on the beach and just playing against their son, really. Not everyone can bat like that.
No.
It's some people have. I know, listen to Mark Ward talk.
Stark bowls and Sharma lets that one go through to the wicket.
And I think he said that he only ever changed his technique once in his life, and that was when he played with Graham Gooch and he saw Gooch kind of hold the bat up, and he thought, I'll try that. For about 10 minutes and went, what am I thinking? Went back to just batting completely naturally. It's like, as someone who just tinkered with technique all the way throughout, that just is so incredible.
Yeah, it's nice for some, isn't it?
Just so incredibly gifted.
3 slips here. Stark again doesn't force Sharma to play. He's happy to leave it well alone. 367 is what India trail by right now.
I wonder how long pain will continue with Stark if he's not making the batsman play. He just keeps sliding the ball across because he probably expected there to be a little bit of swing.
Is he trying to set him up a bit to a degree, or?
Yeah, maybe. And he's only in his second over. You want to give him a decent chance, but just how patient.
Stark is a bit of he's either on or he's not, though, isn't he, to some degree?
Yeah.
Short steps to start with, and now striding out Mitch Stark. Oh, good delivery. Went away from the right-hander.
That's a crack.
Big, broad Australian smiles. Not quite the same expression from Sharma.
Well, that's gone like an off-spinner, really.
Yeah.
Yep, that's hit a crack.
Hit a crack.
Wow.
Moved a mile.
Day 2. Good luck. Get him in the first innings. I'd be saying, how they?
Yeah.
Because the last innings is not going to be too fun.
Last ball of Stark's second over, and it was of a line where Rohit didn't have to worry too much. Through to the keeper, so far so good for India. 3 overs completed. It's none for 2 on the Robot Building Supplies scoreboard. Robot's got it.
G'day, Merv Hughes here for Scott Pack Business Finance. Facing my fastest bouncer, you want the right equipment. Same with running a business. So if you need to upgrade your equipment or expand your fleet, speak with Scott Pack. Search for Scott Pack today.
SEN SA's studio on King William Street is powered by Lumo Energy. Join SEN and power your home or business with energy from an Australian-owned company. Lumo Energy SA. Learn more. Head to lumoenergy.com.au today.
For Henley Holmes, batting for first home buyers since 1989. And it's India's first turn at the batting crease. None for two after 3 overs. Hazelwood delivers onto the pads of Gill, and he's off the mark as he turns it down to fine leg for 1. India none for 3. And now the producers and directors go to town on the TV coverage, showing the crack, the ball that hit the crack. How many different angles can we show? And then the graphics boys show the actual delivery and the without deviation.
Really hit it in the middle of the bat.
Yes. Hazelwood for the first time to Sharma, very watchful. He played it with the softest of hands in front of the crease. All our replays for Wagner Vitamins from Chemist Warehouse.
I wonder if that's just that crack is an area that Nathan Lyon can exploit as well, maybe to the left-hand batsman, or even coming round the wicket to the right-hand batsman.
Steely eyes at the moment. Rohit Sharma. Hazelwood muscles in and delivers a good ball into that spot where he aims regularly, and Sharma was ready for it. Controlling his emotions so far, Rohit Sharma. He's 2 from 14. It's none for 3.
The other thing he does is he kind of caresses the ball. Like even that, it wasn't kind of the bat didn't stop and he bunted it. He just kind of caressed it softly, which I see too many players who, when they defend, they kind of push and the bat stops. I reckon that almost gathers pace off the edge when you do nick it.
3 slips, Hazelwood bowls and gets to middle and leg, and Sharma, he loves it there, works it behind the square leg umpire, and Stark can do nothing to stop them getting back for a couple. Rohit Sharma goes to 4. So you think you're playing more defensive and by just a little, but in the end you're sort of pushing at it a bit harder by not having a slight follow through.
Michael Vaughan used to talk about, he'd imagine there was a pane of glass in front of him and he could never let his hands go through that pane of glass, so he'd have to kind of caress up the back of the ball. Quite like that analogy.
So how far in front of is the pane of glass?
Oh, it's only a foot. It's pretty close.
None for 5 now on the new Hilux Rogue scoreboard. It's back to Hazelwood versus Rohit Sharma, and partially turns it to leg, still on the pitch as Hazelwood does his fielding on the follow through. I mean, with India, what they've been able to do even today, to a degree, they're at Australia's mercy with their bowling attack, but I think they would have taken getting this morning if you'd said 100-odd runs for Australia.
They got 5 for 58 in the end.
Yeah. 369 all out. A lot rest with these openers though. Hazelwood bowls, goes Fuller and driven back on the bounce to Hazelwood. That is the end of the over. Sharma is 4, Gill is 1. It's none for 5 on SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes, delivering value.
So, you're on your way home from a camping trip with your wife's family. You're taking your notoriously tight-lipped father-in-law home. He said 6 words in the past 7 hours, and 4 of them were, "Yep." Situations like this would break most. Thankfully, off-road features like a bash plate, hoopless steel front bull bar, and LED light bar on the new Hilux Rugged X make an all-terrain shortcut the obvious option, so you can get home quickly and stay unbreakable.
What do you reckon, shortcut? Yep.
Awaken your unbreakable with the new Hilux. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
Australian bowling lineup for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. Damien Fleming's wandered in as Mitch Stark's about to start his third over.
Hutto, Bucky, been too long.
Yeah,
what have you
it's
been up
been
to?
so long, hasn't it?
Stark bowls it off stump, but it's worked with the wrist by Gill through mid-wicket where there is a substantial gap, and he'll get himself 2. For those that aren't aware, Flem, as India goes to none for 7. You two just caught up, did you, for old time's sake on Channel 7?
I have a little lunchtime chat to legends like Chris, you know, for them to give their time for an award-winning segment. I did win the best international cricket lunchtime chat show.
Right, who were the competitors for that? There was the cup of tea in New Zealand, wasn't
that guy Parkinson? Some guy Parkinson. Stephen Colbert, who does dabble in cricket a little bit.
Stark to Gill.
He's been asked that question a few times.
Outside the off stump, and there's trademark Gill. Through the covers, just punches it so effortlessly. It's a shot we've seen already in 2 test matches, and we can't get enough of. A boundary for Gill, Indian none for 11, a Blunston boundary, 150 not out.
If it's short and wide, not swinging, it's going to go, isn't he? He's such a good stroke player, Gill. Mitchell Stark's not having a big swinging series.
No, and he's actually struggled to Gill, I think. I think that test match 2 ago where he knocked over Agarwal early, but then Gill played him so easily. Just didn't fall over, just almost stayed leg side of it, and then any width just throws his hands through it like he did there.
He's not worried about the in-swinger, Gill.
No.
Stark wide of the stumps. He lets it go. Lunch with Letterman used to be a good shot in the old cricket days, didn't it?
Yeah, but I mean, Dave said, you know, you've got to pass the baton at some stage. And I said, Dave, I can do that and probably add a bit more. You know, a bit of diversity. You know, we've had batsmen, bowlers, keepers, colourblind cricketers.
I was warned that he would bring it back on himself at some stage, and he duly did.
How long into the interview?
First question.
Yeah.
Very good, Bucky. We're getting some good feedback, so thanks for that. Enjoyed it. Now, I'd like to have gone 15 minutes, not 7.5.
Stark, and again, closer to the stumps, but not close enough to play. Did he dress up for the occasion, or is what he's wearing now what he wore?
No, I put a shirt on.
Yeah, there wasn't...
okay.
Yeah, there was some murmurings about...
Guns out, or...?
You know, when you're winning awards for a chat show, you can't just come dressed as a hobo. You know, we have certain standards, but Chris got the memo, and...
we don't, obviously, here.
No, so, yeah. Don't wait for the call, Hutto. I tell you, he keeps badgering me. He hasn't been on. We're into our 3rd year. Ponting.
Right.
Hey, come on.
Gee, so
I'll better guess than that.
Stark to Gill, and he's defending again to bit off.
I'll just pick that name up for him. It's just in the chairs between
Wants
us.
to get on, badgers me. No, Rick. We're already suited for this test match. We've got a man who moved state, didn't play test cricket for 5 years.
Did you spend long on the debut?
Did he spend
Chris
long
Rogers.
on the research?
Yeah.
That's what I would.
5 years.
Yeah.
No. He's played 125 tests, this bloke.
It was actually 1,999 days, if you wanted to be pedantic.
Yeah.
Glenn?
Yeah, I'm not so sure about it.
Last ball of Stark's 3rd over, and Gill is forced to play, but again needs a defensive shot to Labuschagne at mid-off. Not a lot there for Mitch Stark so far. India none for 11 on the new Hilux Rogue scoreboard.
Builders create the right environment in your customers' new homes with Mega Air. They're Dayton specialists working with Adelaide's best-known builders, creating custom-designed air systems to fit our Aussie lifestyle. Mega Air Conditioning. Create your environment. megaair.com.au.
SENSA studio on King William Street is powered by Lumo Energy. Join SEN and power your home or business with energy from an Australian-owned company. Lumo Energy SA. Learn more. Head to lumoenergy.com.au today.
Row at 4, Gill 7. India through 5 overs are none for 11. And we haven't seen a lot of movement other than that ball that hit the crack and moved away. Hazelwood starts a new over, and again, Rowett very careful in defending. Answer the question that you raised yourself then. I can't remember which one said about how long do you think Tim Payne will stick with Mitch Stark if there's not much there?
if we judge by the Sydney test, he's off. He gave him 3 overs.
That's right,
and
yeah.
wasn't swinging it. And you got Cummins waiting. He wouldn't muck around, unfortunately.
He's not warming up, Cummins, but then he's 35 degrees. Probably don't need to do much.
I'd probably give him one more here at the Gabba.
Hazelwood. And a good ball. Got the outer and upper portion of Sharma's bat as it rose, but into the ground.
Yeah, I think we saw it too with India's bowling innings that the ball was still swinging late. So it's probably not as urgent to use the new ball. So, you probably just allow Stark to have another one, even 2, and by the time Cummins gets the ball in his hand, it's probably still doing a fair bit.
One of our listeners says, Stark is bowling rubbish. That's from Mark. Might be a bit harsh.
Yeah, I can't see him bowling more than one more over if he doesn't challenge the outside bat.
Hazelwood, and again, Sharma defence.
Or that ability to swing it back in.
I mean, this now looks beautiful to bat on, doesn't it? Just how much time Rowett's got when he's defending these balls.
My concern, Bucky, is, again, no swing, though.
Yeah, no swing, which is
India
interesting.
swung with both balls, and you can pick out a bad ball in the batch, but, Starkey and Hazelwood are the ones that choose it. So you'd think they'd be, looking for whether they like a cherry red one or a dark one. Generally, everyone likes one with a high seam.
Hazelwood to Sharma down the leg side. He has a swing at it. Payne shaped as if he was going to go up for a caught behind.
Is there any exact science behind that?
No. No, I mean, there was a theory around, when I was playing, they liked the darker ones, whereas I always liked the real cherry red ones, when you shined it up.
What about the fast bowlers? They get the ball and you have to toss it up and spin it, and if the seam stays straight, then that's the ball. If it just wobbles, I'm like, hang on.
No, it wouldn't be that pedantic.
Because I tried that, and
pedantic, yeah.
I think that's more on me than the ball.
I agree.
Hazelwood delivers a fuller ball, and again it's defended. He was on the move. Sharma looking for a single, but decided not to go. He's 4, Gill is 7. It's none for 11 for Henley Holmes, delivering value.
High seam, though. If you feel one that's got a high seam, and it's probably thinner and tighter seam.
Well, that's
it's funny how
Duke's.
Yeah, closer to the Duke, yeah.
Yeah. Would you pick it? Were you the kind of scientist in the group, the smart one?
Yeah, well, do I need to answer that? I think you're answering your own question.
not much of a fear of Bucky, I don't think.
After the amount of research you did, I'm not convinced.
He's already planning his next career. Hazelwood bowls, good delivery, a little tiny bit of movement, not far away from the off stump. Into the over, 6 done. So far, so good for India. They're none for 11. Gerard's going to join Flem and Buck next.
Hi Australia, it's Shikhar Dhawan when I'm not smashing Aussie bowlers to the boundary. I'm looking after my family by sending money home to India with the Western Union app. I can send money straight to their bank account online, no matter where in the world I am. And there's no sender or receiver fee when I pay with Poli. Nice job. Send money around the world with the Western Union app. Download it now from Google Play or the App Store.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes, delivering value. India none for 11. Tim Payne has seen enough of Mitch Stark, and he's gone to Pat Cummins. Much to the joy of the crowd, I suspect. So 3 overs this time. Damien Fleming and Chris Rogers. I especially like, if you're going to choose 3 adjectives to be introduced with, would you choose red-headed, colourblind and gritty? Cummins in and he bowls to Gill, who leaves outside the off-stump. Afternoon to you both.
That's why there's so much love out there in the cricket fraternity for our man, Chris Rogers. I put a lot of research into the intro, and then after that I just let it flow.
Just wing it from there?
Particularly as it goes very quickly. So you've got to cut and paste. So many of Chris Rogers' highlights weren't in, particularly his fielding, outfielding. His laid out swinging.
Very good.
Many a reverse sweep. Just didn't make it into the highlights package.
Gill's on 7. Cummins bowls to him. Edging and caught at second slip. Sharp chance. Called in by Steve Smith. And instantly Pat Cummins gets the results. Shubman Gill gone for 7. The first wicket falls with the score at 11.
Well, an excellent piece of captaincy to recognise that Stark probably wasn't bowling as well as he should have, and then bringing Pat Cummins on, and then that's the blueprint to bowling to Shubman Gill at the Gabba. You just got to hang it a little bit on a 4-stump line. He just doesn't get over in line with the ball, and I mean that edge has absolutely flown. And it's taken shoulder height by Steve Smith as an excellent catch.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, when you bowl in the V to him, he looks such a good player, and if you get wide, but now I think that's the third time Cummins has got in with a wider corridor. That's probably the shortest of them. The other two were fuller than that. But, you know, definitely if he can get outside his eye line, you know, you're a big opportunity to get behind.
I think if Gill wants to have success at the Gabba, and maybe if he plays with a whacker, he needs to get over in line with the ball. When he triggers, he pretty much stays on the same spot and then kind of plays a little bit with his hands, trusts his hands and his skill. But I think with the extra bounce, you've actually got to trigger over and get in line with the ball more on off stump.
I'm really interested in the fast bowling cartel at this stage. Is if you can't wait to get the new ball into Cummins' hands, and how could you wait? Then what is the place of Mitch Stark at right now and as we go forward? It's a really curious. There are 3 opening bowlers in this team. Stark took wickets in the first over of the Test match and the first over in Melbourne. But really, the game for Australia has started in the past 2 tests when it's come out of Stark's hand and gone into Cummins.
And I generally like giving it to the biggest swing bowler in the team, you know, to maximise that swing. But his radar's been off, and then Cummins has taken 2 balls. That unless something special happens in the second innings, you've got to go with Cummins and Hazelwood.
The crowd is with Pat Cummins. He bowls to Pujara, who edges. It didn't quite carry to Smith, diving to his left this time at second slip. He got it on the half volley and waved it away.
It is the corridor of carnage at the moment now that Cummins has got ball in hands. First ball.
Legit edge.
Oh, how many times are here? I still laugh.
Soft hands saved him there, Bucky.
Yes, I think he has no backswing, so he can play with quite soft hands. Doesn't push at the ball.
What a first ball to get. Cummins back at Pujara and on the pads and turned away, sent back by Rohit Sharma as he headed off for a single. There's a short backward square and Labuschagne in quickly.
I just think back to your question though, Gerard. It's not just about the opening bowler. Clearly, it's what else Stark brings. He brings a left arm action. There's a bit of X factor, and also bowling at the tail. So you know. If you wanted to make a choice and say, actually, we're going to open with Cummins, then go for it. But he will still bowl to the tail and do well.
Cummins bowls Pujara soft with the hands, dead bats it to gully.
But if I was Mitchell Stark, you know, I'd take a personal affront here that I want the new ball and I'm not bowling well enough. What am I going to do about it?
Yeah, but I mean, I'm not. Maybe I missed this, but are you saying if there's no spot for him to open the bowling, what's he doing in the team?
Is he a first change bowler?
Well, I mean, who are you bringing in?
No, that's. I'm not quite at that point. I'm just posing the question.
And don't get me wrong, there's some very good bowlers to come in. None more so than James Pattinson.
Cummins bowls to Pujara on the back foot, defending to the short leg. An eventful opening over from Pat Cummins. India 1 for 11 on the new Hilux Road scoreboard.
Beautiful delivery, gone for nothing.
With Western Union, you can send money online to bank accounts overseas for zero sender or receiver transfer fee when you pay with Polly. Download the Western Union app today. Western Union also makes money from currency exchange.
SEN SA studio on King William Street is powered by Lumo Energy. Join SEN and power your home or business with energy from an Australian-owned company. Lumo Energy SA. Learn more. Head to lumoenergy.com.au today.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes delivering value. Shubman Gill removed. Court Smith bowled Cummins for 7. And the first ball to Pujara and Nick, which didn't carry. Hazelwood begins his over, and it's tucked away by Rohit Sharma past Harris at short leg. He'll take a couple past the square leg umpire. 1 for 13. Sharma is 6. So run me through the fast bowler. Is Mitch Stark a first change bowler?
He's still a handy first change, but not at his best. When the ball moves, whether it's new ball or old ball, he's a superstar. I think he needs to keep adapting his game to be able to bowl when it's not moving and not to tail enders.
A no ball signalled from the TV box by Paul Rifle. So 1 for 14. Hazelwood bowls and Sharma defends to the offside.
But why I like him in the team is that sort of X factor that he can be bowling poorly, nothing happening, dry pitch, reverse swing happens, and he's the most destructive bowled reverse swing. But you can only have him if you've got the ultra consistency and accuracy and the pressure building of Cummins, Hazelwood and Lyon.
All the analysis being done on the cut that Cummins was able to get into Gill, caught the outside edge. Hazelwood's bowling to Sharma, who's wrapped in the pad, not playing outside the off stump. What about as a juggling act as a captain? So you say there's definitely ego that's part of it? What if Tim Payne gets to the point and goes, actually, my 2 best opening bowlers are Hazelwood and Cummins?
Well, we've seen the pattern, 3 overs, isn't it? If you're not seen to be swinging the ball or threatening, you're off. So, you know it when I wouldn't say you're offside with the captaincy, but you're just down the pecking order.
Hazelwood sets in, right arm over. He's bowling to Rohit Sharma, who's forward with everything in behind it, defending.
So, yeah, going forward, what is the plan? I mean, he's got 260 test wickets. I mean, he's over 4 wickets a test match. I suppose for Mitch would be, why isn't swinging the ball?
Yeah, and I guess if he's going to bowl first change, and you were thinking about to bring someone in instead of him, because if he wasn't doing the job, then you need someone who is going to give you X factor, aren't you?
Right, Sharma taps away. He's on 6. Hazelwood is in and at him. He pulls. He does it well. He gets it down to fine leg. Cummins cuts it off, and they'll take 2, hurrying back for the second.
And when you say X factor, it's probably more saying pace, aren't we? So someone who can...
Paddo's getting you forward into a test match and can leak runs. But my problem with first changes, they're normally really accurate and bouncy. So they rely, less on movement and more on their physical attributes. Pacey, accurate, build pressure, which Mitchell Stark, he hasn't got all that. He's not accurate, but he's a wicket taker.
1 for 16. Hazelwood bowls and Sharma wrapped on the pads. Is there an inside edge in it? I think... Well, it's going to fall away to be leg byes by the signal of the umpire. So a quick discussion or a quick look from Payne to Hazelwood as to what he thinks. His height felt like it might have been an issue, and that's the way the Australians see it.
Yeah, unless that ball's probably hitting knee roll or below, you think that with the height of the bowlers and the bounce in this pitch, that has to go over the top.
Yes, it got through onto the back leg, just inside the flap on the back leg,
There's just... That just clipped the crack as well.
Okay.
Might just nip back.
It will be interesting to see that projection just for Australia to even get their bearings on what the height is going to be on the DRS. Don't let your luck run out. Drive safely at these holidays, TAC. Hazelwood's last ball of the over. Cheteshwar Pujara on strike. 3 slips and a short leg and a leg gully, and he's defending off an inside edge into his boot. and it rolls away to cover. The end of 8 overs, India 1 for 17 on the new Hilux Rogue scoreboard.
It's the final days of Beaumont's January price dump. Prices dumped on tiles, bathroom, kitchen, laundry, floors and walls, 20 to 50% off. Hurry in for the final days of Beaumont's massive price dump.
Hello Australia, it's Shikhar Dhawan. When travelling, I send money home fast with the Western Union app. Plus, there's no sender or receiver fee when I pay with Poly. Nice job. Download the app now from Google Play or the App Store.
SEN Test Crickets for Henley Holmes delivering value. Pat Cummins, and didn't the crowd warn to him in his first over? He's bowling from the Vulture Street end of the Gabba, having already taken a wicket. He bowls to Sharma, it's full, it swings, it's driven away to mid-off. How about this phlegm from the suburbs today? Tamara has tweeted. Listening to Australia versus India on SEN and watching club cricket. Drinks break. Fielding team mixing it up with Hungry Jack's Coke, Red Bull and Carlton Draft. Well, at least they're hydrating. Hashtag Park Cricket.
Yeah, it could be an interesting half an hour at that oval. Might be some bubbly cricket.
Cummins making things interesting at the Gabba. Sharma defends to mid-on, no run.
I'm glad they're playing in Melbourne. We got a lot of rain last night. It was remarkable, the MCG. Missed it. Well, where we live, it was pouring, wasn't it?
I haven't seen an electrical storm like that for a long time. And the rain was so heavy and loud you couldn't hear the TV. I was talking to Glenn Maxwell before and I asked him, was that in his mind? Did they rush through those first few overs to make sure they got a game? No. Sort of oblivious to what was swirling around.
10 kilometres away.
Yeah. Rohit Sharma's on 9. Pat Cummins bowls to him and Sharma drives off an outside edge past Gully. He will get a boundary. Pat Cummins won't be at all put off by that. The first run's against Cummins. Rohit Sharma 13, the boundary for Blunston, 150 not out. India is 1 for 21 in reply to 369.
Yeah, he's been very patient, Rohit Sharma, but he's a lovely boundary hitter. And he had that covered and just opened up the face between gully and point. He's a lovely player.
Cummins leaves his mark and he's at Sharma again. The 3 slips in a gully ready themselves. Sharma forward defended. Back down the pitch. Bucky pointed out it was a shame that it all happened quite quickly. Shubman Gill, the economics of cricket, so you were talking the other day about bats and the like, is in his previous 2 tests, he's used a brand which I couldn't recognise what the manufacturer was, but it was a blue and black with white lettering, which wasn't immediately obvious what the brand was. And having established himself through a couple of innings, he had the clean skin on today for rent. Rohit Sharma defends the ball out to point. No run.
I'd hate to know what prices the Indian batsmen get for sponsorship.
And Shubman Gill is the anointed one.
Yeah.
So he's clearly just testing the market as to who wants to sponsor him.
It's at least millions. It's wow, isn't it?
Yeah.
Imagine IPL time and big World Cup stage, home test matches. Do you reckon he'll let us know? It's pretty blatant too, isn't it?
Oh, it's so blatant. Vacant lot. Sharma faces up to Cummins. He's in behind it defending. 4 from the over. India 1 for 21. The new Hilux Rogue scoreboard.
Breaking news. The saucy McRib and legendary El Maco are back at Macca's with delicious pork dripping in smoky barbecue rib sauce or juicy beef with chunky Mexican salsa. Grab yours today. Available after 10:30 a.m. for a limited time.
SENSA's studio on King William Street is powered by Lumo Energy. Join SEN and power your home or business with energy from an Australian-owned company, Lumo Energy SA. Learn more. Head to lumoenergy.com.au today.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes delivering value. There is some threatening clouds starting to gather around the Gabba. It will be interesting to see if the storm That was forecast hits at some point. The storm for Australia is Cummins and Hazelwood. And Hazelwood is in and bowling to Pujara, who's in behind it defending. So that bat sponsorship market, I am intrigued by it within the Australian setup. So Warner's got a Spartan. Smith has got the New Balance. The Cummins uses that as well. Cam Green's got the GM. And almost everybody else is Kookaburra. I think Travis Head uses the Grey Nichols. But when you watch the Big Bash, just the spread of bats and brands that I'd never heard of. So Dark Horse. Obviously, we know there was a Bradbury in action last night. There's been it's been just a remarkable spread of bats. Pujara faces Hazelwood, who leaves outside the off stump.
Whereas we also talked about earlier, the bats we remember growing up, because there was less of them. I could just about name every Australian batsman and what they use.
Yeah.
The market's been diluted, but not money-wise.
So I'm curious just on the... Remember the TNF, the Tails Never Fails bat that Ashton Agar used in his 98s, which just for a moment just had that brief exposure, and it's a key suburban bat. I know, but just the different brands of bats that you might come across. Hazelwood is in and bowls. Pujara plays away from his body, and he'll get his first run as he rolls it out to point and collects a run. 0433 98 11 16. Obscure brands of bats that either you've used or you've seen or that have pinged with you watching the BBL in particular. The spread that's been on offer there.
I once, I think we touched on it the other day, scored a 70 at the Gabba Test against England. I had no stickers on my bat. And Tony Gregg did a lovely lunch interview, appealing to bat sponsors for me. Thanks, Greggy.
Hazelwood rolls in. Rohit Sharma has the strike. He leaves outside the off stump.
And they let Greg Smythe from Grey Nichols got on the phone, looked after me, went to the whacker, second ball done. With the new Grey Nick.
And he's got a little email from the chief executive going, could you just justify this bat for us, please?
Oh, it was always going to happen.
Is it easy to find a clean skin? That's actually what interests me with Hill, whether he had to take the stickers off and clean it up.
Yep, yeah.
So still using the willow that he would like, but removing the sponsor from it.
I think mine was a county, the clean skin.
Hazelwood bowls to Rohit, who's on the back foot defending to point. Simon O'Donnell told us the story last summer, and I'll leave the bat names out of it because I might get them the wrong way around, but he had changed sponsors but really liked the old bat. So cleaned up the old bat, put the new stickers on it, and kept using it. And that was the one that he banged into the MCG worksite, which is marked by the seat.
Happened all the time when I first started first-class cricket. Millen, Champ. Everyone used those and put their sponsor stickers on. Yeah.
That's poor form.
And then Puma joined up with them.
Okay. Hazelwood to complete his over. Rohit Sharma has the strike and he's forward defending the ball to cover. 1 for 22 India on the new Hilux Rogue scoreboard.
It's important as parents that we create the right environment for our family to play, learn, thrive and grow in comfort. At home, create the right environment for your family with Mega Air. They're Dakin specialist dealers focused on creating custom-designed air systems to meet the top Aussie standards and your unique lifestyle and home design. Mega Air Conditioning. Create your environment. Request a quote now at megaair.com.au.
SEN Test cricket on for Henley Holmes, delivering value. India 1 for 22. Rohit Sharma 13. Cheteshwar Pujara is 1. Just the medical staff with a quick run out to Sharma. There is just a follow-up question for you, Flem. Did Grey Nichols pay you to use the bat or just provide the bats? As Cummins muscles his way in, he bowls to Pujara, who defends out of the stumps.
When you're coming off a match-winning 70 in a drawn test match, you've got to get looked after, haven't you?
Nice. The straight 6 was a gem of a bat, one of our correspondents said. That's right. Michael Clark made 329 with a no-stickers bat in his for rent phase. And did he end up at the forefront of Spartan, I think,
I think
after
so,
that?
yes.
Pajara's on one. Cummins bowls to him. He's behind it, defending back down the pitch.
He was one of the first, I think, signed a massive deal with Slazenger before he played for Australia.
Yep.
You know, they just knew that he was going to be the next great Australian batsman.
Pat from Templestowe, one of the great joys of playing vets cricket is seeing many of the bats from the good old days. County, jumbos, double scoops, single scoops, G&M. Creates great conversation.
That's where old cricket bats go to die. they pass away playing veterans.
That's outstanding. Cummins over the wicket, bowls a bouncer. Pajara gets down underneath and lets it pass. Ping yours through 0433 98 11 16. The bat that you just can't let go of. The one that served you well. The obscure within your team. Our interaction for Summit Internet. Faster business internet.
No, it's fantastic. And if you get a good one, you try and make it last, don't you?
Yep.
Tape it up. Don't use it at training. Save it for game day.
I bought a bat for isolation, just to have.
What was your average?
Cummins in and bowls to Pajara. He plays a controlled edge past the dive at gully and gets himself a couple of runs into the deep. He's 3. 1 for 24.
What did you go for?
I went for the Kookaburra Ghost, which, as it turns out, is what Labuschagne's using this summer.
No, lucky enough to Kookaburra for my daughter Jasmine using those. Very good. How much do they pick up? How well do they pick up? You look at them and think, this is just going to be too heavy. There's so much bat in there.
Yep. And that's all I got it for, was just to have to pass the time while on radio and pick it up and look at shallow batting. No, they're so good to get hold of. And now Benj, who's 8, we go down to the nets. He's got his. Now I've got mine. Pajara on 3. Cummins bowls full. He's turned away to leg. No run.
No, still something special about that, particularly Christmas time, isn't it? So many kids would be wanting a cricket bat from Santa, and just all the different options there is these days. Amazing.
Kale in Lake Grace in WA. Remember BAS? It was an Indian-made bat. BAS stood for Beats All Sports. Cummins' last ball of his over. He's got Pajara in his sights. Inside edge. Past Harris under the helmet to backward square. No run. 1 for 24 on the new Hilux Rogue scoreboard.
Historic victories. Richmond win their 3rd premiership in 4 years. Heartbreak.
From the Australian Grand Prix, just want to say sorry to our fans. The event can't go ahead.
And jubilation.
Driving clear. Johnny Get Angry's going to do it for Dennis. Johnny Get Angry wins the Victoria Derby.
Across every town and city, sport is the glue of our local community. Listen anywhere, anytime on the SEN app. The latest news articles, podcasts, live sport and more. Download the SEN app today.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes, delivering value. Pajara 3, Rohit Sharma 13, 1 for 24. Cam Green's going to get a look at things in the 12th over of the innings. As we're knocking around, so maybe lesser known bats. The Impala Redback from James. I love my shoulderless Newbury, so light yet powerful.
Lance Cairns.
Monty had the Duncan Fernley Rapier. Green begins with a well-pitched delivery, shaping at the off stump that Rohit Sharma is in behind. Using a county chunky at the moment. That's from Monty.
They all ring a bell, Gerard.
Yep. Matty Hayden's Mongoose bat is one that I can never get over. Never heard of it before. But God, I wanted one so bad after that. Blake from Pakenham.
Well, Dave Warner had the double-sided bat. That didn't last long.
No. So he might have been the last who had the signature bats. Green over the wicket bowls and Rohit leaves outside the off-stumper ball that, yes, kept moving. So, Gray Nichols built the kaboom around him, didn't they? And then that went sour around South Africa, and now he's over with Spartan. But there aren't those.
I'll be looking after Cam Green if I was thinking a promising future.
Yeah, so he's got the GM, and it's the fact that he's the only one in the Australian setup with it. That has to make. I'm sure the economy in there is worth something. Green bowls, wrapped on the pads as well as he looked to turn to legs. It's been a good start from Cam Green. His first 3 balls have had some nice shape around them.
If there's anything, I think it was a tactic in Adelaide for Green to bowl short to Kohli. But besides that spell, I think he's bowled a fraction short. He's still grooving this new action.
Yep.
But when you see him get it slightly full, he's going to end up bowling fast outswingers at 6'6". So when it clicks for him, it's going to click fast, and I think he'll be a regular wicket taker. But we just take one at the moment.
Green bowl. Sharma plays on the up, wide of mid-off. There was an element of risk about it. It's hunted down by Labuschagne, and the boundary prevented. They will come back for 2. So Rohit Sharma to 15. It's 1 for 26.
But even the full ball produces an inside-out shot from Rohit Sharma. So I like the line, like the length here from Cam Green.
Still searching for his first wicket in Test cricket. I have a Filky bat made in Normanville in South Australia. Nice, with obscure bat brands. Sharma's on the back foot defending. I want to finish our stint with this one, Flem. Apocryphal or not, and it doesn't come with a name, but it's too good to let pass by. Playing in a school match and was fielding in slips. The opposition's middle order batsman came in. Clean skin bat with cutouts from Playboy stuck on it. He batted forever as we didn't have the determination to bowl at the stumps.
Probably made 250.
Our exclamation mark at the end of our conversation. Nice to see some obscure bat names pouring through. Last ball of Green's first over. He bowls to Sharma, who fends with soft hands down to point. 2 from it. India 1 for 26 as the drinks break is taken. Gill the man out. Court Smith bowled Cummins for 7. It was 1 for 11 at that stage. It's now 1 for 26 on the new Hilux Rogue scoreboard. We'll be at the Gabba in a few moments' time. Adam Collins, Ian Healy and Ryan Harris. The drinks break for Dometic. Everything you need for adventures, big or small.
It's the final days of Beaumont's January price dump. Prices dumped on tiles, bathroom, kitchen, laundry, floors and walls, 20 to 50% off. Hurry in for the final days of Beaumont's massive price dump.
SEN SA studio on King William Street is powered by Lumo Energy. Join SEN and power your home or business with energy from an Australian-owned company. Lumo Energy SA. Learn more. Head to lumoenergy.com.au today.
IMAR. We all know they're the tradies mates when it comes to business insurance. But did you know that IMAR has window cleaners covered too? Insure your window cleaning business with IMAR and receive commercial and industrial cover for 2-storey, 5-storey and no height restrictions. Plus, receive competitive monthly premiums at no additional cost. Just a simple phone call and we'll get you covered too. Call 13-IMAR now. That's 134627.
Now the tradies mate. That's IMAR.
With Western Union, you can send money online to bank accounts overseas for zero sender or receiver transfer fee when you pay with Polly. Download the Western Union app today. Western Union also makes money from currency exchange.
SEN SA studio on King William Street is powered by Lumo Energy. Join SEN and power your home or business with energy from an Australian-owned company. Lumo Energy SA. Learn more. Head to lumoenergy.com.au today.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. National Tiles is the only tile company in Australia to offer a lifetime guarantee on all our premium European ranges. Yes, all National Tiles premium ranges from Italy and Spain come with National Tiles' exclusive lifetime guarantee. The most beautiful crafted European wall and floor tiles from Europe and Spain with National Tiles' lifetime guarantee. National Tiles. now you can.
Nylex hose highlight reel. Nylex retractable hose reels. Water like a Nile expert.
Cameron Spellstone edging and caught at second slip. Sharp chance. Pulled in by Steve Smith. And instantly, Pat Cummins gets the results. Shubman Gill gone for 7.
The Nylex hose highlight reel. Nylex retractable hose reels. Water like a Nile expert.
SEN Test Cricket at the Gabba for Henley Holmes, delivering value. A hot and sweaty and slightly gloomy Gabba. Cloud cover across the ground, but no rain as yet. Adam Collins with you. Our experts for Maccas, the McRibbon Macco, are back at Maccas this summer. Ryan Harris and Ian Healy to my right. One breakthrough in the hour that India have batted so far. Shubman Gill, the man to fall when the score was 11. He made 7, caught by Smith at second slip from the bowling of Patrick Cummins. His second delivery in the attack from the Vulture Street end, finding the outside edge. Ever so consistent. The fact that he bowls first change, what a luxury for Australia, Ian Healy, and what a bowler.
Yes, yeah, very good. What about that drinks break? Like everything in professional sport, it's a bit of a production, isn't it?
Yes.
How long was that? That was a long drinks break. It's not like have half a drink and go back onto the field. There were 6 Australian vests out there. There were 5 vests and Mitch Swepson, who they've run out of vests. He didn't have one on.
Cummins bowls to Pujara to start the fresh hour, and Pujara drives nicely down the ground, and off drive. Some work to do to haul it in. They'll go for 2. They'll come back for 3. Nathan Lyon does the tidying up. 1 for 29. Pujara moves to 6. Of course, Rohit Sharma has shown a little bit of discomfort at different points through the innings so far, so don't expect any quick singles, but that was an easy 3.
And it was a good shot. It was well played. And they had these bundles of towels, like 4 towels, probably all taped together, and obviously ice cold. And the big fellas had them around their necks. David Warner was squatting them at one stage. He tested how heavy it was.
Cummins racing away from us. Bowls here to Rohit Sharma. An even better drive down the ground here. That should go most of the way to the rope. Labuschagne puts in the dive. Just keeps it in. Nearly a relay effort. There is a relay effort with Mitchell Starc. 3 more added to the Indian total. Consecutive 3s. Moving him on to 1 for 32.
And as those reserves were running all that out, drinks, and there'll be lollies and there'll be food of some description if anyone wants it, like fruit and what have you. 3 of the players ran off. like Lyon, Payne and someone else. Someone else ran off for, to just see what the capacity of the urinals were like. Who was the third one?
Matthew Wade might have tipped off as well.
Wade, yeah.
So 3 slips of gully, a leg gully as well when Pujara's on strike. A short leg, the other catcher. Cummins away from us and bowls, and down the leg side on the hip height. Pujara just pulls inside the line of it through to Payne, who takes it with hands up high. Good carry through to the wicketkeeper.
It was fast, that.
It was.
145 k an hour, right sort of just passing the rib cage.
He just loves bowling here. 20 test wickets at the Gabba. Better than 15, of course, a 10-wicket match here a couple of years ago.
And again, he just doesn't bowl through teams. He works hard for those wickets. There's been lots of times where he's been on the brink of exhaustion and he's still bowling to claim such success. So he has got a motor.
In the 4th over of his spell here, has those 3 slips, and Pujara safe in defence out into the offside. We've seen Cummins bowl some long spells, not just this summer, but through the course of his career, certainly since returning to the Test team in 2017. All that work that went into his body, making sure that he'd be good to go, Rhino, all those setbacks, all that rehabilitation, and now he's the fittest bloke going around.
Yeah, and that was a long time of that as well. It was sort of in and out. I remember him as a 17-year-old playing a Shield final for New South Wales, bowling 40-odd overs, I think it was.
48.
Was it?
Yeah, 48.
Yeah, which may have been the downfall in his back.
And if he was
at 17,
if he was in a club final, he'd only be allowed to bowl 16.
Well, true. That's a good point. But I think the time now. There's just while we're talking here. There's these massive sight screens. There's still someone that's not sitting in the right place.
Well, this is unfortunate given that we're into the second afternoon of the Test match, and Yet we're still having this. We saw it a few times yesterday, but
I believe it must be in the second tier of the grandstand.
This time Pajara is ready for Cummins. He bowls and he defends in that familiar defensive posture down to mid-on. No run there.
Because where we're sitting with the new renovations, I guess you could say, at the Gabba, it's all media from where we are. And I think he was telling someone above us, which if he's looking above us, come on.
I mean, you do see the ball gets delivered out of above the side screen, but it's a nice white background for the level you're looking at it, as it's coming to you.
Unless there's a light or something that, can distract.
Cummins completes his over to Rohit Sharma. Edge and bounces just in front of Stephen Smith, that second slip. So again, Cummins very much in the game, bowling with that nice full length. SEN Test Cricket, the Henley Holmes delivering value. India, 1 for 32.
Having to transport a prized piece of your niece's amateur art through a storm would break most, but the motorised roller cover on the new Hilux Rogue means you can keep it dry at the touch of a button and stay unbreakable. Awaken your unbreakable with the new Hilux Rogue. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
G'day, Merv Hughes here for Scott Pack Business Finance. I used to love connecting with the crowd. Just like Scott Pack Cash Connector connects to your accounting package and turns unpaid invoices into cash. Search for Scott Pack today.
Great pace from Cummins in that previous over, well up above 145 clicks. Cameron Green, 3 slips, bowls here to Rohit Sharma, who defends to mid-on, no run. And that's what you've been calling for, Ryan Harris. Fuller.
Yep.
And Cummins on 3 occasions in that over went full, twice driven down the ground, and the third time won the edge, albeit with soft hands into the cordon, but that's where he needs to be.
It gives the opportunity to get the edge. Cummins was probably a fraction too full again, but you'd want to be. I'd rather see it being too full and being driven to give him the opportunity to get an edge than being short and let go. And it just showed again how soft Pajara's hands are. It just sort of died as it sort of took the edge of the bat.
Warner, Smith, Wade, the slips fieldsman, Green bowls and cutting behind point is Rohit Sharma and down to the rope. In the air for a while, but he absolutely filleted it right out the middle of the bat. He moves into the 20s, 22 to be precise, in India, 1 for 36.
Yeah, well, that's sort of got what it probably deserves, a little bit short and wide, but very well played by Rohit Sharma.
He was lightning to pick up on that width. As soon as he saw it wide, the shot came out. Everything had been straight at him for some time, and a lot of defensive shots and solid front foot defensive shots, but he pounced on that.
Yeah, tall man in Mitchell Stark in the gully, but even if that was in his general vicinity, there was no one dragging that in. Green goes again. Rohit Sharma off the hip, down to the man at deep backward square leg. One of 2 men out for the hook, gets himself a single, moves to 23, 1 for 37.
I had high hopes for Cameron Green on the last day in Sydney. He looks to me like he's got good wrist release, Rhino, and he just a little bit of whip. And then I hoped the wicket was going to stay down. If he bowled stump to stump, he would be a handful. LBWs and bowls and that type of thing. And then every now and then something unusually bouncing and ballooning a catch, but it didn't happen.
No.
So a change in field as well when Pajara's on strike for Green. That leg gully instead of a second man out. Marcus Harris got the job in there around the corner, in addition to the 3 slips and gully. Green bowls, Pajara leaves.
I thought exactly the same, Hills, with the wrist that he has, with the ball reversing. Stump to stump would have been perfect. Well, how many overs did he end up bowling? I'm just trying to find him.
Not
been
many,
a lot,
I don't think.
But you're right, the stump to stump. But the wicket was probably too good as well. You didn't get that inconsistent bounce, which it threatened, I guess.
Yep.
Day 2, day 3, even day 4.
Yeah, he bowled 7 overs across 3 spells in that final innings.
So not a lot of overs for him. I guess,
Seems to be able to swing it both ways.
Yeah.
On the way from the Stanley Street end, running towards us, also running towards Pajara. Just on leg stump. Might have been inside edge onto pad, which is why there was no appeal for leg before wicket, going well down the leg side in any case. 1 ball to come in the 14th over. With Green, we were talking to Chris Rogers on the coverage at Melbourne. He explained that they were thinking about Green being the next Pat Cummins when he first came through, as far as the sort of skills he brought, the pace, the height, the approach, the full package really, but very useful asset for Tim Payne to deploy as second change. Still striving towards a first Test wicket, though, as the sun comes out at the Gabba. Good carry to complete the over. Through to Tim Payne, well outside the off stump. Pujara leaves it well alone. On the new Hilux Rogue scoreboard, India 1 for 37.
Harvey Norman Summer Sizzlers. Australian maiden owned country pride light love wool queen quilt. $139. Urban 5-seater fabric recliner modular lounge suite with storage console and cup holders. Only $2,699. Purchase with 60 months interest free and receive a bonus gift card up to the value of $500. Minimum finance amount $1,000. Approved applicants only. 6 equal monthly payments. Interest applies if you do not comply with terms and conditions. Fees and exclusions apply. Summer Sizzlers at Harvey Norman.
News, the cloud is gone, at least for the time being. The sun beating down on a warm day at the Gabba. Patrick Cummins prepares to send down his 5th over, has 1 for 12 so far. Bowls to Rohit Sharma on 23, who drives through the offside but can't beat Marnus Labuschagne, working his way around at mid-off. Nicely played, though.
Why do you not like playing on this wicket? Look at this. Is this the emerging India, or have they played like this for a while now at the Gabba? They're loving this bounce and pace.
Yeah.
There's no reason why opposition teams should have a record as badly as they do playing here at the Gabba.
Yeah, they've lost 5 times and had 1 draw at the Gabba, India. Didn't play in the last tour, of course. Lost by 4 wickets back in 2014. Cummins on the way, outside the off stump. Rohit Sharma shoulders arms. Yeah, no real continuity from squad to squad either. We're going back a really long way. In 2014, I think there's only 2 players who've been retained from that 11 to this one. So, as you say, Ian Healy, there should be no fear from any Indian touring team anywhere around Australia on the evidence of what we've seen on this tour.
And I was broader than that. Every team. Why would you not enjoy this? And England should be having a look at the way these two are playing. Pujara and Rohit Sharma, and say that's just good batting. Consistent pace and bounce.
Cummins to the crease away from us, and Rohit Sharma plays him from the crease, no run.
Everyone can cope with that. Everyone can play that and just get in and enjoy it. The runs come. It's a good run-scoring facility when you do, spend appropriate time at the start of your innings.
Speaking of England, we're not far away from their Test match being picked up for day 3 at Gaul. They are 4 for 320 in reply to Sri Lanka's 135 in the first dig, so already ahead by 185 runs. Joe Root, 168 not out. There with Butler, who's on 7. Cummins turns on the way in and bowls, and pulling through the onside is Rohit Sharma. Didn't get much of it, so Mitchell Stark didn't have an awful lot of work to do from mid-on to keep it to 1. Rohit, 24 from 52 deliveries. India, 1 for 38.
Interesting that series with England and Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka, I don't know, I saw them against South Africa and they like playing their shots, Hills. They go pretty hard.
And I heard, and they had a lot of injuries in their bowling against South Africa, didn't they? They were sort of worried about quarantine might have affected them a lot. And nothing much works for them.
That previous Pat Cummins delivery, 150 kilometres an hour. He goes again here, he bowls, and just short of a length. Pujara is able to leave it alone on length. But he's really turning it up here, Cummins. That previous over, every delivery up and above 145 and now hitting 150.
He hasn't got many left in him, I reckon. He's having a last little dash here, Paddy Cummins, I think. I love it at the end of his over. He finishes his follow-through and no, he hasn't got a hat. He leaves his hat down at fine leg. And he just turns and walks straight down fine leg to the esky.
Very modern cricket, isn't it? Leaving the hat at fine leg, an esky there full of drinks and probably a banana or 2 to devour while he's waiting to go again. 3 slips of gully, short leg gully as well. Pujara on strike to Cummins, nearly getting through to the fences, hitting him on the pad. But no concern there for the Indian batsman. The end of 15 overs, SEN Test cricket, the Henley Homes delivering value. India 1 for 38.
G'day, Merv Hughes here for Scott Pack Business Finance. After a long tour, I love coming back to my family home. It's my safe place, separate from work, and that's why I reckon businesses should talk to Scott Pack Business Finance. Scott Pack provides your business funding without needing to use the equity in your home. The secret is using business assets you may not even know you have, like outstanding customer invoices, vehicles and equipment. Keep your home out of the picture. Search for Scott Pack Business Finance. Scott Pack Finance, and keeps your business moving.
Well, after 2 overs from Cameron Green, there's going to be a change of bowling at the Stanley Street end. And it's going to be warmly received from this Gabba crowd with the sun shining on the second afternoon, because it's the man playing his 100th Test match. It's Nathan Lyon.
Been looking forward to this, Hills.
All right. It's a big partnership to break.
It is, absolutely. And watching Sundar bowl and seeing the spin that he was getting, or even on day one, and the bounce, I've been looking forward and waiting for this moment.
Lyons always enjoyed bowling at the Gabba. 35 wickets at 29.
See if he can replicate his first ball in Test cricket. The first ball in his 100th Test could be the same.
396 Test wickets for the man they call the GOAT.
His first being Kumar Sangakkara.
What a moment. What a moment in Australian
Clark
cricket
bowled
history.
Lyon.
Yeah. Tremendous catch. But here is Lyon, setting himself to go with Stephen Smith at slip, Matthew Wade at short leg, the 2 catches. Lyon over the wicket. Rohit Sharma leans forward and gets himself a single just behind point. Cameron Green racing around. That was well played with soft hands, moving Rohit to 25 at India, 1 for 39.
Just opened the face there nicely. Rohit Sharma looks very comfortable. As you're saying, Hills, it's like a nice batting wicket. India have changed tack a little bit over actually in their own conditions. The last couple of A tours that I've been on over the last 2 or 3 years, they've actually. We go over to try and get some experience in the spinning wickets. They're preparing wickets with a bit more grass and more bounce, especially in their first class games. So they're trying to get better prepared for. I mean, they're never going to actually get it over there, this sort of condition, but it's getting closer and closer.
A silly point for Pujara as well. Lyon bowls Pujara, dances and kicks it away to Labuschagne at silly point. A bit of a crowd catch there. Bat nowhere near it, tucked behind the front pad. We've seen Pujara play so much Test cricket against Nathan Lyon. This is his 22nd Test against India, Lyon. And almost all of them would have featured Cheteshwar Pujara, who's on strike here. Lyon bowls 3 men around the bat, dancing again and turning towards mid-wicket where David Warner does the fielding. No run.
He's left his crease twice. First one he went down and Nelford no shot. That one then he got down, he got an inside edge. I don't think Nathan Lyon would mind that.
Lyon to Pujara from the crease this time. Off the back foot, past point, gets himself 1. Just to the right of Cameron Green at backward point.
In saying that, making a liar of me, he made Lyon change his length.
Yes, but that's the intent you're talking about.
Correct.
Right from the time he came in, he was looking to even defend into gaps and look for singles. And that time he's gone out twice, then backed away that time and picked off a gap on the offside.
Which, because of Lyon changing his length, wasn't it?
Yep. Back to Rohit Sharma, so no silly point. Lyon bowls and Rohit is forward in defence. Lyon does the work in his follow through. So we've got a deep square leg, a long on, reflecting the fact that Rohit doesn't mind going after the spinners, of course. Short fine leg, mid-wicket, mid-off, cover, backward point, in addition to the slip and the short leg catching around the bat. Lyon bowls and Rohit Sharma off the back foot. The gap between cover and point is bisected. Gets himself a single, retains the strike. Lyon's first over goes for 3. And on the new Hilux Rogue scoreboard, India 1 for 41.
Montaigne, everybody's talking about Montaigne.
And everybody is still talking about the remarkable Hyundai i30 exclusively at Montaigne, Cheltenham and Mount Barker. The Hyundai i30 is a multiple winner of the Australian Car of the Year, and Montaigne has i30s ready for delivery today. Also, Justin and Daryl are giving away $500 free genuine accessories with every Hyundai i30 sold and delivered this month. So remember,
everybody's talking about Montaigne.
EBD 182170.
Patrick Cummins will go again. Fine spell this into his 6th over of it. Serious pace. India 1 for 41. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes delivering value. Cummins bowls to Rohit Sharma. Outside edge 4. Soft hands through the cordon. 3 slips there. But that's a win for Cummins. 1 for 45 India. Rohit Sharma into the 30s. But he's bringing him forward, making him play. Bit of batsman error.
Just probing Paddy Cummins there. It's the gap that gets hit a lot here at the Gabba, the gap between the second slip and the gully. So a lot of runs scored. Sorry, 3rd slip and gully. There's 3 slips there, not 2. challenging that outside edge. Nice, again, soft hands. Well played.
He practiced it. He practiced it after the shot too. It's something that they're very aware of, obviously.
Cummins to the crease and bowls again, and Rohit Sharma defends just towards short leg. No concerns there.
If he comes out of that fraction, it goes straight to slip, doesn't it?
Yeah, and if he's getting done, it looks to me like if he's going at one, he's careful of bailing out of it. You know, it's almost drawing the bat back. He's practicing so that it stays down. If it happens to be an edge, it stays down. That's a very classy 30 he's made.
Mm-hmm. Which Shubman Gill tried, but went a fraction too far out.
Yeah, he went a bit hard, didn't he?
That's right.
Cummins away from us at the Vulture Street end and bowls, and from the crease, Rohit Sharma defends into the offside. No run. It's sunny still at the Gabba, but as we pointed out between overs, there is some rather daunting clouds making their way from our right. Hopefully they stay away and we can continue to watch this tense battle. Australia all out 369 on the cusp of lunch, and India 1 for 45 in reply.
The radar still looks good. Like, there's not much rainfall on the radar, but there's a little more than there was, but it's still light rain.
Oh, there's a storm.
Like light green.
See a little storm, little cells popping up.
Cummins bowls. Rohit Sharma drives down the ground. Lovely on drive. He's timed that beautifully. Rohit Sharma, a Blunston boundary. Blunston 150 not out. East 34, India 1 for 49.
Saying that, Hills, I just had a text from my wife, who I live about 13 minutes away, and she said it's pouring down.
Where? But you're east?
Just east
suburb. Out that way, out to our left. So we think it's going to build up on the right.
That made for a very pretty replay. Our replay screen for Wagner Vitamins from Chemist Warehouse. Cummins up above 145. Real workout here. Rohit Sharma pulling, taking him on. Down to long leg, happy with the single. But on top of the bounce, as you say, Ian Healy, Rohit Sharma's looking very good. India bring up their 50, 1 for 50, and Rohit Sharma has 35 of them.
To me, there's one thing on his mind. That's the ball.
Yeah, it's scoring.
Yeah,
Two things.
He's not worried about what might happen. He's down there doing a bit of farming now. No, that's Bharat down there looking at the crack and what have you. But Rohit Sharma is just playing with such simplicity and clear-headedness.
Clear mind, watch the ball, play the ball, each and every ball.
And his talent and skills coming out.
Bharat, leg gully in when Cummins bowls to him. He's defending. Just to Cameron Green, he's working around at gully. No run there. The end of the Cummins over. On the Robot Building Supply scoreboard, Robot's got it. India 1 for 50.
It's the final days of Beaumont's January price dump. Prices dumped on tiles, bathroom, kitchen, laundry, floors and walls, 20 to 50% off. Hurry in for the final days of Beaumont's massive price dump.
Hello Australia, it's Shikhar Dhawan. When travelling, I send money home fast with the Western Union app. Plus, there's no sender or receiver fee when I pay with Poly. Nice job. Download the app now from Google Play or the App Store.
Another impromptu drinks break between overs. We see them so often. SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes delivering value with Adam Collins, Ryan Harris and Ian Healy. They're our experts for Maccas. The McRibbon El Macco are back at Maccas this summer, but it was Rohit Sharma who initiated the drinks break, and then Chiteshwar Pujara was getting some attention. A drink, maybe a bite to eat while they were there, just to keep the energy levels up. Between now and tea, of course, a hot day in Brisbane. Hot and steamy at the Gabba.
Well, weather, I'm just checking the weather now, Colo, and there are little storm cells popping up, and it's saying on the map there's run right above us or right next to us.
Okay.
So we've still got blazing sunshine, so...
Let's back it in. Let's go to the sun.
Let's hope the sun stays.
Nathan Lyon starting his second over, bowling to Rohit Sharma. Slipping a short leg, and Rohit's well forward, blunting the spin back to the bowler. Fantastic test series this. Last test of the summer. Unclear where Australia will play their next test and when they'll play it. It's meant to be in South Africa. Bit of news today on the front of the newspapers that we saw earlier, Ryan, as Nathan Lyon arrives at the crease and bowls, and Rohit Sharma leaves through to the keeper, Tim Payne. But there's been representations made to see whether the Australians can get the COVID vaccine before potentially going to South Africa.
Well, I think if it was available, they'd definitely be wanting to get it. But is there going to be enough? Because there needs to be a lot.
Nathan Lyon, slipping a short leg. Rohit Sharma dances and uses his bat and his pad to push out towards where a silly point might be, but there's not at the moment. It stays at 1 for 50.
Which is going to be fascinating to see how that is rolled out. Obviously, the front line workers are probably the ones that deserve it first, who are dealing with, obviously in hospitals and stuff. So it's going to be interesting to see how they do that and if that happens.
Nathan Lyon to the crease once again. Stanley Street ends to Rohit Sharma on the back foot defending around the corner, gets himself a single. Pujara had to run, but he got there pretty easily. Rohit's 36, 1 for 51. I suppose in other countries there's been high-profile members of the community given the vaccine to reinforce that it's safe, and the Australian cricket team doesn't get much more high-profile than that. That's one way of interpreting it.
Very true. And they are going to be travelling and for their jobs, I guess.
Silly point now in position with Pujara on strike, kicking Nathan Lyon away after dancing down the track. Pujara is ever so good at that, Ian Healy.
And representing our country. They would be, nice role models for the vaccination, but as soon as that last frontline worker is finished.
Correct. Yeah, that's probably a little bit more important. Yeah.
Lyon to the crease again. Dancing, Pujara flicking to mid-wicket. Shouldn't be a single, nearly is due to the misfield, but they're happy just to stay put. The end of 18 overs on the Robot Building Supply scoreboard. Robot's got it. India 1 for 51.
This NFL season, stream every single game live in HD on NFL Game Pass, including the playoffs and Super Bowl 55. Catch every touchdown every Sunday with NFL Red Zone exclusively on NFL Game Pass. Plus game in-play highlights and more on mobile, tablet, desktop, and your smart TV. NFL Game Pass is your 24/7 NFL network. Live and on demand. NFL Game Pass, a must for every American football fan. Start watching today at NFLGamePass.com. Terms and conditions apply.
So Patrick Cummins has finished his spell and he's also gone down the dugout. No concerns, just straight off the field, maybe going for a quick bathroom break. Cameron Green to replace him. Our Australian bowlers for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. Green spelled 2 overs so far from the Stanley Street end, none for 7. Now gets a chance from the Bolcher Street end. Slightly up the slope, according to Ryan Harris, who's bowled more overs here than most.
Yeah, probably Cummins just slipping off, as you said, for a bathroom break or to change the shirt, freshen up.
2 slips in the gully for Green. Bowling hitter Rohit Sharma, who plays with a nice straight blade. Fantastic timing, straight to cover, no run. But yes, that South African tour, we were discussing it yesterday on the call that it was meant to start in the middle of February, but on account of the fact that the Proteas are now in Pakistan for a full tour, they don't get home until the middle of February, so might push it back to the start of March, and the middle of February, according to reports, might be when the vaccine's first available in Australia. So it might tie in quite nicely, according to the report from Ben Horn in the newspaper this morning.
Or that test series in against Pakistan is
starting soon. Green bowls and leaving outside the off stump is Rohit Sharma. So there's three test matches.
Yes, 3 tests.
Couple of T20s.
Oh, so white ball as well, yeah. Okay. Yeah.
But I'd say you'd have to start with a bit of quarantine, wouldn't you?
Well, this is the question.
So they went today. I think they're going today, South Africa, to Pakistan. So then they have to train and quarantine for 2 weeks normally, isn't it?
Is it 2 weeks? It sort of varies, I think.
Well, the series starts in 2 weeks in Pakistan, but they've taken off for it. As you say, in Healy, there'll be a period of quarantine. I suppose on the other side of it, when South Africa get back home, that'll be the real question as to when they can start the Australian series. Green bowls here, and again Rohit Sharma defending, this time to mid-on, but doing so positively. A long way down the track, presenting a straight bat. No run, 1 for 51.
Fielded by Sean Abbott there too, who's just on for Pat Cummins. Just got the creams a little bit dirty, didn't he? Show he's been on.
He's had a pretty big day. He's pretty active in his vest when he is in the dugout. He's been saw him come back from the nets, and he was catching balls, like he had a catching session. So they're all very active and engaged. Just like
long sleeves on as well, Abbott. As Green bowls, and this time Rohit Sharma down the ground, beats the man at mid-off. Labuschagne down towards the rope. A diving effort put in front of the sight screen, but it won't be enough. That is a lovely stroke from Rohit Sharma. He's driving so nicely down the ground. He moves to 40. A Blunston boundary. Blunston 150 not out. India 1 for 55. Ian Healy.
Reminded me of the Cameron Green drive at the start of the day. Exactly the same. Just waited for the ball to come onto him. The bat just snapped down and stopped. Just drove it right past the outstretched Cam Green.
Well, I think we heard that Matthew Haddin had given some advice to Marcus Harris about playing straight. Maybe Rowan Sharman's taken that advice because he's played some beautiful on and off drives.
Made for a lovely replay. Our replays for Wagner Vitamins from Chemist Warehouse. Cameron Green to the crease again, away from us towards Rohit Sharma, who leaves on length over the top of the off stump, maybe just on the fourth stump line. One ball to come in this, the 19th over.
Definitely handy fifth bowler.
Very.
That one he just let that go.
Yeah.
Probably 140, I reckon. 140 Ks.
Yep.
Felt like that anyway, and carried through to Payne. So wow.
And he's obviously got a few overs under his belt now, but the more he bowls, the stronger and fitter, and more he's going to learn. And I don't know if he get much quicker. I don't know if he can, but it's sharp, isn't it?
Yeah.
To complete his over, Cameron Green, 2 slips of gully, bowls to Rohit Sharma, who defends from the crease. Again, playing so nicely in that part of the ground. SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes delivering value. We're back to Melbourne after the break to Anthony Hudson and Chris Rogers with India 1 for 55.
Oh, well, you sent that one with a lot of pace, and...
With Western Union, you can send money online to bank accounts overseas for zero sender or receiver transfer fee when you pay with Polly.
Outstanding figures!
Download the Western Union app today.
Incredible speed and gone for a big, beautiful zero!
Western Union also makes money from currency exchange.
India now trail by 314 runs. Nathan Lyon is going to continue about to start his third over, has the figures of none for 4. Afternoon, Buck.
Hello, Doc. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. Ryan Harris has stayed with us up at the Gabba, so we're going to watch Nathan Lyon bowl and be flicked by Pujara for 1 behind square.
Right.
Afternoon, Rhino.
Good afternoon, guys.
Rhino, you'd know who Doc Hudson is, wouldn't you?
Yep. Doc Hudson? No.
Yes.
So I didn't know
That's why
either.
you wanted to chat with me to test me, Buck, is it? Or...
Well, you would have watched Cars with Carter.
Oh, yes, that just came to me right then.
At least someone's on the board.
Yep. Lyon bowls to Rowett, who presses forward, and the ball threatened to sneak back onto the stumps. This is terrific work by Rohit Sharma in particular, isn't it? It's always the current partnership's most important, I suppose, but this can really change the test match. As Lyon bowls a bit short and Rowett pounces on it, punches it away through the covers for 4 runs. He's gone to 44 in smart time. He's quite the sight, is Rohit Sharma, a Blunston boundary. And India now 1 for 60.
Right, now you would have bowled to Rohit Sharma a couple of times, wouldn't you?
Yeah, a lot, and a very good player. He's showing how good a player he is here. Nothing phases him. Obviously, he's a very good white ball player. He's probably made more of a name for himself in...
He's reaching forward and defending the next ball.
With the white ball, I think what has he got? 2, maybe 3 double hundreds in one-day cricket. But a very, very good player.
He looks an even better player now than probably when you bowled to him too. In this format, anyway.
Obviously, it's gone.
Lyon in, bowls. He's down the pitch. He lofts it high up into the outfield. And he's caught. Mitchell Stark takes the catch. And Nathan Lyon, the milestone man in his 100th, gets the wicket that Australia so desperately craves. Rohit Sharma is on his way.
Give him a rap, don't you, Buck? And then they go and do something like that. Oh, really, well bowled by Nathan Lyon. He just sort of looked like he slowed it up, and Sharma wasn't anywhere near the pitch of the ball, and he had a paddock to hit that ball into, but just scooped it up to Mitchell Stark, who made a lot of ground there and took a very good catch.
Well, what is the point of that? You're doing it so easily. Why do you... Why do you need to hit that in the air like that? I just think that's
more like the old Rowett, wasn't it, who would throw his wicket away in Test cricket?
Yeah, that's curious batting, isn't it? You're doing it pretty easily. You're scoring freely enough. You don't need to make it happen. Just keep churning away.
He trudges off the Gabba, out for 44, and India 2 for 60. Well, it's just That's almost as bad, or maybe it's even worse than some of the innocuous shots the Australians play.
Well, isn't that? I was about to say that, Huddo. It hasn't. The wickets we've seen have just fallen, come from nowhere. The batters have been set. You know, they've as Chris or Bucky just alluded to there. You know, he's doing it so easy. He didn't need to do that, and a lot of the Australian dismissals were similar. And he may have injured himself too. It just as he took off after that shot, he jumped up and down on one leg, so he may have re-injured his hamstring.
I reckon that's more.
Loses limp.
I reckon he's hit that in the air, and somehow he's managed to get a limp out of it. Oh, I didn't get to it properly.
Surely not another Indian injury. Pujara now was joined by Rahane, who has led so brilliantly and defiantly. They crossed. So line bowls, dropped a bit short, turned around the corner, some hesitation. He wouldn't want to get involved in another key run out. Rahane, that's the end of a successful over from Nathan Lyon. India at the end of it are 2 for 60 on the Robot Building Supplies scoreboard. Robot's got it.
Hey, it's Matt McKeldin, and I'm Steve Johnson, and we're the hosts of The Driver's Seat, Australia's #1 motorsport radio show. Each week we go through all the big news stories and chat to some of the biggest names in supercars. Here with Mark Winterbottom, the pump's ready to go. Davey Reynolds here, we've got a Sonic the Hedgehog phone cover. Jamie Whincup, welcome back to The Driver's Seat. Feels good to be back. Plus you can catch up and get all the exclusive interviews first on The Driver's Seat app. Get radio's #1 motorsport show on your smartphone. Thanks to Kubota, building Australia.
India 2 for 60 at the Gabba for Henley Holmes, batting for first home buyers since 1989. Once again, both openers are back in the pavilion as Nathan Lyon soaks it all up as he heads down to the boundary line. The raptures of the Queensland crowd as he gets closer to 400 wickets, 397. It's going to be Josh Hazlewood coming into bowl. Soft hands of Rahane defends up to mid-off.
I could just give a little update on the weather, gents. It's building. There's some big grey clouds starting to sneak in, so let's hope it can stay away from for a little while yet.
Oh, we're just seeing that replay of the limping Rohit Sharma. What do you reckon? Is it cramp? Is it a full-on hamstring?
I'll let Rhino answer that.
Hazlewood delivers to Rahane, who defends strongly to Cummins.
What could it be? Interesting. I think Bucky nailed it. I think it was, oh no, I played a bad shot, quickly make something up to make myself look a bit better. But.
I mean, we were just talking about how he looked a different player as an opener now. And, I mean, I remember even 2 years ago in Adelaide, he came in and whacked the ball around and was like, yes, he was going to score runs, but it was a matter of time before he was going to be dismissed. This was a much more composed Rohit Sharma, and that was anything but.
He looked in complete control.
Hazlewood again and allowed to pass by Rahane.
Just disappointing, wasn't it? As I say, we're just giving him a rap, saying how, as you just said, Huddo, how he's matured. He's a senior player. He'd probably be the vice captain in this side. Probably.
Yeah. Oh, he is, yeah.
Yeah, so seniority and you know, to play a shot like that, as we've just been saying, he was in complete control and doing it so easy and looked so good. Played some beautiful on and off drives.
Especially when you've got so many players out. You're so reliant on your senior players to stand up. The ones who have experience. And now really it's on Rahane and Pujara.
And he's right back in the crease defending the next one, Rahane. Protecting the castle. Still 2 for 60. Our replays for Wagner Vitamins from Chemist Warehouse.
A credit to Nathan Lyon too. I think he might have sensed that Sharma might be coming after him, so he got that one to drop a little bit, almost like he beat him in the air. And Rohit, when he tried to go over the top, he towed it.
Hazelwood again, and very watchful Rahane defence.
And there was no other fielder anywhere near Mitchell Stark. He had Paddock, so he even had to try and get a little bit squarer. But as you said, Bucky, that Nathan Lyon obviously sensed it, just took the pace off a little bit and beat him in flight and got the result he was after. Starting to see the ball move a little bit in the air here with these overcast conditions as well, which is helpful to the Australians.
Hazelwood, can he get the wobble around a little? He's in his 6th over. He's aiming at Rahane. Full, it was attacking the stumps, the off stump. He just got a little bit of willow on it to keep it out. A maiden over from Josh Hazelwood. The Aussies on the attack. It's 2 for 60 for Henley Holmes, batting for first-home buyers since 1989.
G'day, Merv Hughes here for Scott Pack Business Finance. A bowler needs great control, and you're always in control of your business cash flow with Scott Pack Cash Connector, because you choose when to access the money you are owed. Search for Scott Pack today.
SEN SA studio on King William Street is powered by Lumo Energy. Join SEN and power your home or business with energy from an Australian-owned company. Lumo Energy SA. Learn more. Head to lumoenergy.com.au today.
So Rahane and Pujara now hold the key for India. Big opportunity for Australia to make inroads. Nathan Lyon, fielders on both sides of the pitch. It's a bit short. Pujara couldn't capitalise on that fact.
Rhino, did you say Cherie messaged you to say it was raining in Balumba?
Yes, it was. Yep, and I've just, as you said that, in the corner of my eye, saw a little flash of lightning over the stand as well. So,
Lyon bowls and Pujara watchful, keeping it out.
So, unfortunately, it looks like it's closing in, but with a bit of luck, it's only sort of a quick storm. They can come and go, as we know, pretty quickly here.
Can you trust the radar in Brisbane, Rhino?
They're pretty good, to be honest. I follow it at...
He defends, almost stumbles as he played it on the offside.
Follow it a lot, having been being a keen golfer. You've got to know when to do a runner if the lightning and thunder's coming, because you don't want to be stuck with the golf club in your hand. So.
Yeah, there's a little patch, there's a one red patch, which is kind of heading roughly towards, doesn't look huge, but certainly be big enough to interrupt play.
Takes his golf seriously, Ryan.
Yeah. Sounds like it. He bowled air that time, but he offers the pad on the way down. How would you describe, what do you play off, Ron?
Yeah, down to 4.8. So,
wow.
Taking full toll of not working full time, as you could probably imagine. So
he can be angry. Like when we coached together, he could get quite angry at times, as we all could. But then when he plays golf, he's just the most relaxed bloke ever. Can't work that out.
Lyon bowls, using his feet again, turning it to mid-wicket, but can't get through.
Maybe I've only ever seen you when you played well then.
Yeah, you probably have. A couple of times. We played a few good games, didn't we?
Like when you landed on the roof of the party.
Yeah.
Lyon, Pujara, is it just off the pad? A spectacular left-handed catch by Matthew Wade. But there was no bat in that. A maiden over from Nathan Lyon. 4 overs, 1 for 9. His figures. It's the best cover scoreboard. India 2 for 60 on SEN Test cricket.
With a header back in the shed and the dust starting to settle, it's time to start planning for next year's harvest. For that extra edge, it's time to consider upgrading to a John Deere S700 combine harvester. With automation and intelligence that offers seamless integration between you and your equipment, you can make every hour spent harvesting a productive hour and end next season on a high note. Talk to your local John Deere dealer now to secure your S700 harvester for Harvest 2021.
Tell us more.
We were in Kimberley. We were in Kimberley, a town called Kimberley in South Africa, so not far from the centre.
Hazelwood to Rahane. He lets it go.
And what was his name? What was the guy who took us out to?
Oh, the liaison, Pete, was it? Pete?
Yeah.
Macca's.
And anyway, we went out there. We were kind of playing a late round together, and it was a Friday evening. And playing at a kind of it's like a resort there, I guess. All the housing that kind of runs along the course, and we were just playing. And it was Friday evening, so everyone must have been out. There was no one around, except there was this one party going on. It was like a house party.
Hazelwood and Rahane defends, which is good of him, so the story can continue.
it was just, it was. They were practically the only people we saw in the house the whole time. And then Rhino's hit this massive slice. Sure enough, it's landed right on the roof of this house next to the fairway. And fair to say they weren't happy as we
weren't happy at all with that.
No. Rhino, how many times do you reckon you apologised?
Oh, I was doing everything I could, and he gave me nothing.
You've got
to expect, if you live on a golf course, you might get the odd golf ball flying through your past.
Hazelwood bowls off the back foot. He can't. Well, he partially beats Harris. Not enough for a run on the misfield. He's still yet to score a hard 8. Pajara is 8. He didn't offer any memorabilia or anything like that, did you?
No, I didn't. I didn't even get my Titleist Pro V1 back. That was what I was probably more worried about.
And no doubt that's a common story, but just the fact that it was literally the only house that we saw that had people in. Well, I couldn't stop laughing.
Hazelwood operating as economically as always. Bowls a short one, and Rahane just took his eyes off a little as he ducked his head out to get out of the way. After such a great test in Melbourne where he made 112 and 27, he was out for 22 and 4 in Sydney. The Indian skipper.
Played very well, didn't he? He's done a great job, Ajika Rahane, taking over the captaincy. A big hole, obviously left by Virat Kohli, both with the bat and captaincy, but he's taken to it pretty well. He's pretty calm and collected.
Hazelwood pushes it up a little further. He's right in behind that. He was admiring his own defensive work there, I think. Rahane posing after the ball had already gone to cover. Trailed by 309 runs. BizCover scoreboard, testbizcover.com.au and BizSave on your business insurance. One of our listeners, Buck, suggesting that Warney's analysis of Marcus Harris's batting this morning was word for word, as you gave us yesterday. I wonder whether Warney was listening. Hazelwood bowls last ball of the over, same as the previous. It's defended to cover. 2 for 60 through 23 overs for Henley Holmes, batting for first home buyers since 1989.
Alinta Energy salutes you, the true cricket fan, who knows that an innie and an outie have nothing to do with belly buttons. Bales aren't made of hay. Slips have nothing to do with bananas. An overthrow doesn't involve a third world dictator, and a sitter is a catch, not someone you leave the kids with. So to celebrate you, the true cricket fan, catch a great energy deal with Alinta Energy, the team supporting your home team, and cricket fans everywhere.
We've got one more over with Ryan Buck before he goes to share some cricketing stories somewhere at the Gabba. You got some go-to numbers, have you, Ryan?
Oh, I've got a little function that I've just got to pop into and say hello to.
Lyon's about to bowl, and Pajara is using his feet again. He works it straight to Pat Cummins, forward square leg.
Would that function be in the Cricketers Club, Ryan?
That's the second one I've got to go to. I'll pop into another one just beforehand. On the way round to the Cricketers Club, yes.
Just a couple of warm-ups, eh?
Lyon operating over the wicket. Pajara is using his feet. He's right in the game here, Nathan Lyon. He defends just away from Labuschagne.
Bucky, I know I've got to get off after this over, but I was just going to ask you about Marcus Harris. I might leave you with it to explain, because I know you've done a lot of work with him since taking over the Victorian job. He looks technically a lot better than probably what he was. Would that be a fair statement?
Line bowl short enough and still unconvincingly played by Pajara off the stumps.
I think he's working towards something. I think there's still a bit of work to go, because he was still coming round himself a little bit in the first inning, so he just hasn't played as well.
Line again, he's down the track, and he almost found himself stranded. Wade, reflex fielding, missed the stumps anyway.
But for me, Rhino, there was a couple of balls he should have probably on-driven, but he hit them to a wide mid-on, where the fielder was, and I think So he's not quite perfect at the moment, and that happens when you haven't played, but definitely on the improve.
Line again. He waits for it and whips it. Can't beat Warner at mid-wicket.
Apologies there, Hudson, just jumping in there, but I agree. When you're trying to change something like that, it's not going to happen overnight. And like you said then, when you're not playing, there's only so much stuff you can do in net sessions, isn't there?
Yeah. Last ball of the line over. He gives it air, but Gerard waits for it to come this time and defence. Enjoy, Ryan.
Thank you, guys.
Fatten the wallet a bit, and we'll see you later on.
Nice to be with you. Thank you.
Behave yourself, Rhino.
2 for 60 for Henley Holmes.
Oh, well, you sent that one with a lot of pace, and...
With Western Union, you can send money online to bank accounts overseas for zero sender or receiver transfer fee when you pay with Polly.
Outstanding figures!
Download the Western Union app today.
Incredible speed and gone for a big, beautiful zero!
Western Union also makes money from currency exchange.
2 for 60. Rahane yet to score as Hazelwood starts the new over. Sun shining for now as he defends, standing up and playing. Can't beat Labuschagne at extra cover. Have you had any communication with Marcus since he's been in the Australian camp?
Bits and pieces, but it's almost you want to give him a bit of space, like this. I think the other thing is it's a bit like Will Pukowski. So many people are going to be trying to get involved and messaging him, and too many really. And everyone means well, but you just want to go about your business. So you want to give them a little bit of space. Always be there if they want to chat.
Hazelwood bowls, and it's a short ball that time, which he just stood in the crease and played down into the ground again to Labuschagne.
I must admit, I did just message him just to ask him if he was in the side. That was the only thing.
Yeah.
Just was pretty keen to find that out.
One of the reasons I asked is there's so much remote coaching going on at the moment, and golf in particular is a sport where you probably can coach that way, but cricket, I imagine, is a little more difficult.
There's probably just a couple of basic points you can...
Hazelwood again, and Rahane is not worrying about scoring at the moment. He keeps it out. It's still 2 for 60.
You can just be consistent on, particularly if, that there are a couple of the points he's been thinking about or working on. But really, I think, too, the other thing is if you get to this level, you should be able to kind of look after yourself as a player. There are a couple of coaches there and they're good coaches in the Australian setup, so they may be able to point a couple of things out, but you should be able to self-regulate, really.
Threatening skies at the Gabba as Hazelwood threatens just outside the off stump. Rahane felt compelled to play, which he did into the ground again.
I just wonder if Marcus will have had to think about what happened in the first innings, watched his footage, and then just thought, okay, there's just one or two things I can just improve, and I'll just nail that, particularly when the bowler's at the top of his mark. I'll just kind of tick that off, then go back into, just having a clear mind and trying to watch the ball. So it's got to be a little bit on him.
Hazelwood just pauses as Empire stopping his approach, but clear pathway now to the crease with 3 slips ready. Bowls to Rahane, it's shorter, he pulls without any real timing, but there was placement there with the 2 men out in the deep, and Stark comes in, keeps the scoring to 1. Did you have a set thing as the bowler came in? Was it like 2 or 3 steps of things you did?
Yeah, I had 2 internal thoughts when the bowler was at the top of his mark. So I used to say feet and head. I just wanted them to be in the same position all the time. And then as the bowler was running in, I would just say, let it come in. So more like a little contest, against the ball, which was external. But almost my idea around that was I was trying to narrow my thoughts. You can't think of nothing. It's impossible.
Right.
So you've got to think of something. But you want to have a particular focus on what you're doing. That's why, you see a lot of players say, watch the ball, because it's almost getting rid of the external noise in your head.
Field adjustments here as they crowd Pujara with a leg gully and a short leg, but he went full and he defended it pretty sternly. So Rahane was off the mark in that over with one. Pujara 8. India 2 for 61. BizCover scoreboard. Test bizcover.com.au and BizSave on your business insurance.
I like to keep my garden looking its best. The Nylex retractable hose makes it easy to water the furthest corner, and it keeps my yard tidy. Retract like a Nile expert, water like a Nile expert. Nylex retractable hose reels, available at Bunnings.
G'day, Merv Hughes here for Scott Pack Business Finance. I had my uniforms tailored for my unique body, and Scott Pack can tailor a cash flow solution for your unique business. Whatever your needs, search for Scott Pack today.
Nathan Lyon to bowl the last over before the tea break. India losing both openers. Gill for 7 and Sharma for 44. Rowett look right on top. They've made only one run since. It's short enough to play back to. Rahane, it's about survival here as he defends the first. Goes again, a little more air down the pitch comes Rahane. Checked the drive as he played it down to Stark, who's given himself a lot of room at a wide mid-on, so there's an easy single for him there. He doubles his score. He's 2. Pujara is 8. That's another one of these crease occupations by Pujara. There is rain coming. It might just come nicely during the tea break. Hopefully that will mean that the timer off is a little less.
Change your guard, Gary.
India trail by 307. Line again to Pujara. He's thrusting the pad out. Bounces up to Labuschagne in close on the offside. And they can't even be bothered going through the motions of appealing.
Just look at Labuschagne just looking ominously to the sky. I think everyone's expecting this rain to hit pretty shortly.
Line bowls and Pujara, they call of catch it and he even gave the tumble turn. And a token appeal from Steve Smith again. Pujara playing with the pad primarily here. Our experts for Maccas, the McRib and El Macco, are back at Maccas this summer. Line getting through his overs quickly here. Bowls again, drops it a little shorter, turned around the corner. But can't beat the field, and there's no run. The BizCover scoreboard, test bizcover.com.au and BizSave on your business insurance. India 2 for 62. Highlights for Nylex, experts in watering. Last ball before tea. Line drops it short down the leg side, and that is tea. So you can make your contribution with thanks to Tyre Power, who know your tyres. You want to give us a call during the tea break. India 2 for 62. The players just milling around for an extra moment or two. Australian bowling figures. Stark just the 3 overs at the top of this innings. None for 8. Hazelwood 8 overs for 11. Picture of economy again. Pat Cummins, the first wicket taker, 6 overs, 1 for 22. Cam Green 3 overs for 11. And Nathan Lyon 6 complete overs, 1 for 10. Some quick thoughts from Chris Rogers.
Yeah, I think this is a pretty good batting pitch now, and in India really just have to get stuck in and see if they can bat for as long as they can naturally. But up to Australia, they've got to find ways to chip away at this Indian batting lineup, which is still pretty good despite a lot of the players who are missing in this side. So it's a nice little challenge for Australia. I think we're going to see a little bit of weather come in as well. Yes. So whether there'll need to be more urgency in terms of trying to get a result in the game, or whether there'll be enough time to get 20 wickets for Australia. But now they just have to focus about getting the ball in the right area and finding a way to maybe even force a mistake out of one of these two batsmen.
Our eyes are on the sky. The groundsmen are out on the ground. Rowett, the leading run scorer for India for Victoria Police. You're more suited than you might think to join Victoria Police. And the wickets shared between Lyon and Cummins, so the leading wicket taker is always for Alinta Energy, supporting your home team. So we'll keep an eye on who is the player of the day when we come back to, of course, from our friends at Bingley. The sale of the year is on now at Bingley. Australia 2 for 60, they have the upper hand, and the rain is expected shortly. The tea break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. Ian Healy to join me next.
The call to arms for Enviro sustainability has arrived.
In air conditioning, A for Air is leading the way in energy efficiency.
As a Daikin specialist dealer, A for Air are a carbon-neutral business. Committed to clean air, they go one step further by offsetting the carbon footprint of every air conditioning system they install for 10 years.
Partnering with A for Air is positive for your home, your business and for the world.
The choice you make for your comfort today will impact your children's climate tomorrow.
aforair.com.au.
This NFL season, stream every single game live in HD on NFL Game Pass, including the playoffs and Super Bowl 55. Catch every touchdown every Sunday with NFL Red Zone exclusively on NFL Game Pass. Plus game recording highlights and more on mobile, tablet, desktop, and your smart TV. NFL Game Pass is your 24/7 NFL network. Live and on demand. NFL Game Pass, a must for every American football fan. Start watching today at NFLGamePass.com. Terms and conditions apply.
New mini hotcakes with Nutella have arrived at Macca's. Our famous hotcakes made mini with a delicious layer of creamy Nutella. Try them today and flavour your summer with Macca's. Available for a limited time only.
SEN studio on King William Street is powered by Lumo Energy. Join SEN and power your home or business with energy from an Australian-owned company. Lumo Energy SA. Learn more. Head to lumoenergy.com.au today.
Big Bash Nation. It is punished by Michael Neitzer.
He rockets through the middle stump, down the ground, and smokes it.
This summer, all the big sixes, all the big wickets, and all the fun of the Big Bash is live on SEN.
Smith has launched Harris Roll. That is a massive wicket.
Big Bash Nation, live all summer on your home of sport, SEN. For McDonald's, the McRib and El Maco are back at Macca's this summer. And Daikin, Mega Air, custom designed Daikin Air Systems.
An important message from the Victorian Government. To help stop the spread of coronavirus, all residents and travellers wishing to enter Victoria must now apply for a permit. To find out whether you are currently in a red zone, orange zone or green zone, and what you must do to enter Victoria, visit coronavirus.vic.gov.au. Stay safe, stay open. Authorised by the Victorian Government, Melbourne.
G'day, Merv Hughes here for Scott Pack Business Finance. I was never the best, but I played with the best. I still do. Scott Pack is the #1 non-bank business lender, the market leader in cash flow solutions. Search for Scott Pack Business Finance.
This NFL season, stream every single game live in HD on NFL Game Pass, including the playoffs and Super Bowl 55. Catch every touchdown every Sunday with NFL Red Zone exclusively on NFL Game Pass. Plus game recording highlights and more on mobile, tablet, desktop, and your smart TV. NFL Game Pass is your 24/7 NFL network. Live and on demand. NFL Game Pass, a must for every American football fan. Start watching today at NFLGamePass.com. Terms and conditions apply.
Alinta Energy salutes true cricket fans who know that an innie has nothing to do with belly buttons. An overthrow doesn't involve a third world dictator, and a sitter is a catch, not someone you leave the kids with. So for you, catch a great energy deal and score $300 worth of KO Basic on us. Alinta Energy, the team supporting your home team. T's and C's apply. Only whilst on Sports Pack Electricity Plan. Basic plan information documents available at alintaenergy.com.au/BPID.
Real adventures with Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Everything fishing, boating and outdoors.
I'm just astonished how many people are still using the wrong burley cages, Pat. You need to get your cages down to the bottom for the whiting. Look at the design of the whiting's face. They're shaped so the mouth turns in underneath their jaw and they feed hard on the bottom. So where are they going to be? They're going to be on the bottom.
Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Subscribe and listen today wherever you get your podcasts.
Finance a new X-Trail with Nissan Future Value over 48 months and 60,000 kilometres, and Nissan will pay the first 6 months of your loan repayments only at Nissan. T's and C's and exclusions apply. Approved private and ABN applicants only.
Harvey Norman, your cooling specialist. Visit us in-store or online to find a cooling solution for your home. Tower fans, an elegant solution for compact spaces. Powerful pedestal fans to cool a larger room. Air circulators to save energy all year round. Keep your air cool and clean with a Dyson Purifier fan. Hard to cool area? Portable evaporative coolers may be the solution by using moisture to cool the air. The best deals on cooling. See the range in store today. Harvey Norman, your cooling specialists.
G'day, Murph Hughes here. Summer is here, and that means two things. Our big piece of steam unit on the pitch, and your car's aircon needs to be on top of its mark. Your off stump will be blown away by the aircon service at your local Repco authorised service centre. Their fully qualified mechanics will keep you cool all year with a comprehensive service on your car's aircon system, no matter what you drive. Book online today at repcoservice.com.
On SEN Test Cricket, Australia versus India. For Western Union, another fast delivery by Western Union. Send money online with our app. And for Henley Homes, transparent pricing, no spin.
One in bowls. He's down the pitch. He lofts it high up into the outfield. And he's caught. Mitchell Stark takes the catch. And Nathan Lyon, the milestone man in his 100th. Rohit Sharma is on his way. And we're still shaking our head a little at the shot from Rohit Sharma, in keeping with the way Australia batted yesterday. This is the tea break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. India 2 for 62, Gill out for 7, and Sharma, who looked in control, for 44 from 74 balls. SEN Test Cricket for Henley Homes, transparent pricing, and for Western Union, send money fast online. You can make your contribution for tyre power. Summer Scorcher sale is now on, or hit the temper text machine on 0433 98 11 16. Anthony Hudson and Ian Healy with us from the Gabba. First and foremost, Heels, what's happening with the weather and the groundsman at the moment?
Yeah, see, Huddo, you needed to stick with us today, didn't you? And you did. We said it wasn't going to rain at 1 o'clock, but it looks like it might rain at 3.
Right.
No real urgency by the ground staff. They've just finished putting the big cover down with no panic. I think mainly to get off the field because there's a bit of lightning around it. Seems to be circling left to right, which is like east to west, and our storms do come from the west, so it might come back in, but the ground staff aren't sort of intimating that they definitely think it's going to happen.
Okay, so the situation in the match, India trailed by 307 runs, and yes, good early wicket for Pat Cummins against Gill, but I'm still scratching my head about Rohit Sharma. I think that's probably even a worse shot than any of the Australians playing.
Well, I reckon 2 overs before that, I thought to myself, gee, that big gap at mid-wicket must be teasing these batsmen. I know it would tease me. I just have to flip something over. The man short mid-wicket, get it over him, and I've got 80 metres of gap to play in, you know. And that's what Rohit Sharma didn't play well enough. He could have just only had to find the middle of the bat a little better than that, and he's got 4. So he towed it, and Stark used his athleticism to catch it. It didn't turn out well for him, but the gap was there to play into, that's for sure. Just with the spin, knock it over there. You know, lots of those deliveries in a T20 match would get hit for 6 over that gap that I'm talking about.
Yep.
And yet in Test cricket, they tighten up.
Yeah, so where does it leave the match as far as you can assess? Because a lot was going to hinge on the openers, and they're classy players, and Sharma showed it. Got to 44, so 2 for 62, still more than 300 behind.
Every time now that Australia goes out on the field to bowl, they'll know they're not far away from getting these Indian rookies into bat. You know, they break this Pujara and Rahane partnership. That's where this game sits right now. They've just absorbed a lot of deliveries, haven't they? They're intent on defence, both of them. So they've got to decide exactly what they want to do. Is that what they want to do for the rest of the game and look for draw?
Or it's a long way out, isn't it, to be playing for the draw?
they're going to look to score more runs than they looked like they were just before the tea break. So that partnership's good. Then you've got Agarwal, who has been a good player for India, but not this series. Then Pant, then the bowlers, and many unknowns that the Indian side has got. So Australia will be chock full of confidence every time they hit the crease. India have got to really start to fight.
And to your eye, what's the wicket doing right now for the paceman and for Nathan Lyon?
It's offering bounce for both. And Lyon loves that because the surface is hard and not broken up yet, so he bounces what he's got. He's not getting spin, so that's good for him. The quicks they're pounding in. Pat Cummins was very impressive once again. Just hit a length, a foolish length, bring the batsman half onto the front foot, and maybe get some movement off the seam, either into that front pad or away for the outside edge at times. It's a patience game, but they're producing pace. So they've all been used. Hazelwood and Cummins, the best of them. Stark's down a little bit. I'm not sure whether he might be injured, carrying a leg injury of some description. But Cameron Green and Nathan Lyon, they've all had a run.
Yeah, they certainly have. Again, Pat Cummins not opening the bowling. It seems, I'm not quite sure what Tim Payne's logic has been. He's chopped and changed as far as that's concerned through the summer. Do you think it's almost at the stage where Pat Cummins just should be the opening bowler, or are you happy to horses for courses?
Well, I would put, yes, I think Cummins should be an opening bowler. And maybe if they want to use Stark, they check Stark, I think, to see how much he's going to swing.
Yes, yeah.
And then, and it's always going to be a good pace. He got his pace up to 150, so, but he just couldn't get his radar right. So 3 overs and you're off. I think they can do that with Starkey at first change. So, or why don't they bowl Starkey from Hazelwood's end and Cummins from take the new ball first over? So you know, again, there's lots of options. It works plenty of times over the years using Starkey. So I'm not fussed, but I think Cummins should have been an opening bowler today. Should have had the new ball. Not Stark and Hazelwood.
Just a quick reflection, Ian, on the Indian performance in the field to get Australia out for 369.
Yeah, gutsy, and it was a very fun session this morning's first session. The batsmen were coming at it. The bowlers were getting wickets after about the 55th minute. So it was real fun. So that Indian team quite enjoyed themselves, I hope. But yeah, they're never beaten. They're never out of the contest, and they're making every chance to enjoy themselves.
Yeah. So what's it look like now as you look at any developments?
It's dark, yeah. The lights are on inside the canopy of the grandstands, so it's very, very dark. The ground staff are still out there taking plenty of time. It's not as if they're madly rushing for something that's going to hit us quickly. Lightning, and we're about to have some time off, I'm sure.
All right, well, we're going to take a break now and join all our networks around the country. Ian Healy, we'll be back to him shortly at the Gabba. The fall of wickets for the Roofing and Sheet Metal Centre. All your sheet metal products, Australian-made, quality guaranteed, with the wickets falling at 11 and 60 so far. This is SEN Test Cricket for Western Union. Another fast delivery by Western Union. Send money overseas with our app. And for Henley Homes, batting for first-home buyers since 1989. This has been the tea break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. Come back with us shortly around the country with Gerard and Pete on SEN Test Cricket.
Dwayne's World with Dwayne Russell.
Dwayne's World will be back bigger and better than ever this year. I can't wait to be taking your calls on all things sport during Midday Madness and right throughout the show. It's going to be a massive 2021 in sport, and I'm looking forward to talking to you about it. Don't forget, the Midday Madness promise. You call, you get on. I'll catch you soon.
Dwayne's World. Back January 27th on SEN.
Hi, it's Doug the tradie. If you're a tradie like me, you need the correct insurance. It's easy with IMAR. They offer competitive premiums, instant cover and no paperwork. Go online, get an instant quote and pay the premium, or call an expert now on 13IMAR. You'll be covered in a few simple steps and ready to get on with the job. Visit imar.com.au today or call 13IMAR and get a quote, get covered, get working.
The tradies, mate.
miss any of the action.
That's it off to mid-creek. One dribble, three!
Wow! Watch live and free on SBS Viceland and SBS On Demand.
Oh, well, you sent that one with a lot of pace. And...
With Western Union, you can send money online to bank accounts overseas for zero sender or receiver transfer fee when you pay with Polly.
Outstanding figures!
Download the Western Union app today.
Incredible speed and gone for a big, beautiful zero!
Western Union also makes money from currency exchange.
When you're building or designing someone's dream home, it's the personal touches that help new homeowners feel comfortable in their new environment. Builders can create the right environment for customers with Mega Air. They're Dakin's specialist dealers, working exclusively with some of Adelaide's best-known builders, focused on creating custom-designed air systems to fit the Aussie lifestyle. From the coast to the Adelaide Hills, Mega Air Air Conditioning. Create your environment. megaair.com.au.
Montane, Montane, everybody's talking about Montane.
And everybody is still talking about the amazing relaunch at Montane Mount Barker, with 4 of the top 10 brands on sale. Mitsubishi, Ford, Hyundai and Kia, and dealer principal James Bedford is giving away $500 worth of free genuine accessories with every car delivered this month. Also mention the words Montane family and receive an extra bonus, and that's why
everybody's talking about Montane.
MBD 182170.
When you want a fence that'll look fantastic forever, who do you call? Call the sheriffs. When you want high-profile fencing with privacy and security, call the sheriffs. What about aluminium, tubular, sheet, rail and post fencing? Sheriffs. Sheriffs. SA's best price? Definitely sheriffs. When you want fencing, talk to Sheriffs Fencing and Steel. They'll beat any competitor's price on an equivalent item. And Metro delivery is free. High-quality products, wholesale prices. Visit sheriffsfencingandsteel.com.au for a sponsor.
It's never been more important to buy Australian than right now. Locally made products known for quality, safety and reliability support Aussie jobs. Look for the trusted kangaroo logo. Buy Australian now. Visit australianmade.com.au.
SEN studio on King William Street is powered by Lumo Energy. Join SEN and power your home or business with energy from an Australian-owned company, Lumo Energy SA. Learn more. Head to lumoenergy.com.au today.
On SEN Test Cricket, Australia versus India. For Western Union, another fast delivery by Western Union. Send money online with our app. On SEN Test Cricket, the third session.
The rains are coming to the Gabba. It's battened down. There's a storm brewing, and on the radar there's a red blob which grows and grows and grows with each passing moment. And when it hits, it'll hit ferociously. So the covers are down. It's a preemptive strike. But there is a state of readiness, and the readiness is not for cricket. So to those who are joining us for the first time on SEN and SEN Track, our relays across the country, welcome. Australia bowled out for 369. And at T, India 2 for 62. The openers have been removed. Gill for 7. And then in a great talking point, Rohit Sharma for 44. Gerard Whateley with you. Peter Lalor, the chief cricket writer from The Australian, is with me from the People's Republic of Marrickville. Hello to you, Pete.
Hello, Gerard. Sunny here. Is it sunny in Melbourne?
No, it's been a bit of a wild old day here. Not much of a day to take a walk, but it's nothing like what's brewing in Brisbane.
No, those good old Brisbane storm clouds aren't there. It was a bit like my mood in that second session, to be honest. Actually, like my mood through the whole day. Just watching this. Is it me, Gerard? Am I just in a dark place? But I'm very unhappy with the Australian performance in this Test match and in this series, to be honest. I think they really let something slip in that first innings. They left a lot of runs out there. I read a stat, I don't know if it's true or not, but it says it's only the 8th time in 28 tests that Australia has failed to pass 400 at the Gabba in the first innings. So that kind of puts it into a perspective too. And let's remember that most of those wickets that those runs would have been scored on would have been more difficult to bat, at least in the first hour or the first session. I mean, this wicket played pretty well, so that's an underwhelming score. And my mood darkened even more as I watched the tail bat. The tail batted with confidence, a degree of abandon. They played their shots and it came off. So they all eventually got out, but it didn't look that difficult to bat on that wicket. It didn't look as difficult as perhaps the top order have made it look. And then as I watched India cruise to 1 for 60, I think they were, I was, you had to put the covers out for me. I was grumpy and ready to go home. But then Rohit Sharma obliged by playing a ridiculous shot. May I quote Sunil Gavaskar?
Yes, please do. See if you can get the tone of it right.
I can't do Sonny's tone, but why? That's an unbelievable shot. That's an irresponsible shot. There is a fielder there at long on. There is a fielder there at square leg. You just hit a boundary a couple of deliveries earlier. Why would you play that shot? You're a senior player. There's no excuse, absolutely no excuse for this shot. An unnecessary wicket gifted away, totally unnecessary. There you go. I kind of did it with a bit of Peter Roebuck, but it needed more Ron Brassey, I think.
It's the parable of the frog and the scorpion with Rohit Sharma, I think, is unfortunately, or however you want to measure it, it's in his nature to do that.
Yeah, that's one of my favourite stories. Yeah, still, look at Rohit Sharma. I mean, basically, he hasn't played any cricket since the IPL final. He comes to Australia and he scores 26, 52 and 44 like he hasn't missed a beat. They're quite good, these modern cricketers. They don't need as much preparation as they carry on about, I reckon.
So Brad Haddin was with us at the end of the Australian innings, and his flinch reaction was that they'd left 100 out there, and he pondered that this is a team that can't harness its ruthless edge, and when there is the real opportunity to seize the game. That was Wade and Labuschagne yesterday, who fell at 200 and 213, and then Payne and Green today at 311 and 313. They lost wickets together and weren't able to prosecute in the way that Australian teams, when they are in their pomp, in the way that they would bat a team out of a game across a session in those moments. And that's the flaw in this team, which is still clearly finding its way.
Yeah, it's a good observation for Brad, isn't it? And Brad was good at ruthless, and sides he played in were good at ruthless too. But they weren't ruthless, and that's why, I mean, people say, how can you criticise Marnus? And I apologise, because he was the best batsman in that innings and the largest contribution. But even there, even from the best contribution, even from the best batsman, just wasn't ruthless enough, was it? Just didn't go on. Ditto, I mean, Matthew Wade and Rohit Sharma could be, brothers from another mother, I think.
Yes.
In the way they play. It's just in their nature, isn't it? Tim Payne did his best, it was a solid 50, but the rest of them were pretty disappointing.
And India's fight, you don't want to actually be at all condescending, because it has made for a compelling series. Every time they look like they're about to be dropped, that elastic stretches in the marathon, they're able to claw their way back, and that was the morning. It was a big effort to bowl Australia out in that session before lunch.
Yeah, it was a very good effort, and another great effort from these Indians, who have possibly formed a cult while travelling here, I think. And I think that they're locked in. Ravi Shastri's told them that the entire world's against them. They are the last, there's only 10 of them standing, and they're the last hope of humanity and of Indian pride. And in a way, it contributes to their performance to have the crowd abusing them, as unhappy as that is. They are just a remarkable team, and some very good bowling. Nine wickets in that innings came from three bowlers who had a collective experience of 10 deliveries going into that test match. It's a great result by India. I thought Siraj was the pick of the bowlers, but he didn't get the results he deserved. But Natarajan was very good for his first test match, 3 for 78. Shardul Thakur, 3 for 94. And then we get Washington Sundar, the man who is basically there because he's a Nathan Lyon impersonator. I mean, he was kept back to bowl like Nathan Lyon in the nets, and he was kind of doing it on half rat power, and did it so well. He didn't do it so well. He was, again, one of the last standing, so he's got himself a chance to play Test cricket, as we said earlier in the day. It's the first-class game he has played since he was 17.
Yeah, it's remarkable.
Yeah, and he's taken 3 for 89 and bowled reasonably well. He got Steve Smith out, for God's sake.
Yes.
He's captain in the IPL at Pune a few years ago.
A bit of net whispering from Peter Lalor. So let's have a three-way conversation here as the rain really is falling at the Gabba. So we're in for a lengthy delay. But the way things are in Brisbane, it's a storm that might be spiteful for half an hour and then clear. So let's see. Bharat Sundaresan is with us as well. Bharat, welcome back.
Hello, guys. Well, what's happening? There is no rain in Sydney. It's sunny and bright. Pete Lalor and I should be at the beach, right, Pete?
In reality, we should be at the cricket, shouldn't we? I was just doing a little research. I had an unbroken stretch of 80 home tests until this one. Yeah, they add up. They add up quickly.
When does that date back to, Pete?
Well, I think I had the summer of 05-06 off the cricket ground, so 06-07.
Yeah. It's a great stretch to come to an end. Hey, Bharat, we were just pondering the frog and the scorpion in the nature of Rohit Sharma and the innings that he had under control and then threw away.
It's one of those relationships. Every time you look at it, Rohit Sharma and Test cricket, you're like, why aren't they together? Like, you go out on double dates with them and you're like, they're meant to be. But towards the end of the night, something happens and, they leave separately. And that's been really the story of that relationship. And again, and this is not the first time he stepped out to an off-spinner. It wasn't a rash or it wasn't a Matthew Wade kind of dismissal. It was great bowling. And we've seen with Rohit Sharma and high-class spin, at times he is not confident with his defensive technique against spin, and he will use his feet. He'll try to put the pressure on him, but it ended up looking like a very bad shot. And I don't know whether it was cramp or he injured himself. I don't know whether it was injury to insult or insult to injury.
So for those, I guess this has been a spirited debate about Rohit Sharma in the Test team, and you told us he batted in every position in the lineup, and here he is opening, I think it's away from home for the first time, and every time he's got a start. What will the reviews be like of Rohit Sharma? Has he answered any of the questions, or has he given both sides of the argument evidence, because he's got a start every time and then he hasn't been able to get right away?
Yeah, and he's not just got a start, he's looked so good at the crease. He's looked like there's nothing wrong with the pitch. The technique's perfected. That always has been with Rohit Sharma. He's good on the front foot, he's good on the back foot. He's such a good player to watch. He will put the bad ball away. He'll score at a good rate. Look at the 3 dismissals. Random cotton ball, yes, good ball from Josh Hazelwood. And then the second innings just helps a short ball straight to fine leg. And then today. So there is no explanation. In the past, it's been, maybe he doesn't have the temperament to play Test cricket. And then he answered that in a way when he came back in 2018, opened for the first time, or 2019, and made a lot of runs at the top of the order. And then people were like, if he has the temperament to open. Those are all on pretty flat pitches in India against not the best bowling attacks. But still, people were like, this is it. And Indian cricket has, in fact, historically made space for him. I remember a tour of Sri Lanka in 2015 where Cheteshwar Pujara had to be left out so that Rohit Sharma could fit into number 3. And then eventually Pujara was brought back as an opener just so that Rohit Sharma could keep his place. And Pujara made 100 in each innings and won India the Test match. So, it's been one of those debates. And just look at the fact that as soon as he comes in, Pujara has stripped off his vice captaincy and it's handed to Rohit Sharma. India have been desperate for Rohit Sharma to just get to Test cricket the way he has white ball cricket. And he has been desperate as well. The fact that he came here, quarantined for 2 weeks, and even now while batting, you can see he's constantly talking to himself, closing his eyes between balls and trying to concentrate. But I don't know, it's one of those things. It just doesn't seem to work out.
Was that thunder at the Gabba? Sounded a bit like it, otherwise something's fallen from the grandstand. So we're properly in the eye of the storm at the Gabba. So will he be... I guess from what you're saying, Bharat, is he'll be a long-term member of this Test side if the vice captaincy is so easily bestowed to him.
Yeah, and he's 33. He's no spring chicken anymore. So this wait for Rohit Sharma to take on Test cricket has been going on for over a decade. In fact, ironically, he was supposed to make his debut in 2010 against South Africa, and he pulled a muscle, hurt himself while playing a game called Kho-Kho. I don't even know how to explain it to you guys. I don't know why India were indulging in Kho-Kho. Peter Lalor would have seen a bit of it maybe on his many visits to India. I think it's like hopscotch or one of those, and I don't know why India were utilizing that as a pre-match ritual. But yeah, he injured himself, and Riddhiman Saha had to play as a batsman. Then he had to wait for 3 years, and then he made his debut in Tendulkar's last series in great style. He made 100, I think, in both Test matches, and and Indian cricket was like, one great in Mumbai batsman leaves, another arrives. But by the way, there is a new Tendulkar on the scene. Arjun Tendulkar made his debut yesterday for Mumbai. So, Tendulkar is going to be in the newspaper headlines all around India yet again. I don't know for how long. But, 2013, it felt like the crowning of Rohit Sharma. But here we are, 8 years later. Looks like he seems to have found his spot on the top of the order, but he needs that one big score to just establish it away from home.
And Coco's like, Coco's like tag, isn't it? Tiggy chasing. Yeah, you have two teams and have to cross.
Oh, that's kabaddi.
We could get deep into this.
Anyway, keep going. Sorry to interrupt.
How do you read the way that the days unfolded? Bharat, Australia all out 369 and at T India 2 for 62.
Oh, it's been the story of this series that no team has been allowed to, or allowed themselves in a way to have a long run of dominance, except on that day when Australia were batting for a declaration. We've not seen a team really dominate more than maybe 2 sessions on the trot. Australia, when Payne and Green started this morning, first 3 overs, they scored 21 runs. You thought, Australia looked good for 450, and then the Indians come back with the ragtag outfit that they have, that they call a bowling attack, and they somehow dismiss them for at least 80, 90 runs short of what Australia should have reached. And again, with the bat, India looked very solid. Rohit Sharma and Pujara, that partnership was flowing so well. I thought, except Pat Cummins, nobody else looked like taking a wicket. Josh Hazlewood, in my opinion, looked a little flat. Mitchell Starc was wide and short. Cam Green is still searching for his first wicket, and Nathan Lyon was just getting into his groove when that happens. And now what it means is Pujara and Rahane are in there. India seem to be stuck. The rain might have come at the right time for them. And with Mayank Agarwal, opener, now back in the middle order, Rishabh Pant, and like those guys, the ragtag outfield just left after that.
I think India scored just 2 runs from the 37 balls after Rohit Sharma went out before the break. You're right. I'm getting reports from Brisbane that they've just hit the sort of that storm is passing to the south. It's just touching them, but that is lightning and thunder that you're hearing up there.
Colo's on the spot for us, so let's get him to do the weather report for us. Adam, welcome in.
Hello, Gerard. Yes, with every clap of thunder or bolt of lightning, the crowd are going wild. They're loving it. Of course, they want the rain to stop. It's very heavy, but the crowd are amused, and the rain is bucketing down.
It's not a great room. It's very Brisbane, isn't it? That's how it looks on the screen.
Yeah, it has very Brisbane energy at the moment. As I say, the thunder and lightning, it must be obviously close to where we are right now, as Pete pointed out, because it's extremely loud, and every time we hear a noise, the crowd are firing up. So they're enjoying themselves, even though it's bucketing down.
All right, so a decent delay on our hands, so we'll be with you shortly, Colo. Hey, Pete, the dynamic around the Australian bowling. So Mitch Starc opened the bowling again, new ball, Tim Payne, 3 overs, it's not happening to Cummins, and second ball he takes a wicket, and Cummins looked like the dangerous bowler. It's a really interesting phase. I don't think he bowled a spell longer than 3 overs in the second innings in Sydney. He was obviously testing the patience of the captain, and Cummins, who doesn't get the new ball that often, is starting to really demand it.
Yeah, I don't mind the tactic, Gerard. It's a bit of a suck it and see tactic, because you can never know if that ball is going to swing or if it isn't. And also, I think the bowler that is most likely to startle you when your feet aren't moving and you haven't quite got much a rhythm at the crease is Mitchell Starc in those first, with that first over or two. So you put him on. If it's not swinging and it hasn't come off, you hand the ball to Pat Cummins. What's been lost? I don't think you lose much by it, and Pat comes back all right. But you get a chance to look at Starc. It was interesting to see that the expert saying that Starkey's wrist just seems a little bit out of position. Those things can go awry in a series, in a test match, from game to game, from session to session. But I don't have an issue with it. Do you think that they should open with Cummins?
I think it's a really interesting question. It feels like they now have three definite opening bowlers for two slots, and so the question long term for me is Starc a first change bowler? He doesn't strike me as that. He's the frightful force at the front who can blast out wickets in those first couple of overs, but he hasn't looked that way in the past couple of innings. And I'm just interested that Payne, he really hasn't stuck with him at any stage through that.
Well, I think you're selling him short in that it's not just what he does at the top of the innings, Mitchell Starc, and it's a lot of his work is at the bottom end of the innings, in intimidating the bowlers, and also with an older ball, if it does start to reverse, he also comes into the game as well. So, I don't mind the tactic. I must admit, I was a bit 50-50 on seeing Cameron Green come into the attack in the 12th over. That worried me, and that said to me that really no one's getting much assistance out there. There's not a lot of movement in the air. There's not a lot coming off. There's not a lot of assistance from the pitch. So if you're going to your all-rounder in the 12th over, well, it can either be a brilliant move if he takes a wicket, but it looks a little bit desperate, doesn't it? If nothing happens and then you go back to your set plans, it is a move away from that Australian approach of building pressure, just stick to your task. It's a try this, so let's try that. It's not the traditional approach of the Australian bowlers. They just don't sit right with me in this Test Australia. They look a little tense. I know Tim Payne saying he loves the circumstances in which this has been played because he could play cricket 24 hours a day, for the rest of his life. And he is a little like that. I don't think they're hollow words. I mean, even when Tim Payne was, as far from the game as he could be down in Tasmania with his injuries and the like, he would show up to the ground every day because he just loved being around training and he just loves being around cricket. His worst times were when he's at home on the couch. But I'm not sure that everybody else is in that situation, and I'm not sure that the general mood of the team is in a great place, and why should it be in a great place? They're 1-1. They are a chance of losing the Sunil Gavaskar, well, not gaining the Sunil Gavaskar trophy. Sunil Gavaskar, come on, Peter. Border Gavaskar trophy. And that would tense you up a bit. That would make you a bit grumpy. This is the last chance hotel for Australian cricket this summer. They need to win this Test match, or there's going to be a lot of negative appraisal of their performances.
Bharat? Yeah, very much so. I mean, all this talk of India having won here without Smith and Warner, that's just two players, Smith and Warner. Australia can't beat an Indian team which does not have Kohli, does not have India's top 5 fast bowlers, does not have India's 2 premier spinners. Then there is something really, really majorly wrong. I mean, any other country you would have felt the pressure would be on the captain, on the senior players, on the team management. If you can't beat this Indian team, and I think that pressure, that desperation showed in Sydney, and it definitely was very, very obvious yesterday. Just the way I spoke about it in the morning, the way they played Washington Sundar, and they've been so tentative, so nervous. And I was speaking to a couple of guys in the Indian team, and they felt it as well. So it's been that evident that Australia just want this Test match to somehow get over, where they just get the win from somewhere. And you could see it, like Pete correctly said, Cam Green coming in so early seemed like a very desperate move to me. And see, I know he's the future of Australia. I know there is a lot of excitement around him, understandably so. But when you build him up as an all-rounder, he's yet to take a wicket. He has bowled quite a few overs now. Yes, he made that 84 when the team was looking for a declaration, but he's yet to play that one innings which tells you Oh, yes, we found a gem, which Will Pekoski kind of did in a way, even though he was dropped a few times. So, yeah, there are some question marks about Australia, where they are right now. But, yeah, I think they would just like one easy test match where India just finally buckle down and that fight just goes away. And even I have been thinking about it all for the last couple of days that the Indian fight will, at some time, they will have to give up. They will tap out. But they just don't seem to be tapping out, which is adding to Australia's frustration.
While we're chatting, the Magic Millions has been run on the Gold Coast, and Shakiro, trained by Chris Waller, ridden by Hugh Bowman, has been victorious there. Alpine Edge, and she's all class. So Shakiro wins the annual Magic Millions, and it's dry at the Gold Coast at the moment. So
it's not dry at the Gabba, Gerard. I'm looking on another feed.
The surface water's amazing.
That is incredible. I hope all the Indian players can swim, because there's a lot of water on that ground. It actually looks like the cameras look like a camera on a submarine.
Yes, it's stretching further and further out from the covers at the 4 points, and then there's sort of the gap, and the outfield is flooded as well. So Chris Rogers told us about the intensity of these storms at the Gabba, where you could sit there and look across the ground and not be able to see the far grandstand, and yet 90 minutes later you would be back out there because it drains so rapidly. But it's going to have a lot of work to do when the storm actually does pass. And what are we, 25 past 3 local time. So, yeah, there'll be some doubt as to whether there'd be any more cricket today by the looks of that.
Well, Gerard, the good news is if you're paid by the hour, we can play an extra 60 minutes at the end of play, and if we don't make up all the time then, we can make up 30 minutes before play on the subsequent day. So that's good money for the working class.
Early starts.
You'd be paid by the hour, would you, Gerard?
Yeah, I imagine so. And the South African tour, which comes next. So your Rebel Press Box had a neat story about this in this morning's papers, as Ben Horn wrote, around the prospect or the possibility of inoculations with the COVID vaccine, which might make that more of a possibility. What's been the latest on that front?
Just speaking to Ben as he wrote the story yesterday, it just seems that Australia are open to the idea of being vaccinated if that assists. We'll wait to see, because I don't think the vaccine has been cited in this country yet. I think Australia have to take everything one step at a time with the South African tour, and I believe their resolve is, and I hope it is, that they want to play this test series, and they will do whatever it takes to play this test series. We've seen India sort of have to climb through barbed wire to get here, and then exist in sort of deprived conditions to remain here to play test cricket, and that's contributed, what did we say, $300 million, to Australian cricket, kept a lot of people in work, given us a summer of cricket. It's incumbent on Australia to do the same thing for South African cricket, to make every effort possible to get to South Africa and to play a series in South Africa. South African cricket's in a financial even if it wasn't in a financial crisis, you'd still be incumbent on you to do it. But they have to make every effort to get there. It would remove one major irritation for Justin Langay if something happened to those tours and one was postponed a little or not, because, as we know, it clashes with a T20 tour of New Zealand. Cricket Australia say, sorry, that won't happen again. It's just one of those things. Yeah, well, I hope they're right, but even if it is just one of those things, it doesn't make the coach very happy.
No, his view is there are not two Australian teams to be playing at once. Cricket Australia, as their statement regarding the vaccine, is that CA has not sought early access to a COVID-19 vaccine, will adhere to the advice of the federal government once a vaccine has been approved by the Therapeutic Goods Administration. Cricket Australia will advocate for players, staff and officials to be inoculated once a vaccine has been approved. I think there was a further story today that said mid-February was the likely starting point in Australia.
The optics of it are very sensitive, aren't they? You don't want sports stars to look like they push to the front of the queue, out of the way, Granny, I need this. I'll have that one. I'm a sports star. But interestingly, I mean, if you look at the way they've rolled out the vaccine in Indonesia, they've given it to influencers and to young, active people, which is quite the inverse of the way that it's being rolled out in the West. Because, if influencers take it, other people look at it and think, oh, that's good, get around that sort of brain dead, there's something wrong with the vaccine approach. And if the young people that they're giving it to are the people out doing deliveries and working in shops and doing all those sorts of things, that kind of stops the transmission so much. But in the past, you send rock stars to war, don't you? You send sports stars to war. Maybe you give your cricketers the first. Maybe you line the cricketers up to get the first dose just to see how they go. If they survive it, it'll be good. If they're having it, everyone else will.
They have the fittest bodies.
Well, everyone's going to want to watch the cricketers take their shirt off and get a jab in the arm, aren't they?
There will be, the Olympics is tied into this as well as to if the vaccine is available and it is the best method to stage these international sporting contexts and where that fits into real life and the like. So it's going to be an issue in every country. And then there's the international overlay. We're having a look at the Australian Open and following what's happening there. And just the devil of a time they're having is 2 people on the charter flight from LAX have now tested positive. So all of those who are on that flight are likely to face the strict 14 days quarantine with their practices cancelled and the like. And there's already, as Alan Joyce sort of made that a large issue yesterday about the favouritism of international athletes over Australians who aren't able to be repatriated and haven't been able to return to the country over the past 9 months. So there's a delicacy in there for sport to make sure that it does find its place and know its value without, as you say, stepping ahead of the prominent needs in the community.
Yeah, it's a really fascinating situation. That was a good story. My favourite story yesterday was from Gideon Haigh. I don't know if you had time to catch up with it, Gerard, and pardon me for doing a bit of cross-promotion here, but I think it's very valid. Last night, as we know, Colin McDonald, the Australian cricketer and tennis administrator and respected man about Melbourne, passed away recently, and Gideon did a very touching obit for him last night on the podcast Cricket Etc. And he said, I can finally tell the story that Colin McDonald told me in the 1990s, because Gideon went around to Colin's house at Beaumaris or somewhere like that in the 90s to interview him. He was the first interview he did. He found his name in the phone book, rang him up, said, can I come round? I'm Gideon Haigh. I'm writing a book called The Summer Game. He said, wonderful day with a real gentleman who spoke for all day about cricket, but about everybody else's cricket except his, like the true greats generally do. I said, but also told a story about going to meet the Queen. I can't remember exactly which tour of England it was, but at Buckingham Palace. And Colin McDonald told Gideon this story, but said, you cannot repeat this story until after I die. And the story goes that because you're not allowed to, you're not supposed to say what the Queen says to you. You're not supposed to pass it on.
Yes.
You're not. So, if that offends you, turn off now. So Colin McDonald said that Yuri Gagarin was, of course, the first Russian into space, which was quite upset the West because the Russians had got up there first. Yuri Gagarin was in the UK and was going to visit Buckingham Palace that following week. And Colin McDonald and the Queen spoke about this, and the Queen revealed to Colin McDonald, who revealed to Gideon Haigh, a fascinating conversation. But you're going to have to go and listen to the podcast.
What a proper tease that is.
I'm sorry, but, I just can't give away all my best stuff. Or Gideon's, it's his story, he has to tell it. But it's a ripper, honestly. It had me lying in bed last night thinking about it.
That's the start of an excellent story, Pete. I look forward to hearing how it ended.
If you twist my arm, I'll finish it.
Give us a little hint on the promise that we'll listen to the pod on the way home.
Well, let's just say that I think Lizzie might number among those who doesn't think that Neil Armstrong landed on the moon.
Oh,
excellent.
Yes, the Queen might be among those who think it was all done on a film set. Anyway, you go and listen to Gideon's much better telling of the story.
Excellent. I did think you were going to lead us towards Christopherson, and I was signalling for the dump button. Having
that was the funniest story I read yesterday.
Have either of you read Greg Chappell's letter to Tim Payne in the Age today?
Not really.
No. I'll hold that conversation.
I'm sorry, Gerard, I haven't.
No, that's all right.
I read the first.
I'll hold that conversation.
I read Dear Tim. You go.
No, I'll hold that one back, and we'll discuss that in the studio a little later on. So, lengthy rain delay. Have you had your troubles with the NBN, Pete? Did I see that in the Marrickville setup?
Hold your hand up if you don't have troubles with the NBN. I mean, I don't know that. Maybe some of it is my extender, my seafood extender or whatever it is, that thing that makes the NBN come down here to my shed. But I've replaced that twice. It's just so unreliable, Gerard. It's just ridiculous. I just gave up, so I've gone out and had to buy another modem to kind of run this setup down in the shed. I've come out of the closet today, you'll be pleased to know. I put SEN studio where Ben Horn used to be. He hasn't come around today, so I've got it all in one place. But it's a little bit quiet and it's a little bit boring. It's an unusual way to spend your 81st, well, what would have been your 81st test match in Australia. But,
Bharat, how...
Greyhound's keeping me company on the couch.
Very nice. Bharat, how you find being removed from it, given that you so love being at the nets and the core of a lot of what you write is what you take the time to observe?
It's not been easy. I've been sitting in front of this massive television here in the SEN studio or SEN office here in Sydney, and trying to, whenever they show something on TV, I'm trying to look in the background if I can pick up something. I picked up a few things yesterday with the selection, who was handing the caps and who was wearing what shoes. So, but yeah, it's not easy. You feel so, and I'm a very bad TV watcher anyway. I get too distracted. Peter will tell you I can't sit in one place anyway. So I've been trying very hard to stay still and soak it all in. But it's good. They leave me, right now, I'm all by myself in the SEN Sydney office. So yeah, it belongs to me. I can do whatever I want now. So, but just wanted to say one thing. When Pete was talking about Justin Langer and how he's been upset about two Australian teams traveling at the same time, it just proves to me again that Justin Langer is such an Indian uncle. Because you know what happens in... I'll tell you why. Because in most conservative Hindu families, when the son gets married, they'll always say, my father had said the same thing. Yeah, you can go and stay in another house, that's fine, but we'll have only one kitchen in the house. Because the moment there are two kitchens, that means the family is separated. I'm sure Justin Langer believes the same thing. He's such an Indian uncle. I was just thinking about that when Peter was talking about it.
Yeah. Well, the other implication is for Justin is that he is the coach of the Australian cricket team.
Yeah.
So he has to make a choice in a World Cup year whether he coaches the T20 team, which will be pretty important, you think, in a World Cup year, or the Test team. I mean, who wants to have to make that choice? I mean, I know which one I'd make, but I don't know which one Justin will. What would you do?
Yes, it would betray a few. Given the stated primacy of Test cricket, he would be obliged under that policy to take that team, even though the more pressing issue might be, as you say, in the year of a World Cup, it might be more pressing to be developing that T20 side. So it is an interesting test of priority.
It is. This weather, now we've got more weather, haven't we, coming on day 4 and 5?
Yeah, especially 4.
I think we get weather every day, actually. We get bad weather on days 4 and 5.
Yeah.
I want to be pedantic. If you're India, you just have to kind of cruise towards a draw, don't you, in this game?
Hang in there. That's what Ravi Shastri and...
You take the trophy home, it's an extraordinary result.
If you can draw this series... Yeah, I'm sorry to cut you off. Yeah, if you can draw this series, it's much bigger than the series win last time. Because look at the personnel you've done it with, and even speaking to the team management, they honestly believe the draw in Sydney was greater than the win in Melbourne, considering the way they did it. Because it's not the first time India came back from losing the first test on an overseas tour and win the second test. But what Sydney is just turned this team's morale around, and you can see it. I heard you talk about Washington Sundar and Shardul Thakur and T. Natarajan. The fact that they are still in the game, Australia have not blown them away yet before the weather has come, just tells you that, and that's all they need to do. They just need to make sure that the weather comes at the right, or the bad weather, as you said, comes at the right time for them, as it has today. And that's all Pujara can bat for the next 2 days, and they'll be more than happy.
Pete made the point, Bharat, the three bowlers you mentioned there, they took their first test wickets and they finished their first innings with 3 each, and a very neat sharing to sort of get them going in their test careers.
Knowing that they might never play a test match again. This is very, very possible. So this guy, T. Natarajan, actually led the team off the field. We've heard so much about his amazing story. In fact, I was reading somewhere that he went to the IPL, and it's a very South Indian thing. And he started growing his beard, and he said, I'll only shave it off once I hear good news from home about, my wife having delivered the baby. So he had, this beard for the first few games in the IPL. So he wasn't even thinking about Australia. That wasn't even on the cards. So, but here he is 3-4 months later. And there'll be so many emotional reunions once this Indian team goes back. Siraj and his family, Natarajan and his family, and just Indian team and the Indian public. That's going to be a great reunion, because the cynicism that I'm sure Pete has seen over the years with Indian cricket and Indian fans and Indian media seems to have eroded away a little bit thanks to this Indian team's efforts, which is good. There is more positivity coming through from India than the usual, this team, overpaid heroes, they go all the way there, complain about quarantine and lose and come, it's a shame, what's the point of them, even provide, because it happened last year when they went to New Zealand. They were expected to beat New Zealand in New Zealand because they went there with a full-strength team, but they were blown away within 4 days and 3 days. And that was a shameful, and with Virat Kohli at the helm as well. So, this tour has done a lot for Indian cricket. And like I said, if they can just sneak a draw here, if 1-1, they'll go back as victors, not just because they've retain the Border Gavaskar Trophy, but for them it'll be a series win.
Time out of the game is their ally. Pete, Bharat, great to have you both there. Go on with your endeavours and we'll see. It's a bit brighter at the Gabba, and the worst of the rain is through, so we'll find out shortly where that leaves us. Good to chat to you both.
Thanks, Gerard.
Thank you. I have your whole studio in my hands. I can do whatever I want.
A live mic is a powerful thing, Bharat Sundaresan and Peter Lalor with you during this rain delay at tea. It was 2 for 62. Pujara 8, Rahane 2. Australia made 369. Our experts are for Maccas. The Maghrib and El Mako are back at Maccas this summer. We'll get the word from the ground shortly. Anthony Hudson is coming in, and we'll test the drainage of this ground now that the storm has passed, and see if play might resume. That's next. SEN Test Cricket for Western Union. Send money around the world.
It's the final days of Beaumont's January price dump. Prices dumped on tiles, bathroom, kitchen, laundry, floors and walls, 20 to 50% off. Hurry in for the final days of Beaumont's massive price dump.
Don't miss your Adelaide Strikers at Adelaide Oval. Watch them take on the Brisbane Heat this Thursday night at Adelaide Oval. Adults from $22 and $5 for under 18s. Game starts 6:45 p.m. Tickets only available online at adelaidestrikers.com.au.
Breaking news! The saucy McRib and legendary El Mako are back at Macca's with delicious pork dripping in smoky barbecue rib sauce or juicy beef with chunky Mexican salsa. Grab yours today. Available after 10:30 a.m. for a limited time.
It's the final days of Beaumont's January price dump. Prices dumped on tiles, bathroom, kitchen, laundry, floors and walls, 20 to 50% off. Hurry in for the final days of Beaumont's massive price dump.
Norman Summer Sizzlers. Lenovo IdeaPad Slim 1 laptop, just $333. Dyson V7 torch-free vacuum, $399. Hisense 512-litre French door fridge, $999. Purchase with 60 months interest-free and receive a bonus gift card up to the value of $500. Minimum finance amount $1,000. Approved applicants only. 60 equal monthly payments. Interest applies if you do not comply with terms and conditions. Fees and exclusions apply. Savings on normal ticketed prices. Summer Sizzlers at Harvey Norman.
G'day, Merv Hughes here. Summer is here, so get your car's aircon serviced at your local Repco authorised service centre. Their fully qualified mechanics will keep you cool all year with a comprehensive aircon service. Book online today at repcoservice.com.
Summer's the time to make the most of your yard. The Nilex Premium Misting System stops you overheating, lowering the temperature by up to 10 degrees. Mist like a Nile expert, water like a Nile expert. Nilex Misting Systems, available at Bunnings.
It's important as parents that we create the right environment for our family to play, learn, thrive and grow in comfort. At home, create the right environment for your family with Mega Air. They're Dakin specialist dealers focused on creating custom-designed air systems to meet the top Aussie standards and your unique lifestyle and home design. Mega Air Air Conditioning. Create your environment. Request a quote now at megaair.com.au.
Montine, everybody's talking about Montine.
And everybody is still talking about the remarkable Hyundai i30 exclusively at Montine, Cheltenham and Mount Barker. The Hyundai i30 is a multiple winner of the Australian Car of the Year, and Montine has i30s ready for delivery today. Also, Justin and Daryl are giving away $500 free genuine accessories with every Hyundai i30 sold and delivered this month. So remember,
Everybody's talking about Montine.
EBD 182170.
The call to arms for Enviro sustainability has arrived.
In air conditioning, A for Air is leading the way in energy efficiency.
As a Dakin specialist dealer, A for Air are a carbon-neutral business committed to clean air. They go one step further by offsetting the carbon footprint of every air conditioning system they install for 10 years.
Partnering with A for Air is positive for your home, your business and for the world.
The choice you make for your comfort today will impact your children's climate tomorrow.
afораir.com.au.
It's the final days of Beaumont's January price dump. Prices dumped on tiles, bathroom, kitchen, laundry, floors and walls, 20 to 50% off. Hurry in for the final days of Beaumont's massive price dump.
Don't miss your Adelaide Strikers at Adelaide Oval. Watch them take on the Brisbane Heat this Thursday night at Adelaide Oval. Adults from $22 and $5 for under 18s. Game starts 6:45 p.m. Tickets only available online at adelaidestrikers.com.au.
Alinta Energy salutes you, the true cricket fan, who knows that an innie and an outie have nothing to do with belly buttons. Bales aren't made of hay. Slips have nothing to do with bananas. An overthrow doesn't involve a third world dictator, and a sitter is a catch, not someone you leave the kids with. So to celebrate you, the true cricket fan, catch a great energy deal with Alinta Energy, the team supporting your home team, and cricket fans everywhere.
Harvey Norman Summer Sizzlers. Australian made and owned country pride light loved wool queen quilt, $139. Bourbon 5-seater fabric recliner modular lounge suite with storage console and cup holders, only $2,699. Purchase with 60 months interest free and receive a bonus gift card up to the value of $500. Minimum finance amount $1,000. Approved applicants only. 60 equal monthly payments. Interest applies if you do not comply with terms and conditions. Fees and exclusions apply. Summer Sizzlers at Harvey Norman.
Beat the summer heat with cool air for your family. Contact Right Price Heating and Cooling now. Mitsubishi electric ducted reverse cycle systems stand for energy efficiency and low running costs. Get a Mitsubishi electric wall split fully installed from $1,490 with up to 6-star rating. And to make it even cooler, ask about 24 months interest-free terms. T's and C's apply. Lending criteria also applies. Right Price Heating and Cooling won't be beaten on Mitsubishi Electric. Online, by phone or visit in-store.
On SEN Test Cricket, Australia versus India. For Western Union, another fast delivery by Western Union. Send money online with our app.
Well, from Melbourne, the weather outlook looks much better at the Gabba. Let's find out whether that's real or not. Anthony Hudson and Chris Rogers here in Melbourne for Western Union Send Money Around the World. Adam Collins and Ian Healy are at the Gabba. Our small screens telling us truth, boys. Is it looking better?
It's looking much better. It's exactly as Chris Rogers foreshadowed on the call earlier today. It was absolutely sheeting it down. It could not have been raining harder 20 minutes ago, and now all of the puddles that were on the ground, with the exception of one at the Stanley Street end, seem to have already vanished. So the drainage, the famous drainage at the Gabba, is doing its thing.
The umpires are a little bit sheepish. Actually, they've just been out, and the covers are coming up. So now they've got to be careful where they put the cover water, although they're going hard. Where's that going to go?
Wow.
It'll just go off the square. That's going to be within the the danger area, if you like. As long as puddles aren't too close to the pitch, it's okay. But they do dump it right next to the square there now, off the covers, and that's the strongest drainage area that goes straight into the pipes that are laid at each corner, and that'll be gone in no time. Huddo, you would remember the afternoon of the grand final of the AFL. This ground was underwater, and they got a final on, which almost looked like a dry game.
Yeah, that was absolutely amazing.
We've just got an update from Cricket Australia as well, Huddo. So the umpires will inspect the field at 4:15 local time, so that's all 27 minutes from now.
Okay, so 27 minutes inspection. How long after that could we see play, Colo, do you reckon?
Oh, well, I reckon 20 minutes, a half an hour after that, max. So that would 4:15, 4:45 local time. We've got an hour and 15, maybe an hour and a half, if they want to extend that even, of play.
All right, well, just quickly, I'd like to do, while I've got all your various cricketing experience with us, a bit of a state of the nation discussion about Australian cricket and the test situation. But just quickly on the test match itself, Heels and Chris, where is rain forecast for both, particularly for Monday, but maybe a tiny bit tomorrow, more substantial for day 4, and then some more potential rain on day 5. Where's the match at, do you think? Go with you first, Chris.
Oh, well, it's definitely in Australia's favour at the moment. I think we've already seen a few balls move off the crack, or a couple of these cracks on the pitch. So it's still hot in Brisbane as well. So you imagine that those cracks are going to widen. So you'd still like to be Australia, but it's just going to depend on how much time they get to bowl India. But if India, they continue to play some of the shots like Rohit Sharma did, I think that they'll wrap this up pretty quickly.
Can't see Rahane or Pujara playing a shot like that. Ian, your thoughts?
We haven't seen either of those two play a shot yet, but yeah, so they might be digging in for the draw, which, you've got to be very careful in a 5-day game just to play the ball in front of you. Play the ball, and if you happen to lose weather, time through weather, that happens. I think Australia, it's very, very important not to waste any window of play here, because they've got to do a lot of good work to win this, and that's the way you win the trophy. Otherwise, India are taking one of the most famous series retentions back home at the expense of this Australian side. So they're going to have to chomp at the bit and produce quality in short bursts if that's all they get. But I think there'll be enough time. There'll be enough time, but this Indian side love the fact that they're not that scared of Australia.
It's a good point too, Hills, that when they do come on, they have to be high quality. And the one good thing about their beam rain delays is it allows the Australian fast bowlers to just get time off their legs, so a bit of rest. So you can imagine they're going to be pretty fresh when they are bowling at every stage.
SEN Test Cricket for Western Union Send Money Around the World. So, Cole, I might get you just to set the scene a little bit here. I mean, as Hill said, if India hang on, and even for a draw, and so retain the trophy, it'll be a major disappointment for Australia, given the opportunities they've had, particularly in these last 2 Test matches. We know the Ashes next summer, and that's always something that's on the horizon, and often with Australian cricket, or with any cricket, it comes back to, when we have these discussions, it comes back to selection and what the policy is going to be from here along the way. What's most immediate for Australian cricket and the lead into next summer in your eyes?
Obviously, the Ashes will draw a lot of the focus at this time of year. We're in the year of an Ashes home summer. However, The World Test Championship, the inaugural edition of the World Test Championship, wraps up mid-year in the UK. Now, Australia are top of the table at the moment. The way they had to recalibrate the point system due to COVID was that you allocated a percentage of the points available. So Australia have currently won, if you like, 73% of the points they could have won across the series they've played so far, so 13 test matches. But India, New Zealand and England all potentially could end up in that final, likewise Australia. And they're no sure thing, especially when that South African series, Pete Lalor was talking about it with Gerard before, it feels like that series will go ahead. Now, that'll mean Australia could go to South Africa needing to have a pretty good result over there to make sure they get to the final at Lord's, whereas a couple of months ago it felt like they were a guarantee to make it there. So it's hard to know the extent to which that will inspire fans around the world and capture hearts and minds, but I'm fairly sure that if Australia do make that one-off decider, a test match at Lord's, potentially a 6-day test match at Lord's as well, so something a bit different there, against India or indeed New Zealand or England, outside chance, but it could be England. That would be a very high-profile one-off opportunity to win that trophy at the first time of asking. So in the very short term, I think that South Africa and the World Test Championship will draw plenty of attention before we even get to the Ashes.
So I guess most of the questions are surrounding the batting stocks and obviously the openings and the middle order. We know that Labuschagne and Steve Smith are there, and I mean, really, you'd think David Warner will be, although his return hasn't been so good. Chris, from a development point of view and the young players coming through around the country, how do you see our stocks?
Pretty good. Look, I think it's hard getting to this level to playing Test cricket and making a name for yourself and being the quality player that you need to be, the final player that you need to be. So you only learn how to play Test cricket when you go and play Test cricket. So a lot of the guys who are playing Shield cricket, they're putting on some pretty good performances, but what they're finding still, the step up to Test cricket is pretty difficult. And you look at kind of Will Bukowski and Cam Green, they really dominated the Sheffield Shield earlier this year. And they've done pretty well, but it's still another step up. So, we want to give a few of these players a couple of opportunities to make a name. And I think Cam Green's probably starting to ink his name into that number 6 position. And then if Will Bukowski can go and open as well and do well, then, you've got a pretty good batting lineup. The number 5 position, I think Matthew Wade is still trying to make it his own, but other than that, it looks pretty set.
Do you see it that way, Ian, or do you think there's still a few opportunities there?
Yes, I don't think enough players are dominating at the step down. If it is to be a step up, you need to dominate at the step before that. And so I'd just like to see more players doing really well at that first-class level. And, of course, it's under pressure. The second half of this current Sheffield Shield is under pressure when and how it will be hosted here in Australia. So we need that to go ahead, if at all possible. Just to fill the benches. Fill the benches. As Bucky knows, that good Australian teams have got 10 players waiting on the bench that are good enough to play if given the chance, but just can't get a chance. And we haven't got 10 on those benches yet. But I agree, Bukowski, the 2 that were dominating in the Shield cricket, or 2 that have done a good job and have made that step pretty comfortably.
Why has it been so hard for us to find, since you retired, Buck, to find an opening combination, do you think? I know obviously Warner was suspended and there's been 24 different combinations, but 24 times it's changed since then, which is amazing, really, a rotation.
3 things, I reckon. There's, I think the pitches, we've had a bit of an understanding around world cricket that, you want to see the results, so they're making a bit more bowler-friendly pitches. I think a lot of the players are just not playing enough. They don't go and play county cricket, for instance, and just kind of learn their craft that way. And also, I think opponents around the world have had a bit more of an understanding of how to develop their fast bowlers. So you only have to look at India. They've never brought a brigade of fast bowlers to this country like they have now. And there's a lot more research and data that goes into what makes a good fast bowler. So I think there's a lot of reasons for that to happen, but we've got to find ways that, we can get some of these opening batsmen up to scratch and able to play not just in Australia, but worldwide as well. And that's a real challenge because you become used to playing in your home conditions.
What's your view of David Warner now? I mean, again, it's only a small sample size since he's come back, but given the issues he had against England, it was in England. I mean, clearly he'll still be their planned opener at this stage, Ian, I would imagine. But I mean, how many years do you reckon he's got at Test level?
I was very surprised to hear and read that he was 34. I thought Davey was about 32, We're still calling him Davey. So that surprised me. What I think with Davey is he's not moving his feet. His footwork has deteriorated. So he sort of stands at the crease now. His feet are quite spread and he leaves them that way. He doesn't and waits for the ball to come to that footwork. So sometimes he can be susceptible when it's in the corridor wide, when he goes slashing at one, or he's not getting forward to enough deliveries. I don't think he's transferring his weight well enough, if you could tell him that. Bucky, what do you think?
I'm not sure you can tell Davey much at all, Hills. Yeah, it's an interesting one, isn't it? I mean, the other thing is, that's an interesting point. I haven't really even,
I tell you where I noticed it. I noticed it in a net training session. I saw vision of reasonably recently, and I said, in several shots there, a back foot shot and two front foot shots, he didn't move either foot, and so he needs to be aware of that.
Look, we could debate this all day. What kind of makes a good opening batsman, and before you had T20, players would kind of grow up learning how to defend, bat for time, because, if you were going to make it, you were going to make it in the first-class game and try and play Test cricket. But now you have, and I've worked with junior players, honestly, it's completely flipped. So now you are trying to slow players down. I look at kind of Jake Fraser, McGurk and Ollie Davies as a couple of pin-up boys for them. They can play every shot in the book, and you're actually trying to get them to play less shots, where it was always the reverse. So, we could debate this forever, but I do think a lot of the learning that young players have come through is probably they're not getting challenged enough around tough bowling.
And that's what you're getting. Does it affect openers more, do you think, that T20 influence?
Yeah, because that's where you're facing high-quality swing bowling, and the ball is moving. Whereas even in junior cricket, and this has been one of the great debates, it's pretty much all white ball cricket, because you don't want to play two-day cricket because, you can have days where just players don't get involved in the game at all. So you kind of want them to have more involvement, more, for instance, the batsmen have more innings, etc., etc. But because of that, they play white ball, it doesn't move, and then they become flat track bullies, and then they don't move their feet. And I wonder, even back to Davey Warner, he's played so much T20 now, where you actually don't move your feet. You're trying to not get close to the ball. You're trying to give yourself room away from the ball so you can swing your arms, where in Test cricket, you're trying to get close to the ball.
SEN Test cricket for Western Union send money around the world. Nathan Lyon has told Fox Cricket he hopes to be back out there bowling in half an hour. There'll be an inspection from the umpires in 15 minutes. You were going to add something there, Heels?
Yeah, so Bucky's saying I'm onto something with Davey. I think he's got to get back to it otherwise, because he's going to play cricket where the ball moves, and he's got to adapt a little better. And the first question was, have I got him in for the Ashes, I think, wasn't it? So definitely, Warner's got to lead the way, and he can play as long as he wants for mine. I think it becomes obvious to the individual when you lose your eye. Then they try to hang on for another 18 months after that. So you do have to be careful, but yeah, I've got him in, and fingers crossed for Will Pukowski.
Colo, England's last report 7 for 383, unless my app hasn't updated, against Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka 135. So they're dominating there. The top of the order issues Australia have had, the rotation of openers, is something England's experienced as well, isn't it?
Yeah, they're 9 for 406 now, so their lead's 271. First session, third day at Gaul. Joe Root, 2-2-4, not out. And he's in there with Stuart Broad as the number 11, so they've done really well in that first innings. But you're right, it took England a fair while to work out what they were doing in the post-Alistair Cook world. Of course, Cook retired in September 2018. And they've found a relatively reliable partnership in Dom Sibley and Rory Burns. Burns isn't available for this tour because his wife's having their first child, so Zach Frawley has gone up from number 3 to open. But it feels like that's the way they're gravitating for the foreseeable future. Sibley, Burns and Crawley. Of course, we saw Burns made an Ashes 100 at Edgbaston back in 2019. Crawley, he's the great hope of English cricket at the moment. He made that big double hundred against Pakistan to finish the summer last year. 267 he made against Pakistan, so quite the way to make his breakthrough. And then they've got the young man Dan Lawrence, who made 73 on debut yesterday. I know Bucky's seen plenty of Dan Lawrence in the county championship as well over the last few years with Essex, but the way he plays with his wrists and through to leg side, he reminds everyone of a young Kevin Peterson, and now he's had that chance at test level. I'm certain he'll be on the Ashes tour next year, given that he plays such impressive horizontal bat shots and he's got such a good bottom hand. So I expect that younger crew, Crawley, Sibley, Burns and Lawrence, will all be part of the conversation when they arrive in Australia in November.
How strong will England be, do you reckon, Buck? And do you think that Broad and Anderson will still be, particularly Anderson, do you think he'll still be a factor?
Less so. If they've tried at different times to bring height and pace to these shores, and they'll still be trying to find those kind of players. I'm not sure they'll be playing both Broad and Anderson in the same team over here, but who knows what will happen there. But clearly they've got some talent coming through in terms of their pace. The names escape me. What's the
Ollie Stone?
Yeah, Ollie Stone. I even like Jamie Overton. I think that if they could keep him fit, he could be and that's Craig's twin brother.
Yep.
But Bowles probably another 15 kilometres quicker. So they've got some talent coming through. It's whether they'll be up and going and good enough at that stage as well. So I just wanted to ask Colo, what did you make of Mickey Arthur's carry-on for the Joe Root non-dismissal?
Well, I only saw the GIFs, Bucky, so I haven't actually seen it in its entirety yet, but it's very memeable, him running up and down, trying to get the attention of the officials. But to mine, it just looked like it was not out, like the ball went into the pitch before it deflected off the pad.
No, it was definitely not out.
Sarah.
No, so it's not out. Have you seen it?
No, I haven't seen it.
So he went for a sweep shot. He got a bottom edge. It went straight into the ground, but then it came off the ground and it flicked the glove off the ground, and then it was caught. And Mickey, I like Mickey. I think he's a great guy, but he genuinely could not believe that was not out. And I'm like, how many years have you been involved in cricket?
He must have thought that it went into the boot. You sometimes see that.
He can't go on the boot. Honestly, it's a foot away from his boot.
Yeah.
Colour.
Yeah. No, I agree.
Have you seen it?
Yeah, I saw the shot and I saw the reaction, and it didn't quite tally. Maybe someone fed him some bung information because it didn't quite add up. And you're right about the pace battery as well, Buck. Jamie Overton signed that long-term contract with Surrey now, and that sort of gives the impression that they want him playing, big county. I know Somerset have done really well over the last few years, making the final last year and being in the top 3 over the last 5 years. But just the idea of him playing for a county that routinely produces England players. Ollie Stone, I wouldn't be surprised if we see him playing in India. They've got 4 test matches there starting in February. And of course, Wood and Archer, known quantities at test level. Archer speaks for himself after what we saw in 2019. Can bowl up to 160 kilometres an hour, and that's not the exaggeration. He can bowl genuinely right up there as quick as anybody in the world. Mark Wood near enough to that as well. So if Wood and Archer are available at the same time, I suppose the method might be rotating Broad and Anderson as the third seamer rather than having them carry the attack, provided Archer and Wood are fit.
Just sort of rolling around to where we started here. We haven't really talked about the bowling, but will there be any pressure, any real pressure for any sort of change on Justin Langer if Australia failed to convert here and end up, say, drawing the series, or, well, unlikely they're going to lose, but you never know. What do you think, Buck?
With regard, were you talking about the bowling? Sorry.
Well, I was going to, we haven't touched on the bowling yet, but I was just.
Is there any pressure on Langer?
Not for his position, but just for the lack of results here. It'll be a pretty significant loss or inability to win this summer in the positions they've been in, given the huge injury tolls that India have to go through.
I'll probably ask Hills that.
But yes, there will. There'll be huge pressure. We heard Bharat talk about it before, that if Australia don't manage to win this series, there'll be a lot of disappointed people, and there'll be questions asked, definitely not of JL, but of the bowling attack. You've got a team out for 36 and you haven't got them out since. Those types of things will be questioned heavily. We might need to expand this bowling attack and, give some others a bit of a chance. Who's not getting wickets and who's not performing? Well, there might be some ramifications of non-performance. This top six of ours doesn't scare anyone. If Smith and Warner aren't doing it for them, it hasn't worked. And we're very fortunate that Marnus has come into the fray and played so well. Now, why can he do it, averaging 24 in first-class cricket when he came in as the concussion substitute? 24 average and a heart full of passion. And, the rest have got to stack up. They've got to stand up and do their job much better. They're good enough.
I'll put this back on you then, Hills. You said you've got to dominate first-class cricket. So how do we kind of bring those players through?
We've got to play first-class cricket. That's right, Bucky. No question. So I will hate a soft option taken with the back end of our Shield season. If it's expense or if it's just a bit hard to organise and to get across borders, I don't think that's good enough. We should be making every effort to play first-class cricket, so it's state against state, so they start to get they continue their experience at that level on test match pitches and against potential test match opponents.
You throw your arm around there for a moment, Chris.
I probably see a bit of the conversations that go on behind. Trust me, there is every effort to be trying to get the Shields season up and running. It's not as easy as that though, given that all the government regulations around travel and border restrictions and things like that. I saw a spreadsheet that was, I think there were 10 levels of border restrictions, and that's so it's difficult. But yes, I guess there is a real desire to get teams to play as much first-class cricket as possible. It's just how possible that is, because everything will be in hubs as well. And
yeah, Bucky, I'm on the board of Queensland, so I know those lists.
Yeah.
And I just want to steer away from soft options. Let's make sure that if we can't get it on, it was nigh impossible, because our job and our charter is to develop players that can fill these spots for Australia.
Yeah, I without a doubt, I agree that we need them to play as much cricket as possible.
Can I come back to our discussion this morning then, Heels, about who's going to be the next captain of Australia and who the contenders are? For those that didn't hear, we chatted at the start about that, and I posed the question about whether Marnus could potentially be a captain. Chris, I know we talked about this off-air before we came on this morning. Who would be the contenders? It does depend, obviously, on how long Tim Payne captains for, but Pat Cummins is the current vice captain. Travis Head previously was a vice captain. He's not even in the team anymore. And then overshadowing all of that, I suppose, is whether we go back to Steve Smith. So before we get Heels to perhaps repeat what he said earlier and even get Colo's view, what's your thoughts on the matter?
Well, it is a difficult one. If they've named Pat Cummins as the vice captain, then you're likely to think, yeah, let's give him the job. And the other thing is he's pretty resilient now. He seems to be playing just about every game. Whether it's a long-term, plan or whatever, or they use him for a little bit. If there's someone like
Are you in favour of pace? Do you have an issue with fast bowlers being captain?
I don't think it's impossible. I don't think it's ideal either. I think a batsman who can kind of sit there and watch the game and not have to kind of run in a bowl and, you know, think about a little bit internally, I would say so. But the other one is, I know this is a little bit out of the box, but you'd imagine if Tim Payne is to retire or to finish, then Alex Carey might be the next person in. He's shown some skill around captaincy, and then whether he's given some time to kind of then work his way into that position down the line, if you give it to Cummins for a bit, perhaps. But it's hard. It's not an easy option. There's not a clear option, is there?
Are you a Smith to captain again fan or not?
I don't know. I think it's a tough one with everything he's been through. You'd have to have a real conversation with him about how much he really wants to do it. But then equally, there's probably, and he was just said he's on the board of Queensland Cricket. You know, there's some conversations that go on at a board level whether that they would allow that to happen or not. And I would be unsure of that.
Eels, you were in favour of Smith taking the captaincy again, weren't you, when we talked this morning?
Yes, if he wants it, I'm going to. Certainly not from any administrative viewpoint, though, and I haven't heard anything for or against that possibility. I haven't got an issue with a fast bowler being a captain, but I don't know. I'm with Bucky. It's not ideal. But, as the vice captain, I think we'll get a chance this year to use Pat Cummins in a captaincy sense. I can see a lot of changes in our Australian team this year because of COVID. If we go on all the tours that we've got to go on, I don't think we can keep the team the same as it is and do all those quarantines. So I think we might have a chance to use Pat in one of those. Alex Carey, I was going to sort of suggest that, yep. And if Payne doesn't make one of those tours and Alex does, then, it's a good chance for him to have a look around. We've got to really be nimble. We've got to think about 22 and 23-year-olds at the moment that in 4 or 5 years' time might be the candidates, and then we've got to bring them on.
How do you see it, Colo?
I think a lot of conventional thinking in cricket has been challenged over the last 20 years or so, and I suppose wicket-keepers being test captains wasn't seen as a viable option, not an ideal option anyway. It was always seen as, if we must, then maybe we go to the wicket-keeper. But on that basis with Pat Cummins, I mean, if you step back from the tactical side of it as to when he bowls himself and so on, if you want someone to be a leader of the team, Pat Cummins has shown through his actions on the field and indeed off the field for a long period of time that he's very much a leader. Now, could the same be said of Stephen Smith when he captained Australia? I think the jury's out on that. I don't think he ever showed categorically that he was a true leader. Sure, fantastic cricketer, a worldly cricketer, one of the greatest batsmen Australia's ever produced. But was he a leader? Well, that was under the microscope back in Cape Town, and indeed before that as well. Whereas Pat Cummins is a leader. So as Bucky pointed out, if they're looking for a bridge, if it's a short-term situation where they can't quite identify who in the top 6 might be captain in the short term, and they see Pat Cummins as a suitable leader, then I think it's the sort of thing they should consider. By that, I don't think it should be ruled out purely because he's a fast bowler.
I wonder if he'd give himself the new ball or not. The sun is shining up there and the inspection taking place, boys. Give us an update. I know that plenty of our listeners are waiting expectantly that play might start sooner rather than later.
Yeah, the inspection's on. The umpires are going to an area that they were sort of stepping through carefully last time they were out there. So, and that's where the covers came off to. The Super Soppers, there's 2 push-on Super Soppers doing a good work on that puddle that was down at Long on the Stanley Street end. It's going around to empty out again or fill up again. The Australians are warming up. They're all here and ready to go. So they're trying to give a message anyway. Starkey's done some medicine ball work even. They're expecting to be playing pretty soon. There was a lot of water spraying up when the Hessian was going around, wasn't there? So there is some surface water, but let's see how that limits the amount of play. But my original one was half an hour from now. It was Nathan Lyon thought it might be 15 minutes from now, and the umpires have swapped sides now.
Well, they're walking out to the far side of the ground to try and work out where there's surface water and make an assessment in that very scientific way of pressing their feet into the ground as to whether it needs more time to drain. Yeah, so You're probably seeing it on your screen as well, Huddo.
Yeah.
That's the stage of the process we're up to.
It doesn't look wet at all, does it? The whole ground does not look wet.
It is quite remarkable. I mean, Chris Rogers said it before, as did you, Huddo, but to think that this ground was borderline underwater an hour ago when it was teeming down with rain. Now we're back to a classic Queensland afternoon with the sun beating down. Still plenty of cloud, granted, but the sun certainly pierced the cloud, and now we might be back on soon.
That's why you never play the rain card in Brisbane.
See, the Vicks have done that a couple of times.
Oh, gee, I remember as a kid how frustrating it used to be how long play could be delayed for, but modern technology, etc., has helped things significantly. So we'll take a break. We'll get a better assessment shortly when we come back. It's 2 for 62 India when rain halted play. They trailed by 307 runs. It's SEN Test Cricket for Western Union. Send money around the world. We won't have a need for an immediate drinks break, but when we do, it'll be for Dometic. Everything you need for adventures, big or small. And Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. Back shortly on SEN Test Cricket.
Montine, everybody's talking about Montine. And everybody is still talking about the amazing relaunch at Montine Mount Barker, with 4 of the top 10 brands on sale. Mitsubishi, Ford, Hyundai and Kia, and dealer principal James Bedford is giving away $500 worth of free genuine accessories with every car delivered this month. Also mention the words Montine family and receive an extra bonus, and that's why everybody's talking about Montine.
EBD 182170.
Don't miss your Adelaide Strikers at Adelaide Oval. Watch them take on the Brisbane Heat this Thursday night at Adelaide Oval. Adults from $22 and $5 for under 18s. Game starts 6:45 p.m. Tickets only available online at adelaidestrikers.com.au.
SEN-SA studio on King William Street is powered by Lumo Energy. Join SEN and power your home or business with energy from an Australian-owned company. Lumo Energy SA. Learn more. Head to lumoenergy.com.au today.
An important message from the Victorian Government. To help stop the spread of coronavirus, all residents and travellers wishing to enter Victoria must now apply for a permit. To find out whether you are currently in a red zone, orange zone or green zone, and what you must do to enter Victoria, visit coronavirus.vic.gov.au. Stay safe, stay open. Authorised by the Victorian Government, Melbourne.
Hello. Frank Walker from National Tiles. National Tiles have European-made timber look laminate flooring for under $17 per square metre. Yes, National Tiles exclusive European oak look laminate timber flooring for under $17 per square metre. That's under $170 for an average 10 square metre bedroom floor. National Tiles. Now you can get a quality finish for less. Rush in now and save.
New mini hotcakes with Nutella have arrived at Macca's. Our famous hotcakes made mini with a delicious layer of creamy Nutella. Try them today and flavour your summer with Macca's. Available for a limited time only.
SEN-SA studio on King William Street is powered by Lumo Energy. Join SEN and power your home or business with energy from an Australian-owned company. Lumo Energy SA. Learn more. Head to lumoenergy.com.au today.
Hi, it's Matt McKeldin, and I'm Steve Johnson, and we're the hosts of The Driver's Seat, Australia's #1 motorsport radio show. Each week we go through all the big news stories and chat to some of the biggest names in supercars. Here with Mark Winterbottom, the pump's ready to go. Davey Reynolds here, got a Sonic the Hedgehog phone cover. Jamie Whincup, welcome back to The Driver's Seat. Just good to be back. Plus you can catch up and get all the exclusive interviews first on the Driver's Seat app. Get radio's #1 motorsport show on your smartphone. Thanks to Kubota, building Australia.
An important message from the Victorian Government. To help stop the spread of coronavirus, all residents and travellers wishing to enter Victoria must now apply for a permit. To find out whether you are currently in a red zone, orange zone or green zone, and what you must do to enter Victoria, visit coronavirus.vic.gov.au. Stay safe, stay open. Authorised by the Victorian Government, Melbourne.
It's the
final days of Beaumont's January price dump. Prices dumped on tiles, bathroom, kitchen, laundry, floors and walls, 20 to 50% off. Hurry in for the final days of Beaumont's massive price dump.
Don't miss your Adelaide Strikers at Adelaide Oval. Watch them take on the Brisbane Heat this Thursday night at Adelaide Oval. Adults from $22 and $5 for under 18s. Game starts 6:45 p.m. Tickets only available online at adelaidestrikers.com.au.
An important message from the Victorian Government. To help stop the spread of coronavirus, all residents and travellers wishing to enter Victoria must now apply for a permit. To find out whether you are currently in a red zone, orange zone or green zone, and what you must do to enter Victoria, visit coronavirus.vic.gov.au. Stay safe, stay open. Authorised by the Victorian Government, Melbourne.
Don't miss your Adelaide Strikers at Adelaide Oval. Watch them take on the Brisbane Heat this Thursday night at Adelaide Oval. Adults from $22 and $5 for under 18s. Game starts 6:45 p.m. Tickets only available online at adelaidestrikers.com.au.
SEN SA studio on King William Street is powered by Lumo Energy. Join SEN and power your home or business with energy from an Australian-owned company, Lumo Energy SA. Learn more. Head to lumoenergy.com.au today.
On SEN Test Cricket, Australia versus India. For Western Union, another fast delivery by Western Union. Send money online with our app.
We still await information as to when we'll get a resumption. India 2 for 62 when rain stopped play. They trailed by 307 runs. Give us the latest from the Gabba, gentlemen.
Well, the latest from the Gabba is that the umpires are going to inspect the field at 4:45 p.m. local time, so 22 minutes from now. And if the conditions are suitable, play will start at 5 p.m. So that's a pretty big caveat, Huddo. So if play started at 5 p.m, from our calculations here in the box, they'll get 15 overs permitted before the adjusted close of play at 6 p.m. and then, of course, the extra half an hour if they need it. So it's still very much up in the air, I'm afraid.
Didn't look like the Australians were thrilled about that, Colo.
No. Oh, well, they want on. They've been, as you know, Gerard, here at the Gabba, the players are directly beneath us, and they've been hovering around the boundary line for a quarter of an hour. So whatever the view that was formed by umpires Oxenford and Wilson, which was socialised to Marnus Labuschagne as they were leaving the field, they're not chuffed.
Yeah, what does this... So how much play would be possible then? An hour?
Well, we think... Well, again, we're working on the back of assumptions rather than anything formal from Cricket Australia, but you can extend play by 1 hour. So the scheduled close of play would therefore become 6 p.m. and an adjustment would be made based on the remaining overs. So maybe they would just make it an even 15. Maybe they would capture some of the overs that weren't bowled in the first and second sessions and eat into that final half an hour. I've got to say, around the world with Test cricket, there never seems to be a consistent formula applied when we're looking at extra time being added on. So time will tell.
How frustrating is this then, Buck, do you think, for the Aussies? As we talked about earlier, there's rain forecast for all the days from here, particularly Monday and a bit of Tuesday as well.
Oh, absolutely. Especially when the sun's out and it's cracking flags and you think we should be playing. And there's probably just one or two little areas that you think, okay, we're the fielding side. We can avoid those patches if you want. We'll just not put a fielder there, but we want to get out there and play. So let's get along. Where India are batting and running, there's no issue there. So.
We can see the two spots in question, Chris, that you mentioned. So equidistant from the pitch, maybe 30 metres away from where the one-day international fielding circle would be, let's call it that, square of the wicket, and they've got the old-fashioned hand rollers out heels. I'm not sure if they're soppers or some version of it, but they're going up and down and up and down, and that was the area, certainly on the western side of the ground, where umpire Wilson was pushing his foot into the ground over and over again when they did their inspection. So it's nothing to do with the run-ups. It's nothing to do with the cut strip. It's well and truly off that.
Yes, they're not super soppers, are they? They're kitchen sponges. but they do a job. Those cylinders fill up with water, so they do a good job. But I think they've been a little bit conservative with 5 o'clock. I don't think the difference between 4:45 and 5 is going to make much difference. So I'd be inspecting earlier and getting on earlier than 5. But anyway, that's plenty of time for Australia to get 2 wickets and have India fall for 100 overnight, something like that. That's what they've got to do every time they hit this paddock.
5 o'clock local time is the latest play can resume for the day. So if it's not by then, it'll be abandoned for the day. So that's a pretty big inspection. The difference between naught and 15 overs potentially back for Australia.
Yeah, it is. And back to your point, yeah, it is so frustrating. Just get out there, just play. Yeah, like
Do
I
you
said.
feel that as a player all the way through?
Well,
depending on the match situation.
Yeah, you want to look at it from your lens, don't you? I bet India are saying, no, it's way too wet out there. We couldn't possibly play out there. And then Australia are saying, well, we can do it. Let's do it. So, yeah, it's just it's one of those ones that it'll suit one side and not the other. And sometimes you're on the right side of the ledger and others not.
And Buck, you can imagine what the umpires cop. They go from dressing room to dressing room, and they're the best buddies of one team, and the others are going, "You're kidding! What's going on?"
Which one's going in which change room? You reckon? Big Blocker's going the Aussie one, or he copped enough from Tim Payne recently?
No, he's the biggest. He's going to be under the most pressure. He goes into the Aussie one. The Indians are loving Oxenford at the moment.
All right, Nathan Lyon has just spoken to Fox Cricketer. He did a short time ago, so let's have a little listen in.
Thanks, Healy. Obviously a bit wet, but it's pretty amazing this ground, how quickly it dries. So, I'm expecting to be back bowling by 4:30, hopefully.
4:30, that would be a good thing if we can get onto that. Mate, well supported by the crowd. They really engaged. The huge roar went up when you came on to bowl. Looked to me, you dropped pretty much into the areas you wanted to and had a really well-set plan for Rohit Sharma.
The crowd's been amazing up here. Always loved coming up here. They always get behind the show inside, so very grateful for that. But have a couple of plans for Rohit. Obviously, he's a world-class player, so I just wanted to make sure I was bowling my best ball and not trying to worry about too much what the batters are doing and just concentrate on my stuff.
Nathan, congratulations, just 3 away from 400. I'm sure you'll be looking to get back out there again. I know that your parents are up there. Have you had a chance to speak to them?
Obviously by phone and stuff inside this bubble. We're not allowed outside it, but it would have been nice to go out for dinner with everyone, but there's plenty of time for that. It's very grateful that they're up here and got a lot of support from a lot of family and my partner up here as well, which is amazing.
Nathan, Shane Warne here, mate. That pitch looks like it's got plenty of bounce there as well as spin. You must be looking forward to bowling on it too.
Yeah, 100%, King. It's a lot drier than what it usually is. It's probably more like a day 3 wicket yesterday, so we're probably looking at a day 4 wicket traditionally here. And there's a nice crack outside the off stump there at this end that I'm standing at. So I'm trying to aim at that and hopefully bring in both edges and see how we go.
And when Richard Pant gets in there, you're looking forward to that battle. It was a wonderful battle. You end up getting him in Sydney, but it was a wonderful battle between you two.
It always is. He always wants to smack the absolute crap out of me, so it's always great fun coming up against him. So, no doubt he'll have the same game plan. I've just got to make sure I've got the fielders in the right place this time.
And you might want to remind him about those sunnies if he starts to get on top.
Yeah, I heard you're not a fan of them, but I don't think I'll be rolling around in those ones, but we'll see how we go.
Good luck, mate.
Thank you.
Nathan, what about your batting? That on drive, that was the best of the innings, wasn't it?
Probably the shot of the series, to be honest with you. It's only taken me 100 test matches to play a shot like that, so I'm not sure if I've got another one in me.
Was in commentary at the time. He said it was the best shot in your 100 test matches that you've played. But, mate, speaking of 100 tests, you got a really nice little present from your sponsor. We're just looking at, first of all, your hook shot. We're looking at some highlights at the moment, and we've just seen that on drive. That was absolute textbook, and the sweep shot that you go to so often. It was an entertaining little period of play, but so much support goes into any player getting firstly into the test team. But we're just looking at your shoes now. That's a nice little pleasant surprise from your sponsor.
It was a pretty nice touch from Nike. Obviously on board with them, and in my eyes are the best apparel and shoes going around. So very touching little moment for them to do that. They didn't have to do that, but hats off to them. So very grateful.
just quickly going back to the pitch and the conditions and the line that you're looking to attack, it looked like when you came on, you were very quickly outside off stump, looking to turn into off stump, challenge both sides of the bat.
Yeah, 100%. My natural line is I'm going at Healy, Payne's right-hand glove. So if you look at that, that's usually probably about a foot outside off stump. It's a good line-up for me when I firstly starting my spell of getting into the game. But it's just worked out really well. There's a nice track outside that on that line. So yeah, I'll be looking to target that, and hopefully I can start bowling some nice balls and get some really nice shape and use the bounce. I love bowling here. It's one of my favourite grounds to play at. So yeah, it's good fun.
So in his milestone test, Nathan Lyon has a little cameo innings this morning, and then he's already picked up the valuable wicket of Rohit Sharma, who, well, threw his wicket away to some degree. But he's itching to get back out there. If you've just jumped in the car, India 2 for 62 in reply to Australia's 369 all out. They trailed by 307 runs. Rain has delayed play. There's a possible restart in about 28 minutes' time. So we might clear a few more commitments and then come back as we wait for the inspection and confirmation of whether we'll be on or not. And we haven't heard from our experts with their thoughts on Nathan Lyon's career to any great extent. So we might do that, as well as throw a few other topics and ideas around. You can contribute if you like on 0433 98 11 16 as well. This is SEN Test Cricket from the Gabba.
This is big. The big deal is now on at Mazda, and we're putting great drive-away value on 2020 plate vehicles front and centre. Like Mazda CX-5 Max, take it home from $32,990 drive away. Or great run-out prices on last remaining Mazda CX-9 stock. Plus, exclusive plate clearance bonuses across the range. Now, that's kind of a big deal. But be quick, stocks are limited.
An important message from the Victorian Government. To help stop the spread of coronavirus, all residents and travellers wishing to enter Victoria must now apply for a permit. To find out whether you are currently in a red zone, orange zone or green zone, and what you must do to enter Victoria, visit coronavirus.vic.gov.au. Stay safe, stay open. Authorised by the Victorian Government, Melbourne.
This radio station endorses the commercial radio codes of practice, which have been registered by the Australian Broadcasting Authority. The codes relate to taste and decency, accuracy and fairness in news and current affairs, advertising, Australian music content and complaints handling. Copies of the codes are available by contacting this radio station or Commercial Radio Australia on 02 9281 6577. If you feel a code of practice has been breached and you wish to register a complaint, your complaint should be made in writing. See the complaints section at sen.com.au.
So you're on the job, crawling under a house, shuffling like an injured snake over 40 years of dust, cobwebs and spider carcasses. And just when you thought things couldn't get more uncomfortable, you come face to face with the homeowner's overprotective Chihuahua. Situations like this would break most, but no matter how uncomfortable things get on the job, you can stay comfortable and unbreakable in your new Toyota Hilux. Awaken your unbreakable with the upgraded Hilux range. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
An important message from the Victorian Government. To help stop the spread of coronavirus, all residents and travellers wishing to enter Victoria must now apply for a permit. To find out whether you are currently in a red zone, orange zone or green zone, and what you must do to enter Victoria, visit coronavirus.vic.gov.au. Stay safe, stay open. Authorised by the Victorian Government, Melbourne.
G'day, Merv Hughes here for Scott Pack Business Finance. I really hate waiting for the umpire's finger to go up, for the batsman to walk, for the cheering to begin. If you're tired of waiting on your customers to pay your invoices, talk to my friends at Scott Pack Business Finance and take control of your cash flow. They turn your unpaid invoices into cash. Scott Pack ends the wait for payment by advancing new money you're owed the very same day. So don't wait. Search for Scott Pack today. Scott Pack. Finance that keeps your business moving.
An important message from the Victorian Government. To To help stop the spread of coronavirus, all residents and travellers wishing to enter Victoria must now apply for a permit. To find out whether you are currently in a red zone, orange zone or green zone, and what you must do to enter Victoria, visit coronavirus.vic.gov.au. Stay safe, stay open. Authorised by the Victorian Government, Melbourne.
Oh, well, you sent that one with a lot of pace, and...
With Western Union, you can send money online to bank accounts overseas for zero sender or receiver transfer fee when you pay with Whateley.
Outstanding figures!
Download the Western Union app today.
Incredible speed and gone for a big, beautiful zero!
Western Union also makes money from currency exchange.
On SEN Test Cricket, Australia versus India. For Western Union, another fast delivery by Western Union. Send money online with our app.
A potential resumption of play in just over 20 minutes from now. A rain delay being quite significant since the tea break. India 2 for 62, trailing by 307 runs. Chris Rogers, Gerard Whateley, Anthony Hudson, Adam Collins and Ian Healy with you as we continue to chat around the issues of now and maybe of the past. But I mentioned the 100 test, Buck, for Nathan Lyon. Did you think when you first saw him and played against him that he would become such an accomplished player for Australia and in world cricket?
Not really. I think he was just another off-spin bowler who he was pretty good, but it wasn't particularly great at that stage. There was a moment for me, though, that probably changed my thinking, and I faced a fair bit of him in the nets. I played against him in Wagga Wagga for Victoria in 2015, the 14-15 season, and it was spinning, it was bouncing, and all of a sudden he just got this ball to drop. Like it was like he was getting much more topspin on it, and it was just dropping, and I couldn't play him. I think he got me up both innings or something like that. And also in the nets, you'd play against him, and it was like there was a clear change in how good he'd become. I clearly remember this kind of over that season of 14-15, and really him kind of taking another step, I felt, in the shape of his deliveries.
Did you talk to him about how that evolved?
I think I had a few conversations with him, but it was probably as much to do with just confidence as anything else. But the 14-15 series was also when he bowled and did well against India in that series, particularly the second innings again in Adelaide. And you just felt he probably took another step in his own belief, because he is a guy who's pretty nervous. He's not. He can be not the most confident of people, and so even sitting on a roller kind of, and then to where he's got to, that takes a long journey in just his own belief of whether he's good enough as well. So I reckon there were probably markers along the way in terms of him just believing he was good enough to be at the next level and then beyond.
Even Colo, you've watched pretty much all his test career. I mean, even sort of halfway through, he still didn't seem to have the complete faith of the hierarchy, did he? And was left out of the team at one stage, but his numbers really stack up.
Yeah, on two occasions in 2013, and back then before I was working in cricket, I played at the same club as Nathan in Canberra, so I felt invested as a fan and felt slighted, as I'm sure he did as well, when he was left out in India and then subsequently in England. But, I mean, the way he responded to that when he got brought back into the team in 2013, he immediately took wickets. So 13-14 Ashes, he was an important part of that well-rounded attack, and as Bucky points out, from 14-15 onwards, he's been as important to the Australian attack as any other bowler, whereas perhaps before that, in the first 4 years, he was the fourth most important bowler, I suppose. And that's where he's been able to exert all sorts of pressure, men around the bat, the overspin that Bucky talks about as well, which is palpable when you're watching him in the nets, as you say. Like when you're at close quarters to him, the way he gets the ball to drop, that's his comparative advantage. Not so much the side spin, but that overspin, extra bounce, the bouncy way he approaches the crease, which has served him so well now over 100 test matches.
And I guess with the spinner, there's always been that pressure on, you're going to bowl us to victory on day 5. And that was a big question mark over him. And sometimes he's been able to do that. And last week's an example of where he wasn't able to do that. But Heels, there was that question mark for a while on Nathan Lyon.
Definitely, and I think he had that question mark of himself before he did turn that final corner that Chris was talking about. He got nervous. Every fifth day, when so much is expected of your spinner, he didn't cope very well with the expectations. And then, he turned a corner with a performance or two that, stopped batting sides. I didn't think he bowled badly last week. He probably didn't try enough, but he didn't bowl badly. And if they got one of those two catches caught, and especially Rishabh Pant on 3 or 4, whatever he was, especially that one, they win. And then everyone's confidence lifts, and then you go and you start bowling better, and you try everything you should have been trying when they had you under pressure. So he did learn to do a lot of stuff. He learned to flight the ball. He was always a bloke who put a lot of spin on the ball, but it didn't spin. So he learned to spin it. And that, I don't know exactly why, whether he slowed it down, but he started to get drift and spin. And then he got the confidence to bowl around the wicket and slide across. I remember vividly several Brad Haddin catches, which were outstanding catches from the keeper's view, but they slid across right-handers into the gloves of Haddin. It was very effective in many, many more fronts.
One of the most intriguing phases, he was going to go in the purge of Hobart. He was going to be dropped, and Steve O'Keefe pulled his hammy on the Sunday, so that test had finished, I think, on the Saturday, and then O'Keefe pinged his hammy, and then so the Pakistan series was next, and it was day 5 that the paper carried the story in the morning that he was going to be dropped for Sydney, and then he bowled Australia to victory late in the day when Pakistan managed to implode. So he had 2 narrow escapes at the end of 2016. And then came the tour of India, and that was where we had the good fortune to be there, is not Pune where Steve O'Keefe did it, but Bengaluru, and that was really the first time he bowled well in Asia. And he bowled he was a transformed figure in those conditions, and he took 8 wickets in the first innings, and Australia looked like they would win the first 2 tests and claim the trophy, and that ultimately wasn't to be. But that sliding doors moment, O'Keefe's hamstring, and then Pakistan's implosion, which he played a big hand in, I'm not sure whether I don't know what happens next if he gets dropped in that summer, as they twice looked to do.
Oh, that's right, Gerard. I mean, as you say, that back page story, 5th day of the Melbourne Test match, he alongside Mitchell Starc pull out a win from nowhere. And then in 2017, he takes in excess of 60 wickets in the calendar year, not only in India, that 8 for 50 in the first innings at Bangalore, but what he did in Bangladesh across 2 Test matches when he was unplayable. And he reflected upon his experiences in Sri Lanka in 2016 when it didn't work out at all for him. He needed to find a new way to be successful in Asia. He turned to John Davison, his spin coach, worked for hour after hour with him across the Australian summer, while he was struggling at home, thinking ahead to what he was going to have to do in India and then Bangladesh. And of course, the Ashes summer of 17-18, he was as good as he's ever been as far as Australia winning that series 4-0. He was perfect, especially to those left-handers that England brought out. So, yeah, I mean, if he gets dropped there and they do turn to O'Keefe, and he wasn't the only name being thrown around at the time, it may very well have been the end of his career. But now it seems impossible to imagine a scenario where he wouldn't be one of the first names on the team sheet.
And it coincided with the nice Gary.
I was just going to say that,
yeah. From a really innocuous, and he wasn't...
There's always a level of a disdain for off-spinners too, isn't there?
Yeah, there was no emotional connection to him, and then Nice Gary became a thing. Yeah. And remember, we started to arrive at grounds and people that were on T-shirts, and there was the Facebook movement to cheer on the second ball, and all of this, the confluence of circumstance, happenstance, luck, and longevity sort of all ties together in this moment where suddenly he became, for a brief period of time, the most loved of Australian cricketers, almost out of nowhere.
And that was here as well, Gerard. You remember the first innings where he was batting with Jackson Bird for the 10th wicket against Pakistan, where out of nowhere he makes 29, and then the crowd was so far behind him that night. Nice Gary starts with Matthew Wade, more or less there. I mean, Adelaide the week before as well, but cult figure is the term I would use. Melbourne, the second ball was going to be Nice Gary. He picks up a wicket with his first ball of the Test match, caught it slip. So they, I guess, denied the chance to go up with the Nice Gary, or I think that was how it went. But by the end of that summer, he was teetering on the brink of losing his spot in the side, and he was never more popular. It was a fascinating period in his career.
And it was where sports fans, I think, banded together just to say the sense of injustice that if he had lost his place at that time, I think that laid into it. You go, no, that would be wrong if he was to be sacrificed at that stage. And it all just tied together rather remarkably. And from there, I think that's actually where his demeanour changed. The crowd was suddenly at his back. And he grew, I think, in his level of combativeness and in his place in the team, and more sure of things, more confident. And I think that's the player who emerged. And all of that tied in together to produce something that didn't feel like it was there, frankly.
So Morley didn't seem too confident that he's going to get close to his own record. How long do you reckon he'll potentially be at the top of his game for? Buck, maybe you first. You go, Heels.
Heels, I think he might get close to McGrath. 560, something like that. I'm expecting we'll get 4 more years from Lino. And if he's, I wouldn't surprise me if he's even better than that, because he just never gets injured. So you'd expect that he'd have a niggle or two in those last 5 years, but if he keeps going, I reckon he'll be somewhere around McGrath.
I'm just going to throw a name up, and that's Tanveer Sangha. I think he's the one guy who could probably unseat Nathan Lyon in a few years to come. He's a pretty special young one, but obviously there's a lot of water to go under the bridge until then. But he was just right in many respects. He's shown he's pretty resilient, and the value he adds to the side. I think the one other thing that's probably glossed over a little bit is to be a good spinner in Australian conditions and Asian conditions it's a bit chalk and cheese. You've got to almost bowl with a distinctly different style of bowling. You've got to change the angle of your seam. You're less worried about trying to get top spin. You're more trying to undercut it and bowl into the wicket and then get the natural variation out of the pitch. And that's what you see a lot of, like you imagine a Jadeja kind of style, that kind of stuff. Some skid on, some turn. So actually, Steve O'Keefe was probably more suited to those kind of conditions. And Nathan Lyon didn't have a lot of success in Asia, but he figured it out, and he's learnt that skill as well. And the fact that he had such a good tour of India last time is credit to him, and shows what a fantastic learner he is, which has been part of his journey.
Colo? I'm sorry to jump in, Hutto, but there's an update from the Gabba, and it's not a great one. They've just been given the thumbs down from umpire Oxenford as they were leaving the pitch there. Australians aren't happy, but it doesn't look good in Healy. My sense was that was a very clear thumbs down as they were leaving the field, and Tim Payne told the troops and they started walking down the dugout. So I do not think they'll be taking the field in 10 minutes. I think stumps will be called.
Yeah, Sean Abbott's collecting a lot of the gear that had been out airing, and it's going inside. Payne was sort of shaking his head. The gestures of the two umpires, their hands were out a lot, sort of going, well, there's nothing we can do type gestures. The ground looks outstanding, but they were pacing up and down about, it must just be in the danger area, 30 yards from the pitch. That's the worries for them. Not good enough. And, the crowd that stayed here for that last little spicy hour, it's not going to get it by the sound of it.
Yeah, we just got word through from Cricket Australia, and that is exactly what you say, Ian Healy. There'll be no further play today. Play to recommence tomorrow morning at 9:30 a.m. local time. Sorry, it's bad news.
Yeah, so they'll have, if we don't have significant interruption over the next few days, it won't be costly, but with the way the forecast is, Gerard, it's going to reduce the amount of time.
It's clearly going to be overs lost in the test from here, so yes, they'll pick up half an hour on the next 3 days, but with interruptions on 4 and 5, they'll never pick up what's lost. So time out of the game, which India will think through their strategy. And what it will do is it will have to embolden Australia is whenever they're out there, they'll have to be super aggressive, and then even in their tactics of trying to plot their course thereafter. So it'll sit heavily in both camps, as Ravi Shastri, I'm sure, has masterminded a plan to get a draw out of this and take the trophy home, and Australia will have to recalibrate a bit.
And you know that music you can hear? Can you hear it on the coverage?
Living on a prayer.
That's out of the Indian dressing rooms. They are now pumped. They are loving that decision. They just avoided an hour and 15, hour and a half batting in overcast conditions at the end of day 2. They'll be extremely happy. I don't think it's good enough for cricket. It'll be very interesting to hear the justification of the decision, whether it's unstable outfield, but yet the fielding team's willing to go and field, and how unstable's unstable. The field looks fine to play. Get some action on. That's what broadcasters pay for, and that's what players get paid for, and yet we've been super conservative again.
Tim Payne shaking his head in dismay at the decision as we look on the Wagner Vitamins monitor. Wagner Vitamins from Chemist Warehouse. They're available every day from Chemist Warehouse. So we've just got a handful of minutes before we do wrap up. Thankfully, there is cricket coming your way with Big Bash Nation. But as it stands, India 2 for 62 and 307 runs. Buck, they've got the right men of the crease too, haven't they, with Rahane and Pujara there?
Yeah, well, it's probably getting to a point where India are going to feel they can't actually win the Test match. So I wonder if we're going to just see them.
For 4 days.
They're just going to lock it down, and it'll be hard because it's still three days to go. It's a long way to kind of go in with a negative mindset, but you just feel maybe they've kind of seen a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel, and then that's what they're going to play for.
Yes, it does put the pressure on the Aussies, Gerard, doesn't it?
Yeah, like the 80, 90, 100 runs Brad Haddin thought 100 runs that they didn't score suddenly loom large, as there's really no prospect of follow on and the like. And so you have to work out a number of overs and best case scenario, and then how long do you bat for, and the weather on day 4 and 5, which promises interruption, and this is must win for Australia. So it just got a lot more difficult, I think, for the position of Tim Payne.
The Stormtroopers are not happy. They're quite wet. I don't know how do Stormtroopers handle the rain, Gerard?
It's not that well, I wouldn't have thought. They're pretty crook shots, but yes, everyone. I'm with Ian Healy here. Everyone gets a bit shortchanged in these moments in cricket.
Will it ever change, do you think?
No, it doesn't seem like it will. It feels like it must one day, but it seems impervious from it.
Would they be playing in white if it was T20 back?
Look, I don't know. I'm curious why they're not out there. I mean, it's the fielding side that's in danger, and they want to be out there. So get it on. I guess there's some kind of liability, but who knows? It is frustrating. But you've said a number of times that I was right, that it'd rain heavily and they'd be out a couple of hours later, and I was wrong.
Justin Langer cut a glum figure in the box watching on. But Darth Vader's still up and about by the look of things. So we'll see whether they're back for another day. We will take a break. That's it from us. And we'll be back for day 3 of SEN Test Cricket. Thank you, Heels. Thank you, Colo. Thank you, Buck and Gerard. And that's a wrap for day 2. 2 for 62. 307. They trail by. Big Bash is next.